Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Here. The taxi arrived at his house, and Jagun and Suhi left the taxi. Jagun went first and opened the door for her. Rika, who was sleeping on the floor, came up to Jagun and raised her tail. Were you resting well? Today, I came with Suhi. Rika, hello. Remember me? Suhi, who came up behind Jun, greeted her. Rika had the face that said she didn't dislike Suhi, but she didn't like her that well either. She slowly turned around and went farther in a cat tower. She doesn't like me. This means she does. She's really selective, so. Come in. Okay. Sui took off her boots and came in. Jagun quickly closed the door and turned on the laptop. He put up the draft on the screen, and then he put his shoes back on. I'll go buy some beer and something to eat, so read it while I'm gone. There's a store nearby. There's no convenience store, but there's a small supermarket. I'll be back. Okay, go ahead. It was Rika and Suhi alone in the house when he left. Suhi sat down on the chair in front of the laptop and said to Rika, Rika must have been bored today. He only knows writing. He doesn't play with you, right? Suhi turned her glance to the laptop. Jagun's story filled the screen. She put down her bag from her shoulder and started to read from the first paragraph. What's this? The mailman is just like Park Jong-jin. There was the feeling of being pulled into the book, even in the beginning. Suhi was already deep in the book with just a few pages. She drank a few bottles, and she was a bit tired because she came into a warm room, but the story was keeping her entranced throughout it. How is it? It was about 50 pages when Jagun came in with a bag. Suhi answered with a smiling face. I read until the part they met, and it's really good. Really? Yeah, but... Suhi hesitated and continued carefully. Maybe it's because I heard you say it, but the female main character really feels a bit weird. There are some parts where I can't connect to her as a girl. Oh, is it? Jagun sighed and sat down on the floor. Sui, in addition to Professor Han Heezen, was saying the same thing. It was a problem that couldn't be avoided. Try and revise it with a calm mind. You write well. Thanks, I should, but... Jagun sighed heavily like the floor was going to collapse. Sui's encouragement was nice, but truthfully, it didn't help much. Look at that, Rika. He brought me in here, but he's only thinking about writing. Am I right? He only has writing on his mind. Suhi complained in her mind and took a can of beer that Jagun bought in her hand. She was about to drink one out of politeness and leave. I came for no reason. It felt like Jagun was only concentrated on writing. It slowly dawned on her that maybe her existence was making him distracted. Suhi opened the bottle and turned around to the cat tower. Rika was lying on the tower with her back to her. Does he have no feelings for me? A question with an answer she could not bear to hear. A small drink of beer was going through Sui's throat. Just then, Rika slowly turned her head around. Rika's two eyes had Jagun and Suhi images put together in her two eyes. The two people's figures were becoming clearer by the second. This. Jagun quickly lifted his head. With wide eyes, he was looking at Rika and Suhi. Jagun, what's wrong? Does your head hurt? Wait. Jagun, holding his forehead, slowly walked towards the laptop. His two eyes were glaring at Rika on the cat tower. We're connected? This is Suhi. Rika's face seemed like it was smiling. Jagun's face had a smile on it. Suhi, I have favor. Favor? I thought of a way to write about the female main. Just wait 2 hours, number 1 hour. I'll quickly finish it and give it to you. Don't do that. Just concentrate. I'll be leaving. No. Jagun's voice unknowingly became louder. He stood up and held her two shoulders and continued. You need to be here. Why? I thought of by looking at you. I thought of how to write because of you. So just be with me. You're a great help just by being here. Really? Jagun's face looked determined and confident. Suhi was looking at Jagun with an entranced look. Suhi breathed. I'm a help. Just by being here. Yes, please help me. Jagun's two hands were holding more tightly. Suhi slowly turned her eyes downward. As she looked at her foot, she slowly nodded. Okay. As she said that, Jae-gun smiled widely. About 2 hours is fine. Thank you. Just be comfortable. You can watch the TV, and there's the new laptop over there. Use that for internet. I'll do whatever. Just right. Sui pushed him toward the laptop. Jun opened the drawer and pulled out Say Gunwas GLA.S.SCS. And looking at Rika, he cheered himself. It's only 2 hours. I need to use all my strength. I need to revise every sentence with Suhi here. Let's start. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. His 10 fingers were danicking on the keyboard. Suhi's smooth emotions were all heading towards the female main of the story. A gray afternoon with rain. A girl's eyes moving quickly to look for a person that she wants to see. A moderately touching but sincere feeling felt perfect with the story's feeling. Jae-gun was completely into the word that he had created with Suhi's help. Rika, this is pretty good. Suhi smiled as she sat down. With a happy feeling, her glance at Jae-gun's back didn't seem to leave. How much time pa estat said? HM. Suhi's 2 eyes slowly opened. The light was still bright. Suhi lifted her body up. Look at me. As she looked at her phone, it was over 2. The floor was warm, so she must have fell asleep. It was a result that the recent hard work at her job contrived as well. Suhi looked towards Jae-gun, worried that she might have shown her messy side. Jae-gun had his head on his 2 arms and had no movement like a dead person. He must have fell asleep while writing. Jae-gun, sleep on the bed. Wake up. Go sleep on the bed. Now. Suhi took Jae-gun's arms and lifted him up. Jae-gun slowly stood up, but he wasn't awake. He moved 1 or 2 steps and fell on the bed. He must have been tired. Well, he drank. But it wasn't only because of the drinks that he was tired. The power with Rika really spent Jae-gun's energy. He didn't have the energy to drink from Say Gunwa's mug and just fell asleep. I should clean up. Suhi lifted up the stocking that fell when she was helping Jae-gun and started to clean. Rika was following Suhi with a glance that she liked her now. He must eat ramen in the morning. Suhi put some rice in the rice cooker as well. There was no food on the refrigerator, so she boiled tuna kimchi stew, made eggs, and put a wrap on it. Sleep well. This one's going to do well. Jae-gun didn't feel Suhi's hand pulling the blanket on top of him. Suhi, finished with cleaning, turned off everything except for a small light and left. The name Ha Jae-gun is not a waste. Yes. Office 403, next to Myeongjeong College. Jae-gun, about to drink coffee, was baffled. Han Heesun was smiling widely in front of him. This novel is the best that you have ever written. The completion of this novel is high, and the entertainment value was good too. This should be good enough for the literary world. I don't know what to say. It was very sincere. He thought he wrote pretty well, but he didn't think Heesun, who never gave out compliments, would compliment him so much. You must have worked hard. You've grown so much. I can see you as an adult. I can clearly see your figure growing as a writer. Heesun tapped Jae-gun's shoulder and continued. Jae-gun put his head down and closed his lips. His nose was tingling. He could really feel Heesun's care for her students. Look at this. Heesun pulled her phone out. Checking the screen, Jae-gun surprisingly looked at Heesun. Professor, this... Go in. Jae-gun swallowed. What she showed was the Modern Teen Literary Contest. It had a huge history, and there was one winner every year. Many books became bestsellers, and many books became movies and dramas. The prize money was also about $30,000, so it was an award that had high standard. If you win here, you get a reputation greater than the metropolitan newspaper. I think your work has potential to win. Professor, I don't have anyone to have a reputation. And as for that, I already have the digital literary contest. You know what our country thinks of the reputation as a writer, and you say that. I'm not saying to be one of the greats of the literary world. I'm saying to get more people to read your works. The people who read your winning work will gladly read your other books. Even the people who throw books away if it's not a literary award winner. Yes, Professor, I get it. Jae-gun nodded her head. He confirmed his mind with Heesun's urging. There really was no reason to think because it didn't matter if he didn't win anyway. But you have no TI TLE. I don't think I missed it, so did you not choose one? Heesun was looking through it and asked. Jae-gun answered while walking towards the sink. I decided when I was coming here. Yes? What is it? Storm and Gale. He's engaged with strange face. Jae-gun, with his back to the sink, continued with an unconfident voice. I made it so that the strong wind is like the karaoke helper. I felt it fit the story's mood well. Is it weird? Huh? Heesun laughed a little. The laugh became louder, and she doubled over laughing. Is it that weird, Professor? No, that's not it. It fits you. It fits you. It fits Ha Jae-gun. Heesun waved when she finally stopped laughing. Fixing her GLA.S.SES, she gave him a thumbs up. I like it. Go like the storm and gale. Jae-gun's face had a shiny smile. With a swelling chest, he bowed to the professor that he admired the most in the world. Big Life, Chapter 45. Follow me if you can. The quiet study had only the keyboard sound clicking. Myung-hoon couldn't control his nervousness. His glance was on the computer for hours straight. Myung-suk was reading for 2 hours straight. It was a draft of Myung-hoon's novel. Since it was his brother's novel, he was reading it with more concentration. The time read noon now. Myung-suk finally lifted his body as he finished reading. Waiting for this, Myung-hoon asked a question as he stood up. How is it? Is it good? I think it might be hard for the Modern Teen Literary Contest. Myung-suk was saying as he was rubbing his back. Myung-hoon dropped his head. He was about to enter the contest. Deadline was the day after tomorrow. It might be hard. He wasn't waiting for praise, but he was asking for, this is pretty decent at least. He lost his focus in one go. The sentences are clear, and this is pretty good for this. I always tell you this, but your wording and sentences are great. But the story is shallow and has no depth. Myung-suk was saying the same thing as before. The time that you could win with just good sentences is gone. Yo Zero, you have to think of the entire story. The story that this contest picks is only one, and the standard is way too high. Myung-suk tapped his brother's shoulder and added, there's the Ganoli contest, try that. The awards are more than one, and there's a better possibility. Myung-hoon couldn't say anything. The contest that Myung-suk said right now wasn't a huge difference in standard compared to the Modern Teen Literary Contest. The award for the grand prize was $1 million, and it was way more than the Modern Teen Literary Contest. But Myung-hoon had no reason to get the prize. He had way more than enough money in his household. He wanted to enter specifically the Modern Teen Literary Contest. There's a reason. He wanted to gain recognition from his father from getting an award from a respectable contest. And furthermore, from Suhi too. It was a high-standard contest, but he had a place that he trusted. That was because when the judge, Professor Kim, was friends with Myung-suk. If brother could just help, Myung-hoon knew how good his brother's connections were. He had huge amounts of contacts. He was expectedly waiting for his brother to give him the honor and glory of winning the Modern Teen Contest. After a brief pause, Myung-hoon said, Professor Kim. Beep. The vibrations on the table cut him off. Myung-suk immediately picked up the phone and took the call. Yes, Professor. Hello. How are you? Yes, I've been doing good too. I guess you must be tired waiting for the judging. At the mention of judging, Myung-hoon's eyes widened. It had a Professor Kim's call who was judging the contest. Ah, yes, Professor, oh really? Myung-suk replied and stood up. He felt Myung-hoon's glance and moved the study next door. What is this? It felt weird. Myung-suk wasn't the person to move away unless it was an important call. And the calling person was the judge, Professor Kim. Myung-hoon went outside and stood next to the door his brother went in. Putting his ear next to the door, he could slightly hear Myung-suk's voice. Ah, that writer who won the digital literary contest? Yes, the name is Ha Jae-gun. Myung-hoon widened his eyes and listened closer. He didn't mistake it. Myung-suk said the word Ha Jae-gun, the name that made his blood curdle. But he didn't understand why that name would be mentioned in a call with Professor Kim. Myung-suk continued. It was a person who writes very well. A dumb woman. Yes, you read it too? Haha. Yes, I know. That person entered the Modern Teen Contest. He must be a writer who writes very enthusiastically. Myung-hoon's breathes became quicker. It was a huge shock that he couldn't even move. There was no blood on his face anymore. Yes, Professor. I will come. Yes, I'll see you there. Good work. Yes. Myung-suk ended the call. Myung-hoon went straight back to his seat. And then the door opened, and Myung-suk came back in. Professor Kim? Myung-hoon calmly said to him. Putting the phone in the charger, Myung-suk nodded. Yeah, about a dinner appointment. You know that I'm going to a publishing company. Professor Kim made the spot for me. Myung-hoon nodded his heavy head. He didn't care for anything other than the name Ha Jae-gun. Professor Han Heezen is also coming. Do you hear? She's a great person. Learn from her. Myung-hoon could only look at the red carpet on the ground with fierce eyes. Myung-suk said as he lifted his jacket on the chair. Why is your face so stressed? You can write again. Let's go eat. Lunch. Help me. What? Myung-hoon lifted his head slowly. The two eyes were shaking like an earthquake. Help me edit. Let's eat separately. Myung-suk didn't hesitate and went to the door. Myung-hoon went quickly and blocked him. Myung-suk's face was already fiercely wrinkled. Move. Tell me one more time. Please. Last time. Please. I said last time was the end. I don't want to be a son that lies to his father. Move. Myung-suk pushed him away. But Myung-hoon couldn't give up. He couldn't, especially after the fact that Jae-gun entered. Please. Myung-hoon blocked the person that he depended on the most in this world and held his arms. Myung-suk's jacket fell to the ground. It's an easy job. If you put your connections and editing skills, this will be easy. Like the last book, Help Me. And just say something to Professor Kim. Yeah, this guy. Myung-suk's two eyes were about to break. To think his brother would plead this much. He was asking to edit, and he was asking to basically bribe the judge. Oh, Myung-hoon, there's a line that you can't cross. Do not say that in front of me again. Myung-suk lifted his finger in front of his nose. Myung-hoon couldn't say anything because Myung-suk was really mad. He could only swallow his breath. Myung-suk pushed the door. After the door, a long corridor appeared. Two maids were cleaning the windows. Myung-suk went farther and farther away. The shivering Myung-hoon shouted to him. You knew Ha Jae-gun was my colleague. Myung-suk slightly stopped, but he quickly went back on. Why do you make a person feel terrible? Just call in front of me. Who said I needed you to move? If you're going to help me, just help me. The shout rang through the hallway. Myung-suk had already disappeared, but his shouts didn't stop. That guy was a guy whose books didn't even odd in Tada's stores. And I lost to that guy. That guy was a guy who wrote nonsense to get a few cents. There's no pride. Say it. Myung-hoon hit the door as hard as he could. The cleaning maids shivered slightly, but they didn't turn around at all. Myung-hoon's personality was well known to the maids as well. Dang it. Myung-hoon turned around furiously. He could see Myung-suk's jacket next to the door. He kicked the jacket in hatred of his brother. It was that time. A paper came out of the jacket. What? He saw the name Professor Kim on the paper. Is it the judges' names? Myung-hoon looked through the names. It was the judges of the Modern Teen Literary Contest. It had the names and contact information of the great literary people in their respective literary genres. Myung-hoon soon lost interest and threw it. The paper flew through the wind. Hearing that sound, Myung-hoon thought of a great idea. Myung-hoon's two eyes opened. He picked up the paper and sat next to the computer and opened the Word doc that meant. I need to tell the Ha Jae-gun and Pyong Cheon you are the same person. I wonder what the literary writers would say if they heard about this. Jae-gun didn't tell any of the audience that he was writing a fantasy novel with a pen name. There was no need to know why. He just had to tell the people this. Myung-hoon's 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. For some reason, this went many times faster than writing his own story. Give us 2 servings of tofu. Yes. Somi-ai turned back and laughed. This place is good. You like it too. I know. Jae-gun answered as he sipped a drink. It was about 1 p.m. It was after the workers' lunchtime, so it was not crowded at all. I'm sorry. I know you're busy. No, I'm not busy. Don't care. Jae-gun got Somi-ai's call who said she was going to buy lunch. He wasn't really comfortable either. Somi-ai was a Starbucks employee. There was no reason for Somi-ai to meet him unless for a good reason. Is it for the sequel? The time was good for now. He finished all the novels he was working on. The Modern Ranking series and the Pegulon series. The book from the Modern Teen Literary Contest was done too. There was at least 2 months till the announcement. I don't have anything I want to write. This was Jae-gun's problem. He didn't want to write anything about martial arts or fantasy. So he was wondering how to cordially decline Somi-Ai's offer. The tofu is really good. Eat some before the main comes in. Somi-Ai gave the dish to him. Jae-gun smiled. It was true that meeting with Somi-Ai was fun. She was a good person to be with, and she helped him a couple of times too. She got prettier. In Jae-gun's eyes, Somi-Ai was more mature and showing more feminine ability. The turtleneck sweater and the brown shorts. With that, the black stockings and the sneakers showed the end of the fall. He was slightly disappointed too. It felt that the college girl appearance disappeared. And to be true, the end of the year was close. He felt as though time went by very fast. What do you think that much? No, nothing, but I guess the editor is busy. Yes, he is. Really. Somi-Ai only said that. Toin stayed in Starbucks for now because of work or something. He said he would tell Jae-gun the day he was leaving. And that, writer, I want to say it. Jae-gun put his chopsticks down. It was probably about to be about the sequel. But he was wrong. Out of Somi-Ai's smiling mouth, a conversation was coming out of her that he didn't expect. How do you think about your novel becoming a webtoon? Webtoon, Comic KT gave an offer. They want to put your modern ranking series into a webtoon. You know Comic KT? Ah, yes. Jae-gun knew them. They were the webtoon company that only did webtoons. They had a top 5 presence in webtoons in the county, and they had a huge audience and respect rate. And so I wanted to meet now to ask you. Jae-gun blankly stared at Somi-Ai. Somi-Ai smiled as she slightly shook her body. She understood that she didn't really need to ask Jae-gun's answer. How is it? What do you think? It's great. Jae-gun said positively at Somi-Ai's thought. Who would dislike their work becoming a comic? Jae-gun didn't think of anything else. And it was Comic KT, so there was no need to hesitate. But I have no knowledge of comics, so I have no idea about the profit distributions. I have no idea either. Somi-Ai explained with wide eyes. If you do this comic with Comic KT, that means your novel will be a contract. Comic KT will buy the drawer, the writer, and others. It's also very hard to make the entire story into one comic. Yes, the editor said it will be about 10%. 10% of the webtoon. So 5 to 5 with Starbucks as well. Because it's a derivative work. Yes. Jae-gun was thinking about the contract that all had the word derivate work. Whether if it was a movie or comic remake, the original was his. Jae-gun didn't pay any attention to this at all his entire life, because he didn't know his work would be used for another work. Modern ranking will be made into a comic. The movie that played in his mind was coming alive. It was Jae-gun who still didn't believe what was happening. There's not going to be a huge profit. If the profit is about $1,000, you get about $50. Yes, but if the webtoon gets good, the novel gets good publicity too. The third book of the ranking series. If the paper books go out, then the electronic version goes out, and then you can let the webtoons go out. That would be great. Jae-gun smiled. Toin's expression that said to not forget his focus came up in his mind. He could always trust that man. I'll do it. Jae-gun decided without saying anything. I hope it goes to a good writer and becomes well-made. I hope it does. Don't worry. I'll see if it's good. And if the candidate is decided, I'll send him or her to you and ask for your opinion. Thank you. The food was brought in, and they started to eat. Jae-gun ate happily with Somi-Ai. The finished work relieved him. Writer, huh? Somi-Ai said as she poured him a cup of water. Are you writing anything? No, not really. Then, do you have any chance of writing a sequel? Jae-gun was thinking, of course, as Somi-Ai struggled to speak. As the third book was done, Starbucks wanted a sequel. As Somi-Ai requested the webtoons first, the order was pushed back. I'm sorry, but I have no idea of story currently. I can't think of anything either. You must be tired. Then I can't really ask either. I'll wait, sir. Somi-Ai backed off quickly. Jae-gun felt relieved, but slightly suspicious. He knew Somi-Ai was the type to put all her energy in her work. But she gave up this quickly. He thought she would ask a bit more. Maybe she really thought of my well-being. As lunch ended, Jae-gun still thought it was suspicious. He glanced at her face, but still couldn't see her feelings. That was a good meal, Somi-Ai. No, this meal was good because of you, writer. The two people went outside and stood by the road. The wind was cool and soft. The heat was mild as well, so it would be good to go out somewhere. Are you going back to work? No, comic KT. Now. Yes, I've heard your response, so I should go ahead. It's why I came out. Somi smiled and said. Her foot was brushing against the leaves on the ground. Jae-gun smiled as he thought of the time when Somi-I's shoe came off during a writer's meeting. Why did you laugh? No reason. I'm curious, and you're always like that. Like that writer's meeting? Somi-I smiled shyly and stopped. She thought of the time that Jae-gun picked up the shoe. It wasn't as embarrassed as to sing, but still was. Where is comic KT? Samsung. A bit of distance. About 30 minutes by subway. The two people stood looking at different places, but they had the same thoughts. Should I go with her? Will he like it if I asked him to go along? There was no point in asking Jae-gun, really. But Jae-gun was the original writer for the webtoon novel. If he wanted to see the contract or the process, it wouldn't be odd. No, I can't do this. Jae-gun made the decision before Somi-I. He thought that he wanted to spend a bit more time with Somi-I. But now, it wasn't as appealing. Somi-I was working, and there was no reason to follow and bother her. Let's go to the subway station then. Yes. Somi-I pushed aside her slightly disappointed feeling and followed Jae-gun. They walked slowly together along the red leaves. Somi-I was avoiding the lines on the concrete. Are you going to go home right away? I'm going to stop by a bookstore. Jae-gun answered. He was going to stop by at the bookstore after meeting Somi-I. He didn't get to read anything because he was writing so much. As a writer, he needed to read a lot to write good works. And his life became more lax, so he wanted to read a lot. Be careful. You too, Somi-I. The two people scanned their cards at their respective booths. As they were about to go down the stairs, Jae-gun turned around. At that moment, Somi-I looked towards Jae-gun as well. The two people's glances went through the huge crowd. Jae-gun first smiled and lifted his hand. Somi-I again did a 90-degree greet and disappeared down the stairs. Yeah, I should work too. Jae-gun focused his mind. After seeing the hard-working Somi-I, he felt better. Let's read some novels. Maybe an idea will come up. Using the karaoke helper Dassel to write that novel all occurred because of new experiences. The ideas came up in unexpected places. Jae-gun was thinking that as he rode the train. After about 20 minutes, he got off. He was headed to the bookstore that was connected to the mall. There's a lot of people. Even though it was afternoon, there were surprising a lot of people. Jae-gun moved his steps to the new book sections. Out of the books, one book caught his eyes. It was A Dumb Woman. It had the digital literary contest winner banner around. Jae-gun stood there for about 30 minutes looking through the new section. And then he said the people who were reading. There were about 10 people who picked up his book. And most of them only looked through a few pages and put it down. No one bought it. It might be hard for more. Jae-gun smiled bitterly. The $20,000 were up front. To get the rest, he needed to get $20,000 of books sold. About 20,000 books sold if one book was $1. It was a world where paper books were terrible sellers. He had no expectations of getting over 20,000 books. This reflected his position as a new writer who had just begun to show off his name. Let's start. Jae-gun pulled out Say Gun was GLA'd, SES, and put them on. It was something to help him read fast. He could read about 15 books in 1 hour at the least. Oh, this is really good. It was when he went by the fantasy section. He could hear the conversation between two college kids. Jae-gun's two eyes caught the two people. One person was holding Pegelin's swordsman and was speaking. The prequel one was Pegelin's magician and it was Beast. I read it and I couldn't read anything else for a while. You know him? Yeah, it's Pyong Cheon-yu. Haven't you seen the Rankings series? Of course I've seen those. Oh, frick. I want to read it, but it's wrapped. I'll just buy it. It's Pyong Cheon-yu. The man pulled out every book in the Pegilin Swordsman series and went to the clerk. Jae-gun couldn't move. He could only listen to the employees and the money that went into his bank. But he never really saw the readers' reactions as close as this. He was very thankful to the man that said his work was fun. Jae-gun held his gracious mind and walked toward the genre mixture section. This is good. Romance has this feeling. Ah, this guy was the criminal? Wow, was this writer always this hardcore? This is kind of awkward. It's violent, but it doesn't have the feeling. This guy isn't very good. About 2 hours since he came in. His hands almost couldn't be seen. Jae-gun was leaning his body in corner and was flipping through the pages very quickly. The people who sat in front of him all looked Jae-gun with curious eyes. This line is done, so let's go here. Jae-gun was reading through books at a mod.s.civ pace. He wasn't just flipping through them. He was reading at the speed of light with these GLA.s.SCS. Jae-gun's one-year average reading was about 150 books. Even if he read 3 to 4 books in a week, he could only read about 150 books. But now in just 2 hours, he had read over 50 books. A writer learns from reading. At this point, Jae-gun was maturing as a writer in this corner of bookstore. That person is always like that. The girl employee looked towards Jae-gun and widened her eyes. It was a strange customer that she couldn't just s.s. He was flipping through pages and putting them back. And then he pulled another and put that back. It was about 2 hours of the same thing. Is he looking at something? Jae-gun's hand became faster and faster as she looked on. The girl employee went to organize the book and slightly stood next to Jae-gun. As she glanced at her face, she could see his eyes. His eyes were shaking, looking at the pages as he flipped. Really? The girl couldn't believe it. Is he reading? At that moment. Rip. Ugh. Jae-gun sighed as the book ripped. It was a consequence of his hands moving too fast. Jae-gun lifted his head and noticed the employee and said to her, "I'm sorry. I flipped it too fast that I ripped it. I'll buy this book." Yes. HM. The girl employee stared blankly. Jae-gun's face looked familiar to her. Yes. Are you? Writer, Jae-gun. Jae-gun said awkwardly to the girl. As he lifted his head slightly, the girl widened her 2 eyes. Are you writer, Jae-gun? Yes, it's right. Amazing. The girl, as soon as he replied, covered her mouth with her hands. She was smiling, even thought she looked completely surprised. Oh my God, I was so surprised. I didn't know from away there, but I saw you from here. I saw that you went on Naven as well. Yes. You're really handsome in real life. I'm reading A Dumb Woman very well. I read it as I was leaving work yesterday, and I'm almost at the end. I cried on the subway. The girl didn't even care that she was working and said with her sighing voice. Jae-gun had no idea what to respond with, so he could only respond with an awkward smile. I'm sorry. Could you sign for me? Yes, of course. Thank you. Wait, I'll bring it. The girl employee looked around and went quickly to the employee lounge. And in just 30 seconds, she brought a book of A Dumb Woman and came back. I bought last week. Sign it here. What's your name? Kim Ha-eun. Jae-gun put the book on the wall and signed it carefully. It was his second sign after Sui. Thank you. Good luck. A sign that was a lot better and clearer came on the ground. Here. Thank you. This is amazing. The girl employee muttered happily. It was a huge deal with her meeting Jae-gun. It was a boring job. In a place like this where it was completely scheduled, a writer that she loved came here. Do you come here frequently? Yes, it's the closest store. Then why did I not see you? But you read really fast. I didn't mean to spy. I looked while I was cleaning, and you read really fast. Of course, you are a writer, so you must be different too. Maybe she might be about 20. She looked about Somi-I's age and looked very enthusiastic and happy. I read it really well. I want to ask you so many things about writer and reading. Can I buy you coffee anytime you have time? I go home at 6. Jae-gun was sort of shocked at her aggressive and straightforwardness. He didn't dislike it. The girl was slightly cute and attractive with her small size. She was a good girl to look at as a girlfriend. Jae-gun didn't make a decision right away. A thought that he might meet her once showed up slightly, but he held off. If I have time, let's do that. Thank you. Then, the girl asked as she pulled out a paper from her pocket. Jae-gun gave her a pen. Then she wrote her own name and phone number and gave it back. I have to go clean the storage. I hope you contact me. Really? Thank you. Yes, thank you. The girl went to the storage very happily. Jae-gun felt her glance before she went in, but he ignored it. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that picture. The cafe, and now the store. Jae-gun had a thought that he might have to change his bookstore from now on. I should go now. J-Gun took a bunch of books, including the book that he ripped, went to the clerk. It was a store that a girl knew him. If he stayed, something complicated might happen. This was the best thing today. As he was riding the escalator, he pulled out a book. It was the book that he had ripped. It had a setting of Middle Ages Europe, a fantasy novel with a knight fighting against a dragon. A dragon is cool, with 2 wings flying across the land, breaking one city easily. J-Gun was holding the pen tightly now. Maybe write one with that. He wrote the word dragon, and then in his head, he was thinking of new characters. A knight that is abandoned by a companion who is jealous of him. In the place of the execution place, a dragon falls from the sky. J-Gun's 2 eyes lightened, and he was writing down the story quickly. The man behind him tapped his shoulder and said irritatedly, "Hello, could you move?" I'm sorry." J-Gun apologized and moved over. He didn't know that he was blocking others. "I'm sorry. I should go somewhere and write my story down." He needed to write the story that came out before it cooled. There was a cafe near here, but there were a lot of customers and the light was too bright. J-Gun looked for a cafe near here and finally found one and went in. "Come in. Could I get an ice Americano?" J-Gun took the drink and went to the corner and sat down. He drank a few sips and started to continue the story in his head. The place becomes a mess after the dragon who hurt his wings falls down. The knight worries about the civilians that might get hurt by the dragon. But then he sees the dragon that saved a little girl even though he's dying. The pen didn't stop and moved across the paper. J-Gun kept writing down his story across the small memo. The main character understands. His companions and the others mistake the dragon as a threat. And then he breaks the curse on the wings and escapes together. That's the intro. J-Gun's breath became fast, and his heart beat very fast. It was a huge thrill, this feeling that he had when he could think of a story that he wanted to write. This feeling is why he became a writer. The mane and the dragon makes a contract. The main character wanted to save the princess and the civilians while the dragon wanted to save his nest. Now, contract made. J-Gun made a fist above his head and smiled. 2 girls who were sitting next to him were moving seats with a pale face. Now, the main character is the only one who can ride him. The dragon is so powerful that he needs a handicap. He becomes weaker by the curse, or he can only use his power for about an hour a day. The story continued quickly. The first book, the second book, the third book. The story was gaining speed. J-Gun didn't feel the speed of time. He also didn't feel that he was currently writing with, say, Gunwa's pen either. What time is it? As he lifted his head, he saw the darkness outside. J-Gun drank the cup of coffee that the ice melted a long time ago and went outside. "Let's write as soon as I get home." His feet hurried. He had no idea other than to write. He almost even missed the station because of his thought. Beep. As he almost saw, say, Gunwa's grave, he got a call from Dassel. It wasn't a text, and it wasn't usual to get a call, so J-Gun thought strange as he picked up the call. "Hello. Hey, what you doing?" "I went to the store, and now I'm going home." Did you eat?" "I'm not going to work today." I have to do something today." J-Gun answered quickly. He had no time to answer to Dassel's offer. He had to write today. He was going to eat a simple dinner by himself, too. "I won't say to drink. Can't you eat with me once?" "I'm busy today, but I'll meet you next week. I'll buy it." "It's PF, okay. Then let's just cut off contact entirely then." "I'm sorry, but I'll buy you something really nice." "Right well, sir." "Yes, you too." J-Gun couldn't go by, say, Gunwa's grave, and went closer. He said as he looked at the grave, "Sir, I went to the bookstore. Do you know how many books I read with your GLA.SCS? Over 50 books. I've read for about 2 hours, and I couldn't even count how many books after the 50th one. I've filled over a third of my yearly reading in just a day. Does this make sense?" J-Gun cleaned up some weeds that he found and continued. "I finally found a story after reading. I'm gonna go and write. It's fantasy. It's very fun writing fantasy. There was no one who wrote fantasy in college other than me. You can dream in this world. Dreams are good." It was something that he had never said to anyone alive. J-Gun spilled out his secrets next to, say, Gunwa's grave. "I'll be going now. I'll visit you after I finish. Have a nice night." "Sir." J-Gun bent his waist to say bye and went down the hill. Gun was looking at Jae-gun as he walked towards his house. About 7:30 in the morning, Subway 1 was always full. I should come out 30 minutes earlier. She had a driver's license, but no car. In addition, she didn't have the power to maintain a car, even if Somi-ai bought it. It was a life that she started without any of her parents' help. Her parents' motel was losing out to the new hotels, and the situation was getting worse. Beep. Who is this? Somi-ai couldn't move because she was sandwiched between the other people. Luckily, the door opened a bit later, and people went out. Pushed by others, Somi-ai left the train for now and looked at the phone. It was writer Ha Jae-gun. Hello, writer Ha. What's going on in the morning? Are you going to work? Yes, I'm on the subway. As the people left, Somi-ai pulled herself up back on the train and answered. It was slightly less crowded now. I made a new novel. Yes? A new novel? You're going to make a new series. Yes, it's fantasy. I thought of it and I started writing it since we last met. I've sent about 3 books to email. Somi-ai's 2 eyes became lit. She had heard the new novel might be hard just 2 weeks ago. How did he make 3 books in just about 2 weeks? It was very curious to Somi-ai how he could write this fast. Read it and contact me. If it's good, I can see you today. Yes, writer. Thank you. I'll contact you after I'm done reading. Thank you. Somi-ai immediately went to her email. The 3 books that Jae-gun sent were there. The title is Dragon Rider. Is it the main character riding a dragon? Somi-ai opened the novel with interest. She left and she walked, but all her attention stayed on the novel the entire trip to work. This is good. Somi-ai smiled when she flipped to page 30. This was a completely different style than Jae-gun's previous novels. It had a fast-paced story and others, so even though it was a heavy read, the book was great. So that's why it's Dragon Rider. The main character rides a dragon. But really, Rider Ha doesn't make great tea.I.Please. Maybe it's just me. Only when she had to open the door with her fingerprint did she stop reading. And then she sat down and started reading on the computer. A bigger screen was better. Somi-ai, you're early? A assistant manager, Lee said to her. Somi-ai answered while glancing away from the monitor. Good morning. Lee was the person that she was most acquainted with in this company. She had a friendly personality and didn't do anything impolite. Therefore, even with the 10-year gap, she was great friends with her. But assistant manager Lee is here early too. I have to come early until I understand the new work environment. Lee yawned and went to her seat. She wanted to find the style of the new editor that was going to replace Toin. Yeah, wasn't assistant manager Go really funny? Lee faced towards Somi-ai and asked. He was really oily. He might be a personal assistant at this rate. If he could just work half as well as he can flatter. Why is he like that? Starbucks is on the decline. I don't know why the representative is like this. His son, daughter, and son-in-law. Now it's going to be the grandchildren, too. Assistant manager, your voice is a bit loud. What do I say? There's only us. I don't know. Lee want to get a cup of coffee. Somi-ai started reading the novel again. Lee asked as she pulled a cup of coffee next to Somi-ai. What are you reading? Thank you. This is writer Ha Jae-gun's new novel. Writer Ha? A new novel? Lee blew her cheeks as she was surprised. The end of the 3rd book isn't even close to being released. How did he write one with that short of time since the newest one? Yes, it's amazing. He wrote 3 books too. Completely amazing. I've worked in different places for 7 years, but I've never seen a writer like him who writes this fast. Yeah, this isn't personal, but is it a group? He might have a writing factory with 10 people at the same time. I've been to his office, and it's not like that. He types on his keyboard alone. Somi-ai smiled and sipped a cup. The hot coffee and the aroma was amazing. So how is it? This one's good too. By my personal tastes, this one is his best. That much? Then show me it too. He sent it to the group email so you can check too. Okay. With Somi-ai, Lee also started reading Jae-gun's novel. Only in about 20 minutes did she mutter. This spells success. Yes, it's amazing. The representative will be very happy. He completely criticized editor Toin for missing out on 1 to 2 of his works. He'll get his wish now. Lee said sarcastically. Somi-ai bitterly smiled and thought of Toin. He was probably somewhere struggling. Sigh sigh. A assistant manager, Go, came up at the office at about 8:30. He was happy as he came here quickly. He went to Somi and asked randomly, Somi, what you doing? I'm reading Ha Jae-gun's new novel. Do you want to read? Writer, Ha Jae-gun? No, that's not the problem. Somi, do you know any good plants? Plants? What? Somi asked. Go answered as he put down his bag. The editor gave me a message. The office is a bit dry, so it would be good to put some flowers here. Somi, where's the nearest place? Somi shut her mouth as she understood what was going on. Lee was laughing quietly at her place. Can you come with me? I don't know flowers, so can you help me? But it's almost work time. As Somi answered negatively, Go straightened his body and looked at her seriously. Somi, this is the new editor's flowers. This is work. Now come here. Lee came out to save Somi. A assistant manager Go. How is buying flowers a job? And now, I think it's not like you have to buy the flowers before the editor comes here. Yes, it's not that. Go looked away from her glance. A assistant manager, Lee, was the one person that he had trouble with. She came with arguments that were often right, so he had no way to refute them. Somi is busy. There's a new novel from writer Ha. The flower store is on the next door's first floor if you're urgent. Why is the store owner there for? She will help you. That makes sense. Then I'll go alone. Go went out of the office because he had nothing to say. Lee winked at Somi and went back to her monitor. What do I do? Maybe it was because of Lee's words. But Towin didn't leave her thoughts. Jae-gun's novel was entertaining, but reality's issues were blocking her. Why didn't he tell writer Ha yet? I thought he would tell him directly. If writer Ha knew, then he would go to the editor's side. It wasn't a thought as a Starbucks employee. Towin already left the company. This was an issue for the company's profit. These thoughts were unacceptable. Writer Ha Jae-gun's novel. A voice came from behind her. Somi turned around quickly, waking up from her thoughts surprised. It was the new editor, Park Hyung-guk. He was looking at Somi-i's monitor. Editor, why? You came. How good was it that you didn't even realize I was here? I've been here for a while. Hyung-guk was completely like his father Park Jae-guk. Age was in the mid-30s. He had a masculine feeling to him. I'm sorry, I was thinking. Somi answered straightly in response to Hyung-guk's joking manner. She was uncomfortable with the new editor. The two eyes that didn't laugh, even with a laugh on his lips. The different feeling in his face and inside. It made her feel weird. This is the new novel, right? How is it? Yes, it's good. I've read about 2 books, and the story is good. Really? Then contact him. Today is good, so to arrange a meeting. I want to talk to him about things too. I'll have to go personally to meet Ha Jae-gun. Yes. Okay. He called someone as he was leaving the office. If he's going personally, I guess it's a writer contract? Yes, I don't know. He even rejected editor Towin's offer. He probably doesn't want to hear that he just came flying in. He wants points. If he can get Ha Jae-gun, he'll be set. Lee pointed towards Somi-i's legs. Somi, your stocking is ripped. Yes? Oh. It was as she said. Her black stocking had a rip from her left thigh to her knees. It's a new one, but how did it get ripped? I'll give you one. Thank you. I'll buy you one just like it. Just go get lunch and buy ice cream. Go change. As Somi went to the restroom, she became more and more nervous. A stocking getting ripped from this morning. She wasn't the superstar type, but she had a strange feeling. In the restroom, Somi locked the door and sat on the toilet. And after a thought, she pulled out her phone and called Jae-gun. Yes, Somi, I've read up to book 2. This one's amazing. If you say so, then this one would be good too. My thoughts don't matter. Your projects are good, so you get good success. And sir, do you have time this evening? Yes, I'm fine with today. Where should we meet? Giro? Is Towin also coming? He must be busy. It's been a long time since I've met him. I'm going to forget his face. Jae-gun's laughter could be heard, but Somi couldn't laugh. She had no idea why Towin didn't tell Jae-gun this. But she needed to tell Jae-gun this before it was too late. Waiting until Jae-gun's laughs ended, Somi continued in a small voice. Writer Ha, I need to tell you something. Yes. Editor Towin. He resigned. Ha. It's great to finally meet you. I'm Park Hyung-guk. Yes, Thank you. It was an expensive Japanese restaurant. The new editor and A assistant go on one side. Jae-gun and Somi-ai was on the other side. This place's sashimi is good. If you eat the special sashimi, you'll think of it again. It's expensive, though. The course was $150 per person. Kyunguk chose this place thoughtfully. It was also a praise for the best-selling writer in Starbucks. If it was a regular writer, the meeting wouldn't be here. No, he wouldn't even come to meet. Excuse me. Two girl employees wearing kimonos went and set the table first. A assistant Go picked up a bottle of beer. Kyunguk stopped him with his glance and took the bottle. Do you want a drink? Kyunguk asked. It wasn't a place to drink laxly, but he was about to drink a bit just for politeness. I don't have much experience with work as an editor, so I asked Assistant Go and Somi-ai to follow me. I hope you understand, even if it's uncomfortable. It was an arrogant response that had no respect for Somi-ai and Go. I can tell he's very inexperienced. As he said, Jae-gun thought, I've read your new novel. The story is really good. It's wonderful to see your relationship with Starbucks blossoming. Would you say my previous works are good too? Haha, of course. What was good about it? Yes. Kyunguk's smile froze in place. Jae-gun sipped his drink and added, I'm wondering what you liked about the new novel. Yes. Well, first, there was a good flow, and the writing is clear and really amazing. Yes, that's right. I see. Jae-gun smiled slightly and nodded his head. He had already known from Kyunguk's expression that he hadn't read Jae-gun's novel. Kyunguk coughed purposely once or twice and opened his mouth. Yes, but about writer Ha's new novel. I want to say something before the contract. Could you talk to me about the webtoon first? Webtoon. The webtoon that is going to be made by Comic KT. That's first, so I wish to talk about that. Aha, yes. That's going great. Right, Somi-ai? Kyunguk, slightly surprised, said the baton to Somi-ai. He had no idea about anything going on at work or at the job, so Somi-ai had to repeat the news that she gave Jae-gun already. They are recruiting the drawer and the writer. It'll take about a week or so. Jae-gun nodded his head as if he understood. Somi-ai looked at Jae-gun in her peripheral vision and wondered, what would be the reason to ask about the webtoon in a place like this? What are you thinking, writer Ha? Somi-ai wondered why Jae-gun was even here in the first place. She said that Toon had resigned. She also knew that Jae-gun would push back the appointment with Starbucks and contact Toon first. But that's all Somi-ai knew. The question about the webtoons was meaningless. The real reason was not because of himself, but for young Somi-ai. This was Jae-gun's last favor that he could do to Somi-ai, a Starbucks employee. He came out here to directly say to the editor that Somi-ai, his personal editor, could not be damaged in any way. Silence continued. Kyunguk opened his mouth to try and earn some points with Jae-gun. I personally support any of your projects. I will do anything to make sure you can continue your writing career. Not even with a writer contract. The previous editor was a bit strict, right? You must have struggled. What was his name go? It was Kwon Toon. Yes, Kwon Toon. He worked under my dad. A representative for a long time. He intervened with many writers, I've heard. So how could writers like him? He didn't have the skills. Now with me, your writing process will be a lot better. I will support you. Obviously, I will support you. Somi-ai was so embarrassed, said, that she felt like she wanted to make a fist. It was a foolish attempt to gain points that he lost. She didn't understand the representative's mind to put this person as the editor. She worried for Starbucks' future and dropped her head. Jae-gun was sipping water stolidly. And then he lifted his head and said calmly, it was because of editor Toon. Yes. Kyunguk tilted his head. Jae-gun continued as he pulled out his hand for his jacket. It was because of Kwon Toon's feedback that I got here. It wasn't just because of me. A assistant Go's face became pale. Then Kyunguk's face also became pale. Jae-gun stood up from his seat. I don't think I can eat anymore. I'm sorry, but I'll excuse myself. Writer? Writer, huh? Wait. Kyunguk and Go stood up after waking up from their shock. Jae-gun had already put on his shoes and left. Writer, huh? Somi-ai couldn't be here now either. She put on her shoes. There was no reason for her to be stopped because Starbucks was a frequent visitor. What? Where did he go? He's not picking up either, sir. Kyunguk and Go was in the front of the building looking for him. It wasn't an easy thing to find Jae-gun in the darkness. Go, did I do something wrong? No. What could you have done? Ryder, I must have been in a bad mood today. You know how writers get irritated. Somi-ai stood in front of them. She said to the two men, I'll go to the subway. Yes, Somi-ai. If you see him, persuade him to come back. What is this? Go, let's go this way. Kyunguk pulled off his tie and walked with Go. When they were far away, Somi-ai's phone started vibrating. Ryder, I'm sorry. You were a little surprised, right? Not a little, but a lot. Where are you? I'm on a taxi. I'm in a hurry. Somi-ai couldn't say anything. She knew why he was in a hurry and where the taxi was going. Somi-ai, I'm listening, Ryder. Go ahead. Did I stress you? No, nothing like that. And why are you worrying about me? You should worry about your work and yourself. I don't need to. If you're fine, I'm okay with that. What does that? Somi-ai stopped, a thought in her head becoming clear. Because of me? A puzzle piece was finding its spot. Jae-gun's actions made sense now, and a new question came up. Why would he be worrying about a simple, regular editor? You were busy being my personal editor. Thank you. I'll buy you dinner sometime. Somi-ai pushed the emotions away and smiled. She did nothing to Jae-gun. She never had any trouble with Jae-gun. He was a good writer, and his works were almost perfect. Now her work relationship with the writer named Jae-gun closed. Unless she stopped working at Starbucks, she would never edit his work again. Somi-ai lifted her head. She breathed a few times, and her energy came back. She said in her usual cheerful and energetic voice, I'm going to eat a lot, so you have to do good. Of course, I'll do better than the entire 3 ranking series. I'll be here. Be careful. You too. Somi-ai turned around as she hung up. Her figure disappeared in the darkness. Only then did Jae-gun leave his hiding place near the building and catch a taxi. I'm sorry, Representative Toin. The pay-by-part is a bit different from paper books, so I don't really have confidence. I'll stop here. I really want to sign with the management you're doing, but I have a relationship with my last company. I can't. If I have another opportunity, I'll call again. I'm sorry. I can't. I said yesterday, but I don't have the confidence in your management. I know your skill, but it's only beginning and I don't have data to work with, so it's kind of risky. I'll have to pass that as the first start to another writer. Sigh. A sigh came out. Toin, who had slept for over 12 hours, woke up and had no idea what to do. He got rejected from 3 writers he trusted. His body was completely fatigued as well. Is it not good? A girl who was sitting on a computer next to his asked. It was his wife, Sindomi. I think everyone's afraid. I have no previous work, so. Really though, you did so much for them. If you think like that, it's harder. Forget the past. Toin comforted her. She looked around her house with a complicated expression. The 2 kids should be looked after by their mother. You know. What about Ryder Ha? Domi knew her husband's personality, so she had waited this long. But she couldn't wait any longer and finally asked. You said he's good? He's good at writing, and you complimented him so much. You said you wanted to go to the end with him. Toins couldn't answer her. The words that Representative Jegic said was still in his head. Don't think about taking away any of our writers, especially Ha Jae-gun. I'm going to find out if he uses a pen name, and we need to earn 2. I gave you 3 months of money with your resignation fee. Use it well, and I hope you do well. This was why he couldn't ask Jae-gun. If Jae-gun knew he resigned, he might not work for Starbucks anymore. And this was a huge problem as well. Starbucks' influence was huge for every subject. If Toin did something to hurt them, there was no knowing what harm that they could do to him. A management had to sell the writer's works to the biggest market that it could. This was what Toin had to know from now. But if he lost his market before he could sell anything, that was the end. Where are you going? Domi asked, seeing Toin taking his coat. I'm going to take a walk. Toin went down to the first floor with the elevator. He was holding a cigarette. He was about to smoke one without his wife knowing. Beep. Then his phone vibrated in his pocket. Toin pulled in quickly, hoping that one writer had changed his mind. He froze when he saw the name Ha Jae-gun. Beep, beep, beep. The vibration continued in his phone, but Toin couldn't answer. What would he say to Jae-gun at this time? He had nothing to say, and he couldn't think of anything to say. Just then, I guess it's a vibrating machine instead of a phone. Towin froze. The voice behind him was so familiar. Ah, I guess it's not the editor. I must be mistaken. I'm sorry. I apologize. So should I just leave now? Towin slowly turned around. It was Jae-gun. He was smiling with his phone on his ear. Ryder, huh? How did you get here? Towin was completely surprised at his sudden appearance. Jae-gun put his phone away and answered. You said you bought a house here. I remember the apartment building. I thought you weren't about to answer, so the timing was great, right? If I was unlucky, I may have left without meeting you. Ah, Ryder, don't take it the wrong way. I was going to answer. I was just thinking. My head is really... Jae-gun, wave it off. What are you saying? I'm fine. But before that, you should check your email. Mail. Yes, your personal email. Jae-gun's finger was pointing towards Towin's phone. Towin, with a dazed look, pulled up his email. In his email, 3 books of a novel called Dragon Rider was there. Ryder, ha, this? Towin had to ask, even if he knew. It was hard to continue with his overflowing emotions. Recently, he had looked hard for a writer, struggling to even find one. He pleaded with them to just trust him once so many times. But no one answered. A good selling writer, a bad selling writer, everyone rejected him with different reasons. No one trusted Towin enough to follow him yet. But now a writer came here without him even asking. A writer who wasn't the bottom anymore. A writer who had lifted himself up to the highest ceiling. A person like that came to his house with his own works. It's my new novel. Read it and give me feedback. Writer, Towin sighed. Towin knew Jae-gun's personality, so he had shut his mouth about resigning. He didn't want Jae-gun to lose money because of him. I came here, so I can't leave just now. Jae-gun said as he tied his shoes. I'll go back with your feedback. If you want to sleep early, you're going to have to be compliant. Towin's 2 eyes went back to his phone. He answered quietly. If you say that, I must read it quickly. And you did write it really quickly. I think I'm great this year. Jae-gun pointed towards the opposite side of the street. Editor, I didn't eat yet. If you didn't either, then let's go over there. There's HOF on the first floor. Yes, writer. Let's go. He put his phone away. He needed a place to concentrate anyway. What do you want? You pick. How's chicken? It's good. I'm fine. Here, 1 fried. HM. Towin looked around and asked, how about a drink? Yes. Give us 2 drinks. The 2 beers came out before the chicken. Jae-gun sipped his drink while Towin started reading, his 2 eyes showing off his long-stayed editing skills. Here it is. The chicken came as Jae-gun drank about a half of his beer. Towin didn't lift his head once. His beer was losing steam quickly. Give us another drink. Jae-gun got another drink. And then Towin started on book 2. 30 minutes, then an hour. There were no words between the 2. About 2 hours. I finished. Towin smiled as he looked up. Jae-gun immediately asked, half expectant, half worried. How is it? Is it good? First, it's entertaining. Towin's first sentence made Jae-gun nervous. He knew this was the only compliment. Towin never made any useless compliments. First, then the negatives will come out now. In martial arts and fantasy, Jae-gun trusted Towin the most. Towin lifted up 3 fingers. There are 3 problems. Ah, that's a lot. I'll start with the light one. First, the title of Dragon Rider isn't very good. There are a lot of books with that name. Jae-gun laughed with Towin. That wasn't a serious problem. He could change it. Jae-gun asked for the other problems. Second, writer, do you know that my management is paid by chapter service? Yes, of course. It releases about 5,500 characters repeatedly, and so it's completely different from paper books. You need an outline for every chapter, and you need to make the end very interesting so readers would want to know more, like a drama. Yes, I know. Jae-gun answered. He could change that. He read a lot of drama, so he had the confidence to change it. What's the last one? Towin couldn't answer immediately. It was a really serious one. Towin first drank about half his drink before he answered. I got a warning to not take away any writers. Towin said truthfully. It wasn't something to hide. It was Jae-gun who trusted him to come here. He needed to be truthful about this. So Towin continued. Starbucks doesn't want to lose you. If you sign with me, it might cause you harm. What harm? They might harm your marketing. Tywin cut him off. Like Munpia or Zoao, they don't need marketing. The system is fair. If it's fun, readers will read it. Yes, but in other places, it's a lot different. There are places where profits won't come without marketing. The real money's in those places. Tywin spoke really quickly without even stopping to breathe and finished his entire drink. Jay Gunn ordered another. There's no place to put banners. Or the other manager's project promotion schedule is strict, so they have no time. All the excuses they might make. In this place, it's a job with people, and connections have a lot of power. Last week, I faced other companies, and I just lost hard. At this, Tywin bitterly smiled. They stopped talking and drank quickly. I'm sorry. I've only put a burden on you. No, it's not. Jay Gunn answered as he put his cup down. Now Tywin was done, and it was Jay Gunn's turn. What about you? Me? As you said, it's not my problem only. It's your problem as well. Your management will be taking a hit, but can you still sign with me? Yes. There was no hesitation. I want to have you even if the management fails. Although I don't think it will happen. Because, Tywin continued after a pause, your writing is entertaining. Entertaining works always work. That's for sure. Tywin smiled and cheered. Jay Gunn smiled as well. I guess the pay per chapter 1 wanted to do with the third ranking series will be done here. Thank you. No, thank you. I'll do really well. I'll help you, editor. No representative now. It's kind of weird. Just call me anything. By the way, what's the management name? Laugh Books. So only good things work. It's better than Smile, right? No. Editor, you shouldn't be the one saying my titles are bad. How about Cal Books? Cal is another way of saying laugh. Why? It's a good name. My wife made it. Then it's really good. Wow, that reaction. Well, there's a reason why pay per chapter is the new thing. If it works, the profits will be amazing. Yes, I'll do well. So where should I start? Naven Store or Munpia, probably. I get it, representative. Cheers. Yes, writer. The cold food and drinks weren't the issue. The night was getting darker and darker, and the two people didn't care, as their conversation didn't know when to stop. What are you doing? The Starbucks representative room. Jeguk was screaming when he saw the report. On the sofa in front of him was his son and Kyunguk, the new editor, with a frown. And then assistant manager Go was shivering behind him. I've called him 10 times and sent Go to his house. So there's nothing I can do, father. What? You called a couple of times, and you sent an employee, and that's it? Kwan Tywin never said anything, even in situations with hundredfold difficulty. And you're insulted because of just this? You need this much patience to be an editor in a company. Kyunguk lost his patience and fought back. Then why didn't you keep him? Why did you let him resign and put me here? You. What age are you? It was expensive to put you in college, and you say stupid stuff like that. Oh, really? Why is the talk about college coming out now? Jeguk lifted one hand. Kyunguk was standing up from his seat with rebellious eyes. If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving. Why you? Come back here. But Kyunguk left without even acknowledging him. Jeguk plopped onto the sofa. Go was shivering, clueless as to knowing what to do. If you have a cigarette, give me one. Ah, yes, representative, he here. Jeguk took the cigarette and put it in his mouth. Go's hand, which was lighting the cigarette, shivered. Irritatedly, Jeguk took the lighter and lit it himself. So the two will band together. HMPF. Let's see them do well. Go just put his head down. He couldn't know he was talking about Jay Gunn and Tywin. Jeguk added as he burned off one cigarette. Don't make a mess. Yes. Don't try and catch the late bus. Don't try and break the wheels or anything. They're done. Let them leave and do their own thing. I get it, sir. Say that to that idiot, too. Leave. Yes, representative. Go left quietly. Sigh. Jeguk lied on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Finally, the sense of loss was coming clear to him and pressed against his chest. Munpia, a paper chapter site. There was a 120% growth compared to last year. It was the forerunner of the Korean web novel market. About December, in the cold. Today, there were new novels coming up at Munpia. Writer Pyung Cheon used new novel. The Breathe was one of them. Phew, till that for today. Domi finished the update for the Breathe and yawned. It was the first day, so she updated 10 books consecutively. In terms of a paper series, it was a little below half of a book. The title is good. Everything's good. The Breathe was the new title of Dragon Rider. It meant the breath and the powerful weapon of the dragon in the story. The title creator was Domi. She thought it was a good title to fit the mood and the story. Thankfully, her husband and Jae-gun agreed. Hope this goes well. She knew everything about Jae-gun's previous works. She had analyzed them before. All 3 of the rankings in the 2 Pegulon series. Her reaction was simple. They were impossible books to not sell well. The fast pacing and the good writing made the story just that interesting to read. It should be good. A regular fantasy is a bit away from the popular side, but it still is Rider Ha. Domi's nervous glance never left her monitor. There were so many places that they needed money. The rent was also a worry. She had to have big expectations for this new title. It's because it's quiet. Why do I think such stupid thoughts? The house was silent. Toon went to meet other business partners, so it was empty. Domi drank a cup of hot coffee. Now that she thought about it, there was nothing else to do. There was only one writer in Laugh Books, and it was Rider Ha. She had gotten about 100 chapters from him, and she organized them neatly. Maybe I should go clean the house for a bit. Domi, to clear her thoughts, started to clean the house. Phew, done. It took about 2 hours. Domi put up the cleaning tools. She felt tired and yawned, but she went straight to her computer instead of the bed. I wonder how many views it got. She was curious how many views The Breathe got. She didn't have a lot of expectations because of the short time. Domi poured herself another cup of coffee and hit the refresh button. Domi widened her eyes at the monitor. Her lips were shivering. It's already at 3,000? Domi was completely shocked. 2 hours ago, it was 0. Now, it was just going over 3,000. And the comments were in the hundreds already. Hyun Sung. Ah, amazing. Crying of happiness. Deserter. Ah, but the Pegulon and the ranking series aren't even out. When did he make this? Han Jae-hai. Probably not solo, but a company? Mr. H. I saw you during a writer's meeting, but I don't think you know. I'll see well. Thanks. Paymo. Dragon are deaf fantasy. Unun Seo. Of course it's Pyong Cheonyu. Lee Mei-wa. I worried after seeing Pyong Cheonyu. I thought it wouldn't fit, but man, amazing afterward. Sorry, I can only recommend once. Horse, ha 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 ha. Amazing. Cheers. Sapchi. First for a pay per chapter. I got surprised after seeing the name. Pyon Cheonyu. Follow till the end. Invader. IT's too short t. Orange back. Ack, more pleasy. Dell. Hopefully 10 more chapters again. Young. Wow, this is really interesting. The screen was filled with comments. Domi was reading with a fast breath. She couldn't control her emotions. It's already 20? Domi couldn't stop. In today's best, The Breathe was already in 20th. From 20, the project gets on the main page. Then, more readers will be able to come. It's the first day, and it's 20. Domi quickly pulled out her phone. She wanted to share this happy news. From short ringtone, Toon picked up. What is it? Toon, it's already the 20th. The Breathe. 20? Already. Toon repeated as if he couldn't believe it. Domi refreshed again and answered. Of course. Why would I joke about this? I cleaned up for a while, and it's like this. And it got up a bit more as I'm talking. The last book has over 3,500 views. This is crazy. Of course, it's Rider Ha's brand name. We can put money from probably the 30 now. I want to check, but I'm driving. I'm so curious. You're driving. Okay, then let's hang up. Come early? Let's celebrate. Okay, I'll go early. Domi breathed hard to get her composure back. But her happy heart couldn't be composed very well. Please go like this. Please. Don't slow. And the next books too. Ah, Rider Ha. Thank you so much. Domi's eyes were wet from her tears. She thought of the rejections from the writers that they had faced. The Breathe's success was taking all the pain and suffering straight from her. Please let this continue until the start of the paid chapters. Domi clasped her hands as if to pray. Domi's prayer worked. The success didn't stop after a day or two. Finally, after the attention of the readers, the novel entered the top 10. It became a success not even a week into the release. The readers of The Breathe also included employees from Jongjin's company. "Manager, aren't you going to eat?" Jongjin asked Manager Lee. It was 12 o'clock. Lee didn't move from his monitor and answered, "Yeah, you go eat. I'm going to read a novel, so I brought food." "Novel? Another martial arts one?" Jongjin asked and moved closer. Lee was removing the wrappers from his lunch, but didn't change his attention from the monitor. "What is this? The Breathe? Fantasy?" Jongjin tilted his head after seeing the TI Lee. "You don't read fantasy, though?" "Yeah, but I read Pyong Cheon-yu no matter what." "What? Who?" "Pyong Cheon-yu. You know, the ranking series writer. The new novel isn't a paper book but a pay per chapter. I like paper, but oh well." Jongjin's face couldn't hide his surprise. Many thoughts flowed into his mind. A new novel as a fantasy. Jongjin thought he was writing a short story about a karaoke bar. Maybe he gave up, he thought. "Anyways, sorry. Go eat." "Ah, yes, okay." Jongjin immediately called Jae-gun after he left. The ringtone continued for a while, and finally, Jae-gun picked up. Jongjin. Were you sleeping?" "Sorry. Go sleep. I'll call later." "No, it's fine. I had to get up anyway." "What's up?" "Yeah, but anyway, you released a fantasy? The Breathe? That was quick." "Yes, you probably didn't read it. Is it that manager again, slash?" "Wow, straight on." "Yes. The manager was reading your story while eating lunch. How did you manage to capture a guy who only reads martial arts?" "I simply write. I'm thankful that your manager reads my stories." "But what happened to that story with the karaoke helper? Did you quit?" "Oh, I finished and entered already." "Oh, really? What's the compet? Italian. I'll tell you when I win. If I don't say anything, you'll know I lost, so just be quiet." "I get it, but you write too fast. How much did you write this year? Are you taking care of yourself?" "I'm worried." "It's fine. All right then. Go eat." "Thanks, you too. Talk later." Beep. Jae-gun put down his phone and turned to sleep. Rika was lying down in front of him. She turned to him with tired eyes. "You sleep well?" "I slept without knowing. Maybe the weather." The weather was cloudy. Jae-gun pulled away from his blanket and stood up. Rika stood up too. "Maybe I should rest. I finished about 100 chapters. About 4 books." Jae-gun lifted Rika and asked. Rika tried to pull away, but Jae-gun pulled her closer. "No, it's fine. All right. I can do whatever I want because it's a pay per chapter. It's better to end quickly, right?" "Meow. You hate me that much? Go away." Ring. He put Rika down on the floor, and the bell rang. Jae-gun asked as he went to the front door. "Who is it?" "Open, you idiot." "Sister." Jae-gun opened it immediately. Jane was standing there. In her 2 hands, there were food ingredients. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "What is it?" Jae-gun took the bags and moved away. Jane started to pull her boots off as she went inside. "I wanted to surprise you. You didn't eat since you woke up, right?" "I know it. I woke up 10 minutes ago." "Is that a brag? The sun's already about to set. It's cloudy. What sun?" Even with his ATT, Jae-gun was secretly happy. He was glad to see his sister coming from far away. "I'll give you some shabu-shabu, okay?" Jane asked as she took off her coat. There were definitely no complaints. Her sister was a great cook. No restaurant could match her amazing cooking. "It'll take about 20 minutes. You clean up." "Okay. And shave that beard. Don't be a pirate. You need to be clean." "Okay. I get it." Jae-gun went into the bathroom. Jane started to cook. When Jae-gun came out of the shower, the kitchen was filled with ingredients. "Should I clean the floor?" "Yeah. There's nothing to prepare other than the broth. It's good." The food was laid down, and around it were vegetables and meat. "I'll eat as well. I'll see how much you eat. Don't you dare leave any." Jae-gun tried some. It was his sister. The food was amazing. "It's amazing. Eat the meat. A lot of it, and a lot of vegetables." Jae-gun ate a lot as to not disappoint her. Jane, who looked satisfied, gave him meat and vegetables on his plate. "What's up with father and mom?" Jae-gun asked. The name was obviously different. Dad became father while mom was still mom. "Not much, but mom is still worried. She's not sure if you're eating well. So I came to check." Jane pinched his cheek and laughed. "You're funny. Well now, It's close to the holidays. You should come home sometimes. I can't. Why? Jae-gun didn't answer and chewed. Jane didn't ask again. She knew Jae-gun and Dad had a difficult relationship. She had no persuasion power either to talk to Dad about it. Wait until I get the money to buy a house. House? Jane looked with a surprised face. What house? I said before, don't continue to rent and go buy a house and move out. Not an apartment, but a house. Why are you surprised? Jane couldn't answer and only blinked. She knew that a house was very expensive, and so did everyone else. Jae-gun continued nonchalantly. Take the money out of the current villa, and you have the money I've given before. If I get the money of the new book, I can buy a house right now. Something that's big and has about 4 to 5 rooms. That big? Jane was shocked. For a house like that, Jae-gun needed about $500,000. This was cheap compared to Seoul's houses. You know, the house next to the barber of Mom's and the one next to the park. Yeah, I know. There was no way not to know. She went there a lot. It was a 2-floor house. It had only been about 5 years since it was built. I was searching and it came up. I think it will be good. Hopefully it doesn't sell. Jae-gun thought of his parents living in that house. Mom was gardening while Dad was studying alone. How much does it cost? Jane asked quietly. Jae-gun immediately answered. I don't know. About $500,000. That's expensive. Don't worry. I'll get that in 1 year. 1 year. She couldn't understand her brother's confidence. The money from Jae-gun and the villa money combined only added up to $150,000. You're going to get $400,000 in a year. It wasn't baseless confidence. Jae-gun gave a lot of money to his family with his books. But this was too much. She worried how much he would hurt himself over this money. I'll take care of you after the house. What? What now? I'm going to get an academy for you built. Jane widened her eyes at that. Her current job was a tutor. She had to visit people's houses to tutor them, and she had no driver's license or a car. It made it worse. Just watch. I'll make you the Prince C.I.P.L. What? You seem very disbelieving. Jane shook her hand with a crying look. No, I believe you. You're amazing. It's just I'm worried. Jane's hands held Jae-gun's 2 cheeks. Don't try too much. The disappointment is big if the goal is too big. Don't be too fast. I know. And your health. It's more important than money. How are you going to write if you're dead? Ah, the stress. I shouldn't have said it. Promise me. Take care of yourself. Jane stuck her pinky finger at him. Jae-gun pulled himself away. Don't do this. I'm 27. I don't care. Come on. Jane frowned. Jae-gun finally stuck his finger out. Promise. Phew. Copy. Age, come on. Do it. Fine. Okay. Yes, I get it. Obviously. Jae-gun finally got freed. Jane smiled after and filled up the broth. Okay. What about that Suhi girl? Jae-gun stayed silent. He knew she would ask something like this. Are you meeting her? Sometimes. Yeah. I saw her before. I have work too. Go meet her. She's good. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. Bring her home sometimes. Beep. Jae-gun's phone vibrated. It was a call from Toin. Jae-gun brightened and took the call. Yes, editor. No, representative. Just call me whatever. Did you eat? Yes, I ate. You. I ate. I wanted to talk to you about the paid chapters. Paid chapters? Already? It's only been about 20 books. Not now, but next week Friday. It's going up 2 chapters per day, so then it will be about 30 chapters. The likes will go over 10,000. And on the main site, there's a banner promotion. Go there. Yes. Thank you. No, it's the first Laugh Books project. You should be our priority. It'll be good. Trust me. If you say so, that relieves me. Jane was searching her brother. She asked as he hung up. It's the new novel? What's pay per chapter? Ah, I didn't say it. The new novel is a pay per chapter style. Jae-gun explained it to her basically. Jane nodded her head. It'll be good. I say a lot, but I trust Toin. He has great skills, so he can do very well. I think so too. Now let's just eat. You have so much. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna eat for real now. Phew. It was Friday afternoon, 1 week later. Domi was drinking coffee. She went out on Vandera to calm herself. The Breed's paid chapters were up today. I'm not gonna look. I'll check tomorrow. Domi muttered and tried to calm herself. 1 to 25 was free then. From 26 to 100, it was going to be 10 cents per chapter. It was the first day, so she updated 5 chapters. It was now 37 chapters, and the book was now up to the market. Is there nothing to do? I finished cleaning. I ate. Domi started to look for things to do, but there was nothing. So she turned on the TV and started to watch a hero movie from Hollywood. Not funny. The movie wasn't fun for her. Usually it would be, but not now. She turned off the TV and sat at the computer. She was just about to kill time. Oh, Hugh. Only an hour passed, said. Domi sighed as she looked at the time. The time went by very slowly. No. It's not going to not go up if I look at it. She couldn't wait anymore. She opened up the page where the breathe was showing up. And she opened her eyes. Ow. Domi put her hands to her mouth. Her 2 eyes were holding the page in surprised eyes. 1 hour. 3,000. All of them were over 3,000 already. The chapters that were free and became paid were over 1,002. This rate, it's about to be 10,000 in a day. 10,000 was amazing. Even if the market was better, it was still the market that had many books that stayed in the tens instead of the hundreds in paid numbers. If money was given to Montpia, there were about $630 of money. It was 5 chapters, so it was about $3,150 of money. This was 3:7 with Laugh Books and J-Gun. Amazing. This is going to be amazing. There are talks about releasing 2 chapters per day. The increased chapters will lead to increased profit. Domis didn't stop smiling. Is this going to be on the top list soon? It seemed very likely. The best novels were determined by the sales in 24 hours. It took 3,000 views in just an hour, so there were plenty of chances to be first. Writer, huh? Thank you so much. I'll make you a feast sometime soon. Domi looked at the monitor and muttered to herself. Her husband, who had made such a close connection with such a great writer, suddenly seemed great. At the same time, Towen stopped the car and went out. It was an old building in front of him. A middle-aged man standing near the entrance came over. Long time no see, editor. No, Representative Kwan. Yes, you did well too. President Park. The 2 people shook hands. This person was the storage's owner. It was Towen's purpose to visit here. Thank you for doing it for 5 cents. I'll pay this back. 5 cents for 1 book. Towen was planning to release some paper books along with online. It was a promotional decision more than a profit. This is due to the paper books and the online books not overlapping. This was also the case for J-Gun. J-Gun always liked paper books, so he rushed. It was nice to see this as such a good price. Beep. Towen's phone vibrated. He immediately answered with apologizing to the man. Yes, Kwan Towen. Hello. This is team leader Park Hyojin. Yes. I didn't know because it didn't show the same phone number. An office change. But sorry. Yes? What? Towen's face was already shaded. He knew that this couldn't be good. I don't think we can do the promotion for 3 months anymore. I'm sorry. It didn't go against his instinct. Towen's hand was already crashing on his forehead. Are you listening? Yes, I am. Towen answered with his hand on his forehand. Team leader Park's sigh could be heard. There was silence. No one said anything or asked. It was obvious. Business did this. How is Laugh Books? The question broke the silence. Towen sighed a while and answered quickly. It's beginning. I can't tell you if it's good or not. But Park slurred his words. Towen was waiting. If you were getting bothered like this, don't you have a lot of writers so far? Weren't you starting to promote big? Park's question continued. Towen bitterly smiled. We only have 1 writer. 1. Yes. But then what can they achieve? What's the point? I don't know. But that person wouldn't do business like this. Towen sighed to acknowledge that he was listening. He knew Park was talking about Starbucks Jeguk. Another face came up, but he wasn't about to share it to Park. What were you going to do? Me? Yes, you. You only have 1 writer. And if they do this, carefully, how are you going to make this work? I'll try. He thought of J-Gun and opened his mind. Thank you. I'll see you soon. Yes, I get it. Phew. You too. Towen started to rub his hands. It was because he wanted to stop himself from smoking. The temptation of smoking appealed to him. It was bad. but let's go work first. Towin finished the contract quickly. He left, and as he went to the car, a message came through. This is Note Team Leader you. I don't think we can do the big banner until February. I'm sorry. Is it the start? He muttered and closed his eyes. After about 10 minutes, said. A lot of messages came through. This note, booking 24, bookkeeping, open culture, book sale, Udo books. All out. A bitter smile was on his face. All of them rejected Towin's offer for different reasons. He was expecting this, but the shock was still big. Navin and Coco Page is still working. Towin thought. Starbucks couldn't touch them. Those places were completely different from the other smaller companies. Munpia and Navin's store and Coco Page would give him profits. But Towin couldn't stop there. He immediately searched up Udo Books team leader's number. He couldn't lose Udo no matter what. Please, please. The loyalty of Udo Books was incredible with its stable system and long history. Udo was one he couldn't leave. Jae-gun trusted him. Now he had to make him to a bit higher. Towin was determined to put the breathe on the main page. Yes, Representative Kwan. The marketing team leader took up. It was a tired voice, but he was human too. The beer that he'd gotten from Towin was over his 1-month salary. But Towin didn't show anything. He tried to act bright and continued. Hello. This is Kwan Towin. If you're not busy, would you like to have dinner? Really Towin answered cheerfully, cutting him off. I told you when we met before, right? I know a good place. Let's go there. There will be nothing to worry about. Yes, I know, but the person didn't know how to respond. Towin definitely knew. It wasn't because he was sorry, but because he couldn't move off the temptation of such a good place. The opponent was such person. He knew his personality and what bait he would take. Don't worry. We've met once or twice. I'm just trying to keep my promise. So just come out. Then about 8? Yes, that's good. I'll see you soon. Towin opened the drawer and took some medicine and ate it. It was going to be another long fight, with drinks going in at every second. Phew, I'm done. A cold winter's night. Jae-gun finished a chapter of The Breathe and closed his laptop. No worries anymore till chapter 125. Let's see. Rika, about 2 chapters per day. No worries for about a month and a half. Good. Meow. Rika lifted herself onto Jae-gun's knees. Rika didn't bother Jae-gun when he was working. But when work was done, Rika always helped Jae-gun gain his energy back. Jae-gun was always surprised, even with the times they had been together. It's already 12. 7 hours since the paid chapters. Jae-gun said comfortably. How is it? Let's see. Jae-gun didn't go into Munpia just yet. He didn't want it to be bad and ruin his confidence in writing. Many of his previous works got good sales, but he couldn't help it. The fear of getting reviews on a new novel would probably never disappear. There are no calls. That's weird. Jae-gun searched up Munpia and pulled it up on screen. He put the mouse on the link, but stopped and looked at Rika. Maybe I should wait? What if it's not good? Meow. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Let's just check. I'll know when I get a call from the representative anyway. Jae-gun muttered and clicked the link. The main screen filled the monitor. He was about to enter his ID when something caught his eyes. The Breathe. The Breathe was twice as big as the other books on the left side of the screen. He took it as a banner. He thought Towin paid money to put it as a promotion. Jae-gun didn't know because he didn't use Munpia as much. Web novel. First place. Jae-gun widened his eyes. He finally figured out why The Breathe was twice as big. It was the #1 on the site. It's only been 7 hours, but how am I first? The Today Best for paid web novels. New Today Best, all taken first. Jae-gun clicked on his web novel with shocked eyes and got surprised even more. The books entered were all over 6,000 views. The books that were free and turned into paid were all over 2,000 views as well. Wow. Rika, I got 30,000 views already. 30,000. Rika turned his head. Jae-gun explained with a rush. It's been 7 hours, but it's 6,000 views. In 24 hours, it might go up even more. It's going to be great, I know it. Jae-gun pulled Rika away. Today, Rika didn't resist and welcomed his embrace. It's going to be good. I'll buy father's study, mama garden, Jane a car, and an academy. I'll repay everything. It wasn't only because of him that he was here. Then it's Rika, you and me. After you, I didn't know anything about cats. Let's go move. The master is here, so not far. But let's go to a larger house. I'll give you a place. Rika licked Jae-gun's neck. He thought of Tuin and thought. His hand went straight to his phone. He wanted to call, but he messaged because of the late time. Beep. The message shook his body. But Tuin didn't have the strength to pull it out. He was throwing up on the toilet continuously. Hi. There's just liquid coming out of his throat. It was because of the drinks that kept coming in because of the team leader. On an empty stomach as well. Finally, Tuin sighed as he threw everything up. Then he went to the sink. His two eyes were slurred. This is good. Tuin cleaned his face with cold water. The team leader poured his 5 strong ones. What could he do when he said he would forget everything if Tuin refused? His head hurt, but Tuin didn't care. Because of this, he had finally gotten a banner on the site and the event schedule in his hand. Just then, finally, Tuin pulled out his phone and looked at the message. It was from Jae-gun. Representative, I finally checked Munpia after now. The first place is all because of you. I was about to rest, but I guess not. I'm going to stay up the night. I thought it too late, so I messaged instead of calling. I feel like you're working through. Happy face, Carrot. Tuin forgot his pain and smiled for a bit, and immediately sent a reply. I told you it would be good. Don't try to write too much and take care of yourself. Good work, writer. Happy face. Tuin put his phone away. His face was wrinkled in the mirror. He muttered softly, it's not just going to be good. Writer, He couldn't say that to Jae-gun. A huge expectation brings a huge disappointment. He knew that by working his life as an editor. There were many writers who got destroyed because of less than expected results. Therefore, he wasn't the type to compliment much. But not now. Once in a few years, there was this instinct, an editor instinct coming out alive. If it was wrong, it wouldn't be an instinct. The faith to the breathe was huge. It was the first time he had gotten such faith in a work. Phew. Tuin cleaned himself up with water and straightened his clothes. He had gotten a motivation that the only writer in laugh books was going to work the night. As a representative, he was going to have to, too. Let's go. He was very close to going home to his loving wife. Just a bit more of time, and the day was over. Tuin went outside. He took the loud singing into his ear positively. He took it as it was praise for the breed's achievements. This is good, right? AS assistant manager Lee asked as she left. Somi-ai put away the cash and nodded. Yes, I haven't eaten fish in a long time. Thanks to AS assistant manager Lee, I got lunch. Just call me informally. It's so cold. Lee straightened her clothes. Unlike her, Somi-ai didn't show that she was cold. I guess you're not cold. I'm from Donghi. This is nothing. It's cold there. No, the wind is strong. The temperature is greater though. Do you want to go into a cafe? Sure, there's a lot of time. The two people got something to drink. Instead of Lee, who was preparing to take her card out, Somi-ai gave her card to the employee. Why? Let's pay separately. It's the stocking repayment. You remember that? Of course. I borrowed it, so I have to repay it. Okay, I get it, thanks. The two people went inside, instead of sitting near the windows. Lee said as she rubbed her fingers on the hot drink. It's already been 1 year since you came. It's been fast. How is it? Editor. It's good, it's fun. What? Fun? Lee did a throwing gesture and Somi-ai laughed. Not fun to you? Is that a joke? It's definitely not fun. It just hurts when you say stuff and the work is unlimited. There's nothing that shows you did good. Lee continued with a little sad face. Maybe if I get a boyfriend. Why is there no one good around me? I don't even want much. You want to marry? I'll have to see. I'm not in a hurry. The world is like that. I'm only 32, so it's not that late. Right? I think so too. But my family is in a hurry. So get a date. I feel I'm going to die when I go there. Haha. Funny? This is a pain. If you don't have a boy, they say go meet one. And then when you get a boy, they say get married. And then when you get married, they say get a child. Lee poured out the stories in her heart as she looked outside. Really, I got a bit hurt by my last boyfriend. Last boyfriend? About 2 years ago. It was good. He was humorous and romantic. Generous too, but it wasn't good enough. Lee asked with a wink. Guess his job. I don't know. I'm not good at these. Somi-ai rubbed her hand together. Lee laughed and told her, Writer, writer, why are you surprised when you're an editor? It's the people we meet the most after our employees. I didn't know. Starbucks. Secret. When you get one, you'll know how they are. There are a lot of good writers, but there's also a lot of bad ones. There's also something weird every time. As she was listening, Somi-ai was thinking about Jae-gun. Then his smile of the summer came up as well. And to that, she smiled happily. Somi-ai, what is it? What? Somi-ai asked as she woke up. Lee was tilting her head. You were smiling on your own. You have a person you like? Right? And no, nothing like that. What is it? Who? Tell me him. Beep. The phone rang at that time. Somi-ai got the phone and asked for apologies. It's Ryder Ha. I asked him to call me for the modern ranking contract. Go ahead. Somi-ai took the call. Yes. Hello, Ryder Ha. Hello, did you eat? I just ate. What about you, Ryder Ha? I just woke up. I called as soon as I saw your message. About the contract. I'm fine with whenever, so you make the time. Okay. Then how's between next Monday and Wednesday? Okay, that's good. Somi-ai didn't have anything to say, and she felt a bit sad. It was a while since she had talked to him. She didn't want to end without asking how he was, so she continued. Ryder Ha, has anything happened? No, it's the same. I just wrote and ate. What about you? The same, except the fact that I couldn't read your writing as soon as it came out. Thank you, even though that's not true. Oh, but I didn't tell you about my new book. It's from Monpia. New book? Somi-ai's eyes widened. She continued after seeing Lee's glance of curiosity. Is it Dragon Rider? Yes, but the title is changed. It's called The Breathe. Search it up. I thought you knew. Don't you go to Monpia to get new writer? Yes. But I was in romance for now, so. There's not many people here, so I'm sorry. What is there to be sorry about? Just give me feedback later. Your feedback is very important to me as well. Yes, I'm due so. I'll read it today. Thank you, and Somi-ai. Would you like to have dinner next week? I want to buy you something great. Oh, really? Somi-ai smiled widely. She nodded to the non-existent Jae-gun and answered cheerfully. Of course, writer. I'll get the schedule and call you back. Eat well. You too. Somi-ai hung up with a smiling face. Lee asked immediately, What? A new novel? Yes, paper chapter. It's The Dragon Rider, but a different title. Yeah? But is it that bad? Why didn't nobody say anything? Lee went into Monpia. What's the title? The Breathe. The Breathe? Let's see. Lee pulled her phone closer to her face. It was a face that was in disbelief. It brought curiosity to Somi-ai. What is it? Assistant Manager Lee? No, there's nothing to search for. Look. Somi-ai got the phone from her. And like her, she lost her breath as soon as she saw the screen. It's first. Her glance couldn't move away from Pyung Cheon-yu's new novel, The Breathe. It had twice as big a size as the other novels. It was the power of the #1 novel. If it's #1 on Monpia, that's amazing. How many views? Wait, let's look together. Somi-ai put down the phone so Lee could see it and touch the screen. When the page came out, the two people opened their mouth and looked at each other. That's amazing. Somi-ai. It wasn't an over-exaggeration. A chapter's payment values were almost up to 15,000. There were 41 books as well. Looking at the date, it's 2 books per day? Wait, then let's see. $30 per day. If you include Monpia, it's $63 per 10,000 views. And then multiply by 30 is $18.90. Take off 30% and $1,330. In one day, Lee couldn't contain herself. I told you, this was going for success as soon as I read it. How could the new editor and go miss something like this? It's amazing, Ryder Ha. Not just amazing. This is only Monpia. A month with $40,000. And then there's the other companies. Naven and Coco come in, and we have no idea how much it is. Wow, Ryder Ha must be happy. So happy. Somi-ai was just nodding her head. She knew it would be good, but to be this good. It was 3 times the second-rated book. You can see this kind of writer, right? Yes. Lee laughed at the surprised Somi-ai. As we say it, he's perfect. He's a good person when I saw him at the writers' meeting. He gets money. And finally, Lee pointed at Somi-ai's chest. You have Ryder Ha inside of you. WH what? No. With a red face, Somi refuted back. But Lee didn't budge. I know. Your call. You were smiling all over the place. No, you're not right. Just Writer Ha was my personal writer, and I met him a couple of times. We had stuff together, so we were a bit closer than other writers. That's only it. Okay, I get it. Now just drink coffee. It's in a cool. Lee smiled and took a sip. Somi fanned her face to cool her rising temperature. It was going to be a while to get her heart back to its regular beating speed. Phew, I'm alive. Jae-gun sighed. He was about to die of exhaustion. He had just recovered his strength by drinking from Gunwa's mug. Now I have 150 chapters of the brief. Let's rest and write 25 chapters more to 175. Jae-gun lied down on the bed. Rika went on top of him. She started to lick Jae-gun with her tongue. I'll have to call him and say I'm going to release 5 chapters per day. Jae-gun asked as he shook Rika. He had enough. Because of Gunwa's notebook, his speed was still fast, and there was no problem if he released 5 per day. I'll end at about 400 chapters. About 15 books per paper book. That's good, right? The representative should like it too. Beep. Ah, representative? Jae-gun pulled his phone to his face. A message came. It wasn't Toin. A name called Kong Miho popped up on the screen. Kong Miho? Ah, Writer Kong. Jae-gun thought of the writer that he met during the writers' meeting. It was that person that he sat next to. The politeness of the writer who took care of him was the first thing that came up to his mind. What is it? He gave out phone numbers with Miho and a couple of other writers. But till now, there was no contact between each other. Jae-gun pulled up the message on the screen with curious eyes. Hello, Writer Ha. It's Kong Miho. I congratulate you for the first place on the brief. I'm really into it as well. It's given me some good studying. I hope you write more like this. It was a polite reply, like the person that he was. Jae-gun replied back, smiling. Yes, Writer Kong. Thank you for the contact. I'm glad you're enjoying it. How are you? Jae-gun didn't mention writing and asked a common question. Every writer was different. He might be struggling to write because of some issues. Miho replied soon. I'm sort of okay. I got an office with a few of my writer friends. I've been writing fantasy, but it's not going very well. I feel like I'm trying too hard to write like the popular novels. And I've been struggling for half a year. He could imagine Miho's face being sad. Jae-gun knew how bad it was when writing wasn't going well. Miho was probably struggling from stress every day. Jae-gun wanted to help somewhat. He gave a reply to Miho after a thought. Also, could you send it to me by email? Oh, really? Aren't you busy? I'll be honored. It's fine. I'll get back soon. Yes, writer. I hope you can give me good feedback. Jae-gun went outside to get some ramen. He was starving because he didn't eat anything. Miho's message came when the ramen was readying to be eaten. I've sent it. Thank you. I'll be waiting. Jae-gun went to his phone. Miho's fantasy draft was on the first page. The King Fallen on Earth. The T.I.Flee. Jae-gun clicked on it. It was about 13,000 characters, good for a book. Jae-gun brought Gun was GLA.SES to read faster. It's fusion again. The character was a king that was mighty in his fantasy world. And then a knight came and cast a spell on him, and the king got pushed out of his world. His arriving place was none other than modern Korea. Isn't it the same flow as the previous series that Writer Kong wrote? Jae-gun read quickly. In the middle, Jae-gun started to wrinkle his face. This is a serious issue. There was no problem with the plot. It was common and safe as well. But the problem was, it was boring. It was so boring that it almost made him sleep. There were too many extra details, and the plot lacked realism. It didn't make him want to read more. If it wasn't for Miho, he would have thrown it away a long time ago. Ramen. He had completely forgotten. Jae-gun quickly started to eat. It wasn't too cold yet. How do I fix this? Jae-gun carefully wrote a reply back on his computer. When he wrote, he worried that it felt too direct. There was nothing about complimenting. 90% was criticizing the negatives and the things that needed to be fixed. Jae-gun turned around and asked Rika, Rika, is this good? What if Writer Kong feels discouraged and can't write? Rika only looked at him. Jae-gun sighed and turned back. Yeah, I think it's polite to send a direct reply. It's the best way. Jae-gun sent the feedback and started to write on his own novel. Rika stared at Jae-gun. Rika's two eyes were blinking as if tired. The next day, Jae-gun showered in hot water and put the rice in the rice cooker. He was thinking about his menu when Miho gave a message. Thank you for the long feedback. I stayed up all night to fix the problems that you mentioned. I'm sorry, but could you read it once more? And if it's not too much, I would like to take you out for lunch sometime. Jae-gun's face brought a smile. He stayed up all night to fix his writing. Maybe it was stupid to be worried that Miho would be discouraged. Jae-gun started to read while drinking coffee, and he felt surprised. The feedback that he sent was all in the new draft. And in just one day, it was so much better. Writer Kong has sense. It's not easy to just fix with just feedback. He felt that this would be good enough for the market. There were a few negatives, but it was a vast improvement from yesterday. But Jae-gun was worried. It was only the first book. He had no idea how it would be after the second book. Writer Kong fell off after the third book of his previous series. He said that it was good during the writers' meeting, but it really wasn't. The good plot got destroyed by the three book. He forced himself to read more, but it was bad. Isn't there anyone who can help him? Thinking about it more, he had to do something. Jae-gun pulled out his phone and called. It was probably better to call than a message. HELO? Writer, huh? Yes. HELO. Are you good to call? Yes. Of course. I'm surprised that you would call, though. It's nothing, but your writing has really gotten better than yesterday. Seriously? Really? I don't know, but you think so? I don't say something that's not true. But writer, huh? Do you have this work on contract yet? Not yet. I think I want to put this on pay per chapter as well. I want to see if a management contacts me after I release free chapters 1C. Jae-gun thought the things that he wanted to say. He was thinking of laugh books and the one writer it had. The conclusion was quick. Writer Kong Miho needed to be guided. Toa needed a writer. Since he was helping, he would go to the end. Miho wouldn't forget this. There might be a time when he would need help too. And with this, Jae-gun continued. You said you were buying lunch. Is today good? Yes. Today? Miho's voice seemed surprised. Of course. Where? I'm fine. You can decide. Jae-gun continued while looking at Rika. You said your place was near Giro Station, right? I have a cat, so I kind of want to bring and go to your office. Yes. My place? Really? If it's not a bother. A bother. Yes. Of course. All the writers here like animals. And there's no one here other than me. Then please send me your address. I'll be there in a short while. Yes. Writer. Then I'll see you later. Jae-gun hung up and changed clothes. Then with Rika, he opened the door and left. As Jae-gun was getting on the car, he got a call from Toin. Yes, representative. Did you eat? No, you? Not yet either. Oh, and the breathe is still #1 by a huge amount. And with Naven Store and Coco Page, this might be the best sales ever. You're going to be rich. I'm surprised. It's a fantasy, so I didn't think it would do this well. Representative. I wanted to ask something. Can I do 5 chapters a day? Yes? 5 chapters. Yes, I have a lot saved up, so I think it'll be possible. Jae-gun wanted to do this for the money. He wanted to buy the house for the family. If he could write more chapters, it was obvious that he could get more money. Writer, huh? 1 month is 150 chapters. About 5 to 6 books. How much do you have? About 350 chapters. He actually only had about 175, but he lied. If he answered honestly, he would get rejected. And besides, he had say gun was mug and laptop, so he had confidence that he could write about 25 chapters a day. That much? How? When? Toin's voice was in surprise. Jae-gun answered with a smile. You know I'm hardworking. So 5 chapter per day, okay. Are you fine? Yes. Don't worry. I have to drive, so I'm sorry, representative. Okay. Be careful and call me later. Yes, representative. Jae-gun didn't say anything about Miho and hung up. It would be better if the thing was real first. We're going, Rika. Jae-gun started to go. Rika yawned. It was a short distance. It didn't take him any time at all to get here. There weren't many cars, so he got here in about 20 minutes. What? Isn't this just a villa? The residence was a broken-down villa. It looked to be about 20 years old. Jae-gun called Miho. Yes, writer, where are you? I'm here. Is it the orange villa? Yes. Wait. The door opened. In just 5 seconds, Miho flew out of the villa. Jae-gun came off with a surprised face. You're fast. Ryder, huh? There weren't any cars. Come in. It's old, but I hope you understand. Jae-gun followed Miho inside. B01 was Miho's office. The villa was about 12 acres. A big room, and a small kitchen, and a bathroom. There was dust all over the place. It didn't look like an office at all. On an old table, there were a few computers. This at least looked sort of like a writer's office. Haha, I'm sorry. It's bad, right? Miho and Bara sadly laughed. Writers put the money together to get the villa. I was alone, but with this, I saved money as well. Ah, yes. What do you want? I have a Yellow Pages book, so pick whatever. Miho was saying with enthusiasm. Truthfully, he was out of his mind. His mind was completely aroused by the presence of Jae-gun. A writer like Hot Jae-gun who was rushing towards the top was coming to a no-name writer like him directly. How is fish stew? Or seafood? Or sushi is good too. Only 30 minutes. I want jajangmyeon. Jajangmyeon? Yes, I wanted to eat it since coming here. Jae-gun said while smiling. He knew that Miho's situation wasn't great. It wasn't good to ask for an expensive meal from Miho. It was hard to say that he would pay for it with Miho's pride as well. Are you sure? Miho asked again. It didn't feel right to give Jae-gun just a bowl of jajangmyeon. It didn't seem polite. Do you not like it? No, I love it, but shouldn't we eat something better? Something that's delicious is good. Just give me that. I just like regular jajangmyeon. Ah, okay. Then I'll order. This place's food is good. Ah, this doesn't feel right, though. Miho ordered the food with a slightly embarrassed face. As he hung up, Jae-gun immediately asked the question. Writer Kong Miho, would you like to sign a contract with me? A contract? Miho asked with a confused look. Writer, huh? Have you made management company? No, I have no skill to do such a thing. But then, it's a contract with me. Jae-gun answered while putting Rika on the ground. Looking at Rika, who was walking to the window, he continued. I want to help you, so you can make better novels. Of course. I do, but you're so busy that how could I ask for help? No. Jae-gun cut him off. It's a contract. With me helping you write better, I have a condition. Condition? Do you know Laugh Books? No, I've never heard of it. It's a very new management. There's only one project, it's servicing as well. And the condition is that you contract with Laugh Books. Ah, yes. Miho answered awkwardly. He wondered why Jae-gun would want him to join Laugh Books. There was risk in signing with a new management with only one project. It would be hard to give something that he put in a lot of work to a new management that is yet tested. Jae-gun answered first. Laugh Books is a management that the editor I admire the most created after he resigned in a company. I've gotten help from him, and I still do. This is going to be a good thing for both you and Laugh Books. Ah, yes. HM? Then does that mean? Miho was nodding as he understood. He lifted his head in surprise. Then is the one project the Breathe? Yes. Jae-gun answered in singly. Then Miho opened his mouth. Then, 3 seconds later, he nodded crazily and answered, I'll do it. I'll do the contract. You don't have to decide now. The contract is... No, it's fine. I know I'll do fine. It's amazing that I'm just eating with Writer Ha. Miho was being truthful and not just overreacting. His trust in the management that contracted the Breathe. It had given him unlimited faith. Jae-gun added, the representative is great too. You won't have any regrets. Of course. I know. I trust you. No, I don't even have to say trust. I will follow you no matter what. Ring. The doorbell rang. Ah, I think the food came. Miho quickly ran out to the door. It was the delivery man. This is the right place, right? Yes, right. $9.50. Miho froze when he checked his wallet. He had no money. He asked while pulling out a credit card. Does this work? You should have said it earlier. I didn't bring the swiper. I forgot I had no cash. Well, bring it when you order later or when I come back. It's not once or twice you ordered. The man said nicely and turned around. As he was about to leave, Jae-gun was holding out the money. Here it is. Ah, yes, thank you. Here's the change. The man went out. Miho was so embarrassed, said, and put his head down to Jae-gun. I'm really sorry. I forget to get money. I'll return it when my brother comes. No, it's fine. Think of it as a contract money. Yes, you contracted with me. I'm trying to count that money as your contract money. Huh? Let's eat. It's going to cool. Yes, writer. The two people started to eat. Jae-gun started to eat quickly as he was hungry. Miho was eating slowly. Writer, huh? Jae-gun already finished and was cleaning his lips with a tissue. As he looked at Miho's bowl, it was barely half eaten. Say it. I'm not sure what to say, but Miho continued after a pause. I know you want to help the Laugh Books representative. But why me? There's so many writers better than me. Do you think I have potential? Then, Jae-gun finally understood. This Miho didn't have confidence. He was afraid that his work would harm someone instead of sell. There's definitely potential. Jae-gun answered with focus. I said earlier at the writers' meeting, I finished your previous series. You write well. You have the basics. But Jae-gun went to get some water. He continued to the nervous Miho. My opinion is that you don't have a great end. The story falls apart at the end. It was a shame at the weak ending. I do get criticized for that a lot. I think that too. If you change that, I believe you will have a great career. I will help you. Yes, Miho answered and put his head down. Jae-gun's words were making him feel emotional. There were few people in his entire writer's life who had said something so nice. It was luck that I was at that writer's meeting. Miho muttered. He could see the writers' meeting in front of him. It was a meeting that he had swallowed his pride to go to. He wanted to meet writers, get opinions and advice, and become a better writer. And then he met Jae-gun there. And now it came here. To Miho, that was one of the best things that had happened all year. I will try my hardest. Miho answered with determination. He had no shame in learning from a younger writer like Jae-gun. He was 34, 7 years younger than Jae-gun. Learning had no age, he thought. I understood the difference while reading your comments. I want to learn more. You're lifting me up too much. Then I want to see what the story will be after book 2. Ah, yes. I'll show you. Come over here. Jae-gun read the outline of the king fallen on earth very carefully, and he commented on the parts that he disliked a bit. Miho memoed diligently. I think this is good. You're good at writing. Just don't make a story like that. I think you should write like book 1. Wow. Since you said that, I just have so much confidence now. I'm going to have to start writing after my job. Job? Ah, yes. I have a part-time job at a nearby convenience store. I need to earn my living fees. Miho bitterly smiled and scratched his cheek. He had to do anything to earn a living. Jae-gun's smile faded as he recalled his life. I worked at a convenience store just last year, too. Miho looked at Jae-gun in disbelief. Really? No, but you have previous sellers in the Breathe? All of them came out this year. I had trouble last year. I couldn't even take a hot shower to save money. Ah, I didn't know. Jae-gun turned his glance to the monitor. He said as he looked at the outline of Miho's story, you will be able to stop your job as well. Write with confidence. You'll do well. Thank you. I will write hard. Jae-gun stood up and took his coat. Rika, sitting on the window edge, saw him and jumped off. Are you leaving? I should. Send me book 2 when you're done. Jae-gun went to the door. Miho went out first and opened the door. Don't come out, please. It's up there anyway. Jae-gun said goodbye to Miho, who went out to greet him out and got in the car. The car slowly marched forward. Miho was staring the car. To that, a teenager came behind him. Who is that? Ah, don't surprise me. I told you not to come up behind me. It was his brother living in the same office. Who is that? Is there a person who would come with a car to our office? A writer. Writer? Who? If I say it, you're going to die. An amazing writer. His brother laughed at that. Oh, really? What kind of great writer? I guess Pyung Cheon-yu, the writer who wrote The Breathe, came over. Ha 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 ha. Miho looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. His brother, who thought Miho was laughing at his joke, also started to laugh. The sky was looking very bright. Again, very suspicious. A assistantly said as she stood behind. It was the girls' restroom at the Starbucks office. Somi-ai, who was tying her hair, carefully shivered slightly. You're tying your hair very carefully? You always tighten it, but what's with the hair today? I guess you have a person you want to look cute too? And no, nothing like that. I just wanted to change it. Somi-ai answered, looking at Lee's glance in the mirror. Lee smiled and pulled out her hands. Here, let me do it. Ah, thank you. This is nothing. You're gonna meet a boy you like. Really? It's not like that, assistant manager. Okay, okay. It's funny seeing your reactions. Lee laughed as she made Somi-I's hair professional, and then she pulled out some makeup from her bag. Look here. And no, I'm not very good with makeup. I'll just do a bit of it. Look here. Somi-I looked. She knew Lee's fashion sense and her makeup skills. How is it? Look at the mirror. As she looked, a sigh came out. Wow, this is really different. There's no mark or anything thought. There's nothing. Go do well. Lee said as she put away her makeup. Somi-I reddened as she answered back. If you say that, it's weird. No, I'm saying to go do the contract well. Yes. Ha, so simple. Lee tapped her shoulder and went out first. Somi-I started to look at the mirror once again. She felt she was prettier than usual. Her heart started to beat quickly as she thought of the person that she would meet today. I'll be leaving then. Somi-I greeted the employee as she packed up. The editor Gyunguk asked as he looked at her. What is it, Somi-I? Yes? What is it? It's only 5. Why are you leaving already? I said it yesterday. Today is the day with the contract with writer. I have to go to Comic KT and finished it. And I'll leave there. Did you? Gyunguk muttered. He continued as he leaned back on his chair and folded his legs. Don't use the company card on him, okay? Yes. Somi-I nodded, a bit down. Lee's face was wrinkled at that. Her lips were mouthing cheapo. It's not only to Somi-I. Listen up. The business now is all about going to writers and buying food and stuff. Give me the result. Are we a food truck? I don't know how the previous editor did it, but I don't do that. Get it? There was no answer. Gyunguk stood up, a bit furious, and raised his voice. Get it? Yes, yes. I get it. A few voices came back. Gyunguk sighed and sat back down. His face was filled with discomfort. He looked around for someone to push his anger on and continued looking at Somi-I. Come back to the office after you finish. Yes? Today. Come back and leave after giving me the contract. Lee lifted her head at this. Even she didn't know that he would be this mean. Yes. Somi-I answered gloomily. Comic KT was in Gangnam. It was about an hour and 30 minutes from there to the office. Today was the day that she was about to eat dinner with Jae-gun. Did she have to give up that? Why is your face like that? Am I requiring too much? Let's finish the work today. Not tomorrow. Okay, I will come back then. Somi-I put her head down and turned around. Lee hesitated for a second, stood up, and followed Somi-I. Are you okay? I'm fine. Why is he like that? It's going to be 8 when you come back. What happened to him that he's being angry at you? He's making me angry. Somi-I could only bitterly smile. She felt glad at Lee's defense of her. Be good, Somi-I. You look pretty. Lee smiled as she fixed Somi-I's hair. The elevator was opening. Somi-I got on. See you tomorrow, assistant manager. You too. Somi-I headed quickly to the subway station. As she got in the station, she luckily got on the subway right away. There weren't too many people. Somi-I stood with a glum face. I guess I'll have to move it. Somi-I looked at her dim reflection in the window. She wore her coat for the first time. She didn't wear jeans and wore a skirt after much thought. Lee was right. She did put attention to herself. But it was fine whatever now. The dinner plan was over anyway. She arrived at the station as she was blankly staring at the air. Somi-I woke up and was surprised. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Sorry. Somi-I finally pushed away the people and left. Phew, I barely got off. As she sighed, she looked at the clock. There were 20 minutes left to her meeting time. When will I get used to subways? As Somi-I went to the place, she looked up the background at her rural home. It was her soul life that she was surrounded by people, but was also lonely. She wanted to see her family and the ocean. The Comic KT office wasn't that far away from the station. Somi-I arrived and quickly sat down on a chair on the first floor. She was going to meet Jae-gun here. I guess I'll draw. Somi-I pulled out a pen and a notebook to draw on. She thought about what to draw and started to draw the 2 characters of the novel that she was reading, The Breathe. A cute knight and a dragon were quickly coming up on the paper. Aha! Maybe the dragon is a bit too childishly? Somi-I laughed to herself. She liked drawing since middle school. She got so into drawing that she didn't even notice the presence of Jae-gun. Ah, you draw really well. Ah, WR writer, huh? Somi-I turned around quickly, very shocked. Jae-gun was slowly looking at her drawings. You have talent. How much do you have to draw this well? And no, I was just scribbling. Writer. Somi-I reddened and tried to close her book. But Jae-gun grabbed the book first. Ah, isn't this my novel's characters? Ah, right? It's the breast. Jae-gun smiled and asked. Somi-I was so embarrassed said that she couldn't answer. To that, Jae-gun asked a favor. Give this drawing to me. Yes? WH. Where are you going to use it? I'm writing to breathe. I'll put it in. In. It's terrible. It's not. You will, right? Right? She couldn't refuse Jae-gun's two eyes. Then Somi-I answered reluctantly. Then when I finish it, this is great. This is not great. I'll finish it. I'll do as fast as I can, so just wait. Jae-gun nodded as he smiled. It was as if the roles of them changed, she as the writer and he as the editor. Somi-I stood up as she put away the notebook and the pen. Then let's go. Yes, let's go. Somi-I went first. She walked fast as out of embarrassment. Jae-gun followed her quickly and asked her, Did you draw? Ah, writer. It's embarrassing, so don't ask. What's embarrassing? You draw really well. Jae-gun was truthful. He never learned professionally to draw, but he could see it was good. He was also a bit roused at learning a talent of Somi-I. Just a hobby. I don't think it's just a hobby. The two people went on the elevator. She pressed the 8th floor, then turned away from Jae-gun and answered. I'm glad you compliment me, but I have no skill. I don't have enough creativity for trotting. I can't direct mangas either. I gave up during college. I see. So that's why she became an editor. Jae-gun thought to not press any further, as it might be a sensitive topic. The contract ended quickly. The terms and conditions were done beforehand, so they just had to see the finished contract and sign it. So Jae-gun and Somi-I finished in 10 minutes and stood up. Then I hope you do well. Of course, writer. The original is just that good that there's no problem getting a drawer. I'll send it when we get something to show you. Yes, the good work. Jae-gun and Somi-I left Comic KT. Jae-gun pulled out his phone as they walked. It's only 6:30. We have time. Ah. Somi-I opened her mouth nonplussed. She had forgotten because of her picture being shown to Jae-gun. Where do you want to go? Anywhere in Seoul is fine. Writer, I'm sorry. Somi-I put her hands together in front of her and looked at Jae-gun. Jae-gun was looking down with curious eyes. I'm really sorry, but I need to go back to the office. I need to put the contract in today. I wanted to tell you, but I forgot. Somi-I continued, fearful of what Jae-gun would say. I'm sorry, but if you could wait, I could come back, but you'll have to wait here, and that's a bit too impolite. And I don't want to miss your appointment. Somi-I didn't know what she was saying. Then the elevator opened. Jae-gun was pressing the B2 button. Let's go together. Somi-I looked surprised. I thought you only had to put the contract up. I'll wait. Writer. Then Gangnam is a bit too loud to eat anyway. Your house is over there, and we can go near the company, right? Somi-I left the elevator, following Jae-gun with a confused face. Over there, Jae-gun said as he pointed. A black car was showing up. Writer, you have a car? I bought one because I need one for Rika and my family. Yes. The car is clean and pretty. Thank you. Get in. Jae-gun opened the door for her. Just wait. The heater is coming on. No, writer. It's fine. Somi-I pulled on the seatbelt. Jae-gun grabbed the handle and accelerated. He started to drive the road as he left the parking lot. I'm really sorry, writer, that something like this happened. What is it? Work is more important, and it's about to end anyway. Just think of it as a drive. Yes. Somi-I looked outside at the window. It was a completely different feeling from Toan's car. The background was always amazing. The darkness of the city was beautiful. They arrived at Starbucks parking lot a while later. Somi-I opened the door and left. I'll be back quickly, writer. Take your time. Somi-I was about to jump up and down as she was going up to the office. Now, with the work done, she was able to eat with Jae-gun comfortably. You're coming now? Editor? You were here. Somi-I's face slightly hardened. Assistant manager Go wasn't here for overtime. Younguk, who usually left at 6, was still sitting in his chair. I brought it. Okay. Here. Somi-I offered the contact with 2 hands politely. Gyunguk said as he lifted himself up. You didn't eat, right? Let's eat together. Somi-I suddenly lost what to say, but she answered quickly. Editor, I'm sorry, but I already have plans. Usually, this was enough to get people away, and Somi-I thought too. But Gyunguk asked once more. Oh really? I thought that it was time for you to come, and I was waiting for you to eat together. Is it important? Yes, a bit. Gyunguk sighed and sat back down. I guess not. Then let's do that for later. Where are you going? I can drive you there. No, it's fine. I'll be leaving now. You go safely. Gyunguk looked at Somi-I leaving. It was a glance like a hunter looking at a bird who was out of his reach. Does she have a man? Nah, probably just a friend. Gyunguk sighed and turned off his game. It would have been better if he had asked her before, but it was too late as he was packing his jacket, getting ready to leave. She's perfectly my style, though. Cute and cheerful. Her skin is great because she's so young, too. Gyunguk got up. There would be a lot of times because they were in the same office. And now he called his friend. Hello, is it Jungkook? It's Gyunguk and House today for a drink? I'll buy. That room? I could remember the girls' faces. Hey, there's another place, yeah? I'm about to leave, so I'll see you in 30 minutes. He whistled and left. As he came by at the elevator, there were a few people there. She must have left already. She's fast. Gyunguk got on the elevator. And just then, Somi-I came out from the restroom. It would be awkward if we met. Somi-I knew where he put his car. Therefore, she guided him to the opposite side of his car. It wouldn't be good if they met again. Somi-I took another elevator and went down. Jae-gun was waiting with the music on. I'm sorry I was late. Did you wait a while? It's only been about 15 minutes. Are you done? Yes, I'm completely done. Somi-I smiled and got on. The car was warm and made her feel good. Now, what do you want to eat? Somi-I opened after a thought. How's spicy seafood stew? That's good and hot. I know a place and it's not far. We can go there. Sure, let's go then. Jae-gun accepted her offer and pressed the accelerator. It would only be a 5-minute ride. As they went into the restaurant, there were many people as this was a famous place. Welcome, how many people? 2. Come here. The 2 people got escorted to a table in the corner. Jae-gun took off his jacket and said to the employee, Get us a large spicy seafood stew. Right or huh? We can't eat that all with only 2 people. Somi-I tried to stop him, but Jae-gun didn't listen. We can. If we order big, there will be good sides too, right? Ha ha. Yes, we'll do well. The seafood came onto the table. There was so much seafood, shrimp, mussels, etc. The employee put the seafood inside the stew and cut it for them. Eat first, right or huh? This is good. Here, I'll cut it for you. Here. Somi-I busily pulled out the food onto Jae-gun's plate. Then Jae-gun started to return the favor as well. You too. You're eating nothing. I am. How is this place? It's good. I think I'll come here more often. Are you frequent here? Somi-I smiled and shook her head. It's a bit too expensive here to be frequent. We came here with my office employees. The food is good and the seafood is really fresh. Yeah, it really is. Thank you for telling me this place. I'm thankful. I get food from such an expensive place. Do you want a drink? I can get a ride. You don't have to for me. I don't have to drink. Then let's just go for AC.OK. Jae-gun and Somi-I talked as they ate. There was no awkwardness between them. It was already winter and they met in the summer. They faced a lot together. The 2 people were already very close without the help of a drink. Somi-I, couldn't you show me your pictures? Jae-gun asked as they were about to be full. He was going to ask, but he was holding in the question. But it was going to be hard. Mine, you're really good. I know, because you have that profile that drawers have. I feel like there's going to be a lot of things on that tablet you carry around everywhere. Jae-gun smiled as he pointed at the laptop that was sticking out of the bag. Somi-I immediately turned horrified, showing Jae-gun's guess was right. It's really embarrassing. And there's nothing that's complete yet. I want to see it. Yes. Please. Then just a little. Somi-I turned on the laptop and gave it to Jae-gun. As Jae-gun got the laptop, Somi-I immediately put her head down on her hands. Wow. Jae-gun complimented as he looked at the first picture. He thought there would be girly cute pictures, but no. The beginning was filled with a knight in armor on a horse. The ferocity of a knight seemed to break out of the monitor. Wow, this is great. How do you draw these characters so well? This is crazy. Jae-gun turned the page, spouting compliments. It wasn't about all cute female characters either. There were great female characters that male readers would love to see. You're this good and you have no talent? Aren't you too modest? Don't say that. I can't even lift my head. Just then, a young woman came over to the talking Jae-gun and stood next to him. Excuse me. Yes. Jae-gun and Somi-ai both looked at her. It was a female customer sitting just a few feet away from here. The group of 3 to 4 was looking at Jae-gun and whispering. What is it? Are you writer Ha Jae-gun? Yes. It's right. It wasn't the first time that he faced this, so Jae-gun answered her calmly. The girl covered her mouth and gestured to the group. Wow, it's right. The group all came to Jae-gun. They were all girls in their 30s, and they all fought to speak to writer Ha. Wow, this is really writer Ha Jae-gun. I've read your book, A Dumb Woman. Writer, we're the reader group in our company. You have no idea how emotional it was to us. We must have read it about 3 times at least. You're so much more handsome than your name and picture. What are you writing now? Is it going to be a drama? I love those. Questions came like a bullet that Jae-gun couldn't answer them as quickly. But Jae-gun tried his best to answer them. Why do they all go that way? Is he a famous person? I don't know. I know a lot of programs, but I've never seen him before. The customers and even the employees started to glance at them. If they could hear the conversation, they would know that Jae-gun was a writer, but the restaurant was pretty loud. He really groaned. The opposite side of Jae-gun, Somi-ai was looking at Jae-gun with a slight smile. The 2 eyes were bright. They were the light that was reflecting the growth of Jae-gun in just half a year. Writer, I'm sorry, but could you take a picture? Jae-gun looked at Somi-ai and nodded. Yes, of course. I'll take it. Here, give it to me. Somi-ai took the phone from the girl. The girls took place behind Jae-gun and fixed their clothes and hair. I'll take it. 1, 2, 3. The flash came and a picture stored on the phone. The girl asked as she took her phone back. But, your girlfriend? Somi-ai almost spilled her water at that. Her face turned red as she tried to wave it off. No, I'm an editor. You're really pretty. Yeah, your skin is white and the hair fits really great. How did you guys meet? Hey, she's an editor. Did you forget? Let's clear out. They're eating. A girl that was a little less drunk than the rest pulled out the group. Even as they went back to their seats, they nodded their heads at Jae-gun /. Therefore, Jae-gun had to do the same out of politeness. Sorry, Somi-ai. No, I felt good too, being with a famous writer. Don't tease me. Let me see the pictures again. Jae-gun picked up the laptop, and he continued on his compliments. Somi-ai was having fun on the opposite side, yet she was also very nervous. When this ends, when would she be able to see Jae-gun again? That was Somi-ai's only thoughts. There was no work reason to meet Jae-gun again. It will be hard to meet just an editor like me. Jae-gun would pull out books after books. Therefore, he would obviously go higher up in the rankings. This was Somi-ai's belief. There was no another path. I saw them well, Somi-ai. Somi-ai didn't even hear Jae-gun call her name. Jae-gun pulled out his hand in front of Somi-ai, and then she finally looked at him. Yes, writers say it. I saw the pictures well. Jae-gun continued as he handed over the pictures. You have the skill to do outside work. Yes. I guess. There's no rule that you can't. If the company people say something, you can use a different name. Not that, but I don't have confidence. Beep. Jae-gun's phone vibrated. It was a message from Miho. Jae-gun laughed as he checked it and said to Somi-ai, It's a writer I know. He wants me to introduce a good il.u.s.trot or, if I know any. He's preparing for a pay-per-chapter book. Yes. The management would do it for him, but there's a possibility that he might not like it. How is it? Don't you have any ideas on sending your portfolio? It was true that she had no confidence. It was something which could not be solved even with compliments and praises from Jae-gun. Therefore, it was the kind of work that should have been turned down. However, right now, Somi-ai couldn't do that, because if she accepted this job, she would form a closer relationship with Jae-gun. to be able to see his face one more time. In the busy, crowded restaurant, there was a silence between the two people. Looking downwards, Somi-ai had a serious expression cast upon her face. In the end, there was a smile on his face as Jae-gun spoke. I'm sorry. I think I was in too much of a hurry, so I don't mind if you slowly think things through if you find it uncomfortable. I'll do it, Somi-ai said with her head raised and a determined glint in her eyes. She spoke to him with a clear tone. Although I don't have any confidence, I will try. On the way home, I'll gather up a portfolio of art and drawings and send it to your mailbox. He smiled brightly in happiness and stuck out his thumb. That's good. Talent shouldn't be sitting around collecting dust after all. Make me a cover, too. He poured some C.O.K.E in a drinking GLA.S and held up the drink in the air. A toast. By day, a sarcastic and witty editor, but by night, an ill.U.S. trottor with talent. A toast to young Somi-ai. Cheers. What was that for writer Ha? Saying it so weirdly. Never mind. Drink it up. One shot. What? I'm not very good at these. If you can't, then you're paying. L. Jae-gun began to chug down on his C.O.K.E first. Making a face, Somi-ai followed and brought the cup to her lips and began to drink. Neither of them could even manage to finish half of the cup without choking. Seeing that, they both stared at each other and laughed. My mood is getting better. After eating, do you want to go to the karaoke bar? Karaoke? Well, I'm fine with it, but will you be okay? Don't you still have to write as well? You know that I write at the speed of light. So after this, karaoke. Cool. Somi-ai made circles with her fingers and bashfully replied. There are no longer any feelings of nervousness or restlessness. Right now, this moment was priceless. Resolving herself to no longer be foolish and silly from now on, Somi-ai finished off drinking the rest of her cola. Finally, it's payday. After Christmas, the morning of December 27th, with a clean, washed face, Do-mi pulled out the chair and sat in front of the computer. Today, she had to work balancing accounts on Monpia. Monpia's calculation period was between the last month of 28th to this month of 27th. Towin, in fatigue, was still sleeping soundly in the other room. Do-mi, listening to Towin snoring, accessed the Monpia page. After entering in username and pa.s.sword, she checked the results for the novel The Breathe. Project The Breathe. Paid web novel purchases 2, 681, 448. Paid web novel total sales 268, 144, 801. Paid web novel sales adjusted amount 168, 931, 224 1. Tax 574, 731. Final amount paid 163, 356, 494 1, about $160,000. Wow. Even though she checked every day, it was still amazing. Today's was greater than yesterday's, and it made Do-mi shudder in excitement. And that final amount probably wasn't even 3% of the profits of the books. This was all because of Jae-gun's writing speed. Because he was releasing 5 chapters a day, he could pull off such a wonderful result. This is a real record setter, and it hasn't even been a month yet. The Breathe began to publish itself serially from the beginning of the month of December. If he had filled the entire month, there would be more profits. And this was only from the Monpia sales. The Breathe would now enter Naven's store, Coco Page, and Yudo Books. There was no way to know how much profits those would make yet. Since Towin is sleeping right now, I should make the call. Without delay, Dongmin took Towin's cell phone in her hands. Dongmin had worried a lot about paying their bills. She felt that she needed to call the person who helped them get away from this worry. After the phone rang a couple times, the line finally connected. Yes, Representative. Writer Ha Jae-gun. Hello. I am Representative Towin's wife, Shin Dongmin. Ah yes. Hello. On the receiver end, Jae-gun sounded slightly confused. Dongmin laughed as she continued. You've written such marvelous pieces of work, so I wanted to say thanks. I'm sure you know that today is where we calculate the balance accounts on Monpia. Writer Ha's earnings are very good. Thank you. But really, it's all because of Representative Towen. I really want to invite you over to our house. Ever since I saw you, I've wanted to treat you out to a feast. Talk with my husband, and I hope you will come by. Yes. Thank you. Of course, if you're inviting, I'll be there. Yes, yes, if you could come, I'll be thankful. Also, Ryder Ha, if I were to send a package, where would I have to address it to? It was a question asked even though she knew that Jae-gun lived alone by himself in Seoul. It was an important thing to send a present to a writer on the holidays. Jae-gun was Laugh Book's sole author. Obviously, she couldn't just forget it. I think it'd be good if you were to send it to Suwon. Okay, then have a happy new year, and I'll contact you next year. Yes, thank you for all your hard work, and happy new year. Beep. Jae-gun stretched. Rika, who was sitting on a bed, saw Jae-gun and began to copy, performing her own stretch with her front paws being outreached in front of her. $100,000. Jae-gun mumbled to himself while staring at Rika. Even half a year ago, that was something that wouldn't have even been thought of. Now the day where he could buy his family a house wasn't so far off. The Breathe, which was being updated 5 times a day, would reach over 400 chapters by the end of next February. Jae-gun wanted to get profit fast, so he didn't rest at all. Including some of the other works, this month's profit should be... I can't seem to calculate it. Rika, calculate it for me, please. How much is it? Rika didn't even pretend as though if she were listening. Jae-gun ran, scooping Rika into his arms and repeatedly nipped at her. Hurry up and calculate for me. I'm asking you how much is my income this month. Meow. Instead, Rika simply licked at Jae-gun's nose. Ticklish, Jae-gun began to giggle, but kept rubbing his nose against Rika's. The delicate smell of shampoo was felt clearly as he held her. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to write this way. Meow. You're not a normal cat. I know. You, the master, saved me. Jae-gun sat up straight and began scratching Rika at the nape of her neck. Rika moved her body and made herself comfortable to adjust to the hands that were scratching her. Her eyes slowly began to slant and droop. I have to do my best. Every day, I'm learning something new. Master Se-gun-woo is an amazing person. Even a single word or sentence, when I did it the way he taught me, it adds a whole new different flavor. I wondered just what kind of person he was. Jae-gun, who had been muttering to himself while all of a sudden the Modern Teen Literary Award came up. For a long time, he had completely forgotten about it. He was lying if he said he wasn't antic.I.P. aiding a good result. He wanted to be an author that was deserving of his professor's encouragement. He wanted to be someone that could make his professor proud. Rika, want to go out for a bit? To clean up the master's house a bit. Then maybe going to offer him a cup of wine at his grave. Meow. Rika jumped off the bed. Jae-gun grabbed his coat and stepped out of the door with Rika. A cold gust of winter air blew their way. But with Rika close to him, Jae-gun didn't feel cold at all. It's funny, you see. Professor Gu placed down his cup of coffee. He decided to try his luck. Around a luxurious-looking table, there were 7 to 8 people sitting all around. There was a single common factor amongst all these people. Professor, novelist, critic. They were all famous people in the circle of the literary world. They were also all committee members on the Modern Teen Literary Contest. Isn't it quite funny how the award will be going to an author who writes such low-standard writing? Immediately, the professor next to him spoke. I think so too. In literature, there should be something like dignity. For someone that writes fantasy martial arts web novels online to win such an award. How? It's just not proper. I may even be considering a ghostwriter. A writer who is hired to write. A neat-looking female professor of around the age of 50 seemed to be the same. I am of the same opinion as well. This is awkward, but it's just not up to the standard. Just terrible project. Oh, so sorry. I apologize. It shouldn't even be a project. After reading, it leaves your brain vacant. There's no message. Are we really going to present the award to an author that writes such things? That's right. Although I'd rather not say this, but there are many bright, young, brilliant minds like my students who have also entered this year's contest whom I believe to be far more deserving of this award. I don't think it makes sense for us to award some writer who writes these trashy web novel over submissions of actual literary work. After the last professor's words, a silence hung over the table. On the opposite side, the other 4 people who were on the council had not spoken. These were part of the party who supported the author that they were currently discussing. They thought that it had been an overwhelmingly well-written piece. Among the 4 people, a female professor began to quietly laugh. The other female professor from before that gave off an air of order, furrowed her eyebrows, and asked, "What's so funny?" "Nothing much. I just found it so funny how agreeable you all seemed to be with each other when it came to this topic. You're all saying the same thing." Upon giving her reply, the female professor pushed back her chair and stood up, since there was no reason for her to be sitting at this table anymore. "Where are you going all of a sudden? It looks like there's nothing to talk about anymore. And I just thought of a critique to write on my monthly article." At her words, the expressions on everyone's faces became stiff for a moment. It was because this particular female professor had influence in the literary world that could not be ignored. What topic are you planning to write?" Professor Jung asked stiffly. She stared at the ceiling for a bit before replying. "A mark of an author? Just because of the genre he chooses to write. No matter how good and well written his work might be, he'll never receive acknowledgement for it. A truly disgusting stigma. I'm going right if this is the mistake of the author or the literary world." "Look here, Professor Han Heesen." Professor Goose shouted in anger and stood up. "Are you taking sides because it's your student?" She finally lowered her gaze from the ceiling and back on downwards, and she stared at him. "Are you saying that while already knowing what kind of person I am?" A single phrase. Professor Gu harumphed and turned his head. Although he hated to admit it, that was the truth. The professor in front of him had never said something unfair. That may be so, but you're being too protective of this one. You haven't criticized the novel once. Professor Gu argued without looking at her. The female professor burst out into laughter and said this. "How are you supposed to criticize a novel that has no faults?" It became suddenly quiet. Taking a book out of her bag, she placed it down on the table. "It's the author's previous work. It seems as if those of you on Mr. Gu's side haven't read it yet. Especially you, Professor Jung. Seeing that you thought of a possibility of a ghostwriter, I'm curious if those thoughts will be the same after you're done with this book." "Ugh. I'll be leaving first. Good work." She turned and left. Everyone's attention went towards the book that she had left behind. The name of the book was A Dumb Woman, and the author's name was Ha Jae-gun. "I've eaten well." It was the time when they were eating fruit after dinner. Jae-gun picked up an apple and lifted his head. His 2 ears were surprised. His dad, Suk-jae, was continuing with his head down. "It's great eating with the family together with my son as well." His mom, Myunja, and Jane was the same. They were all looking at Suk-jae with disbelief. "Yeah, why are you saying that? It's good. You ate well too." Myunja turned red as she smiled. Jane also smiled. The feeling of happiness was great once in a while. Jae-gun choked up. He wasn't thinking that he would hear any compliments as they were shopping for ingredients. He had just thought that it would be good if he didn't complain. But he ate well, and it was great because his son was here. It wasn't his dad who said false words. It made him happy. "I should go." Suk-jae put down his fork and stood up. Myunja asked to Suk-jae with sorry eyes. "Can't you rest on the holidays?" "I can only rest when they tell me to. I'm the only person who can work. And I've rested before on the previous holiday." Jae-gun stood up as well. Rika also went to him. "I'll take you there." "No, stay here. I have to go anyway." Jane said too as Jae-gun said that. "Where are you going?" "You should say during the holidays." "I have to go somewhere. I'll be back." Suwon isn't that far anyway. The 2 family members went out. The car was already on by remote control. Jae-gun opened the pot as Singer's seat and Suk-jae went in grumbling. "It's close by walking. It's cold. Let's go by car." It was barely a few minutes. Jae-gun arrived, and Suk-jae only stared outside the window. There were no words. "Father," Jae-gun said as they arrived. Suk-jae was turning around as he opened the door. "Resign from this job." He didn't say anything else. Suk-jae opened his eyes in surprise, but he quickly turned unemotional and answered, "Thank you for taking me." "Father, go ahead. And come again." Suk-jae closed the door and went away. Jae-gun looked at his father walking away. His figure slowly disappeared from view, but he still sat there. Meow. Rika went over to the singer's seat and meowed. Then Jae-gun realized and shook his head. Sorry, Rika. I was thinking. Jae-gun slapped his cheeks in self-encouragement as he accelerated. He was going to write harder tomorrow. His will was strong. Until that day, when his usually unemotional father was not going to stop laughing. Wow. Miho already has 3,000 views. The office next to Giro Station. Young Hyun-jaeyoung was surprised as he sipped some coffee. Miho's new novel, The King Fallen on Earth, with 20 chapters was showing decent results. Awesome. This way, he's already going to be ready for paid chapters? I need to write a draft too. There were only sighs coming out. His age was 25. He left his hometown after the military, and it was a month since he got here. It was obvious why he did. To write something great and fun and get profit and live as a writer. That was his dream, but he didn't even get to write a novel yet. Nothing he wrote was fun. He wrote something down, but he erased it later. He continued that about 10 times every day. And now today, the end of the year, he couldn't do anything either. Freaking loser. Editor of me. Idiot. What do I write? Just someone give me a good story. I want to go out. I don't have money or a girl. What is this in the new year? Hyun-jaeyoung shouted like a madman. Just then, the door opened with the sword beeping sounds. Hyun-jaeyoung didn't look, thinking it was Miho. Excuse me. HM. Hyun-jaeyoung was surprised at that and looked up. It was Jae-gun who came in. In his hands, he had chicken and pizza. Rika was walking around him. I'm a person who knows writer Kong Miho. I called him, but he said he had something to do, and then he gave me the sword. Jae-gun explained quickly. Hyun-jaeyoung nodded in surprise and stood up. It was the first time they had met. Come in. My brother will come in soon. Yes, thank you. Jae-gun put down the food on a table. Hyun-jaeyoung's mouth was watering. He was poor, and he really wanted to eat those luxury foods. Come quickly. He could eat when Miho came back. Hyun-jaeyoung wanted to just break the seal and start eating. But he suppressed that and sat down. And he clicked on the Munpia's site link. Sigh that came out of habit. It was the breathe with first place on the monitor screen. He was envious of the writers who were successful. He thought he was dumb. He must have gotten $200,000 just this month. Jae-gun looked at Hyun-jaeyoung's monitor. When he saw him looking at his project, Jae-gun looked back down with a bitter smile. He must be living the life, right? Jae-gun lifted his head up again. Since it was a question, he had to respond to it. Who? Pyung Cheon-yu. Miho says he's in his 20s. He must be living the life. He might be around somewhere, living the nights of his days. I'm writing like this, trying to get just $1,000 in 1 month. In the holidays, Hyun-jaeyoung started word as he complained, and the draft that he had started showed up on the screen. This is really bleak. Your novel. Hyun-jaeyoung turned around as if expecting it. Yes, it's fantasy. Do you like it? Of course. Then could you read it? I don't know if it's fun or not. Okay. Jae-gun sat down on the seat. Hyun-jaeyoung added, it's about 15,000 words. Just an intro. He didn't need the GLA.S.SES because it wasn't long. Jae-gun scrolled down and looked carefully. A mess. Jae-gun knew before the end. It was a story of hunters in the world of monsters. Too many plot deviations, too many characters. Who was the main? Kong Miho's draft was good compared to this. Jae-gun stood up as he finished. Hyun-jaeyoung immediately asked nervously, how was it? I think there are too many characters. Yeah? I'm writing a story with their different point of views. Like the story where many characters talk from their POV. Yes. I think there's a tendency for the novel to be too dragged because everyone says their POV from the beginning. There's no real connection to the actual current story. Hyun-jaeyoung froze. Jae-gun continued. I don't think there's a reason to introduce all the characters from the beginning. Isn't it good to just introduce when they're needed? And just say a man for a man and a girl for a girl. I think that's good for the story. Do you? It's a bit different for me. Hyun-jaeyoung frowned. It was the critique that he had gotten from Miho. He was hoping for some good reviews, but Hyun-jaeyoung was sort of irritated with the combined stress. Are you a writer too? Yes. If it's not too much, can I ask what you wrote? Hyun-jaeyoung asked as a challenge. He wanted to see what sort of great projects the other person wrote. Jae-gun opened his mouth, sort of embarrassed as I said, when the door opened and Miho came in. Ah, writer Ha Jae-gun? Ah, Rika too. You're here? I brought pizza and chicken. Let's eat. Hey, what is this? Hyeon Jaeyoung was looking at the two of them. He didn't remember any writer called Ha Jae-gun. Maybe he had a pen name. Or a writer like him who didn't debut yet. Hyeon Jaeyoung, what are you doing? Let's eat. Miho said as he took open the bag. Hyeon Jaeyoung stopped and sat down on the chair. Thank you, writer. I'll eat too. Yes, eat before it cools. Hyeon Jaeyoung was already eating before Jae-gun said that. He was waiting so long for this. Jae-gun poured cups of C.O.K. and gave it to them. Aren't you eating? I've eaten. Don't worry. But your novel, it's doing good. Aha, what? It's all because of you. I'll call the representative. I don't think there's going to be anything changed. Maybe the TI plea. I can change that easily. Ah, I hope it goes well. If I could just do 1/10 of yours. No, that's too big. Just for me to quit the convenience store job. It's going to be good. Miho's words intensified Hyeon Jaeyoung's curiosity. What kind of writer was he talking about if saying that even 1/10 was a good thing? Hyeon Jaeyoung didn't have time to ask, because Miho's next words were saying the answer. When is the Breathe coming to Naven and Coco? Probably about late January? Hyeon Jaeyoung's face turned pale, and his hand lost the grip on the cup. The C.O.K. splashed on the floor. I'm sorry. Hyeon Jaeyoung's quickly tried to pick it up. He lost his cup again with his shivering hands. Oh no. Miho, why didn't you tell me? Hyeon Jaeyoung was looking at Miho with horror and regret. After laughing, Miho nodded his head to Jae-gun. Sorry, I wanted to surprise my brother. Now I think it worked. Ah, yes. Ah-ha-ha. Jae-gun answered with an embarrassed, said laugh. Hyeon Jaeyoung wasn't all right yet. He opened his mouth. Ah, I'm really sorry about before. I'm sorry. I didn't think you would be writer Pyong-chi Onyu. I only know the pen name. Ah-ha-ha. Even if I did, I shouldn't have said that. No, it's nothing anyway. Hey, what did you do to writer Ha? No, it's nothing. Really, it was nothing, writer Kong. Hyeon Jaeyoung lifted his head. His hunger disappeared. Surprised by his determination from his eyes, Jae-gun slightly shivered at that. I beg you, writer. Yes? What? Please help me. I'll take anything. If you could tell me how to write, I will never forget this. Please. Hyeon Jaeyoung stood up and gave a 90 degrees bow. Jae-gun, who was horrified, also stood up. Don't do this. Okay, I'll help you as much as you can. I can help you with the basic guideline. Really? Yes, so just sit down. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really, thank you. Writer. Hyeon Jaeyoung kept bowing. Jae-gun couldn't stop him. Just eat first. I might change my mind if you don't. Of course. I'll eat everything. He was sitting in his office with no one to meet until the end of the year. As with Miho, Jae-gun was a great figure to Hyeon Jaeyoung as well. Thank you, writer. Miho repeated his praise. Jae-gun was smiling with Rika in his arms. In the office, with only a few hours until the new year, the group with writer Jae-gun as the boss was slowing taking place. Yes, writer Kong, it's Kwon Toon. The Demon King's second coming is doing pretty well. Just keep doing it. Don't move away from the plot. Just make the main character like this. H.E.L.O. Writer Yang, it's Laugh Books Shin Dong-mi. Yes. Congrats on making your novel views going over 6,000. We're going to be releasing paid chapters next Friday. The two employees of Laugh Books were getting busy. 2 new projects came in. Kong Miho's Demon King's Second Coming and Young Hyeon Jaeyoung Slaughter. 2 projects were doing above average. The Tips by Jae-gun once a week was doing great. A day in January. Today, Jae-gun was also in the office with the two. He wasn't here to look over their writing solely either. He wrote his own paper in a leftover computer. This is good once in a week to change the mood up for a while. Jae-gun thought. He had never written with other writers until Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung. It was a new feeling. New ideas came up in conversations. It's already been 5, writer Ha. Aren't you hungry? Would you like to eat? Yes, I'm fine. You order what you want to order. Jae-gun answered with his hands on the keyboard. Today was a good writing day. He was going to stay for a bit longer and eat dinner and leave. It was slow because it wasn't Jae-gun's laptop, but it didn't matter. Beep. A call came from an unknown number. Hello. J-Gun answered. The words on the screen were still continuing. L. Writer Ha J-Gun? Yes, who is this? This is Modern Teen Literary Manager, Joe Sejiyoung. The hand stopped. J-Gun grabbed the phone with one hand. L. Writer Ha J-Gun? Yes, go ahead. I'm listening. His voice was shivering. His heart was pounding hard. His head was heating up. Congratulations. Your project for the Modern Teen Literary Contest won the award. J-Gun sighed. He already knew since he heard the name manager. Only one person would get the call anyway. Me. One person per year. The Modern Teen Literary Contest that was so compet.I.tive. The contest that was honored by the literary world. It was the fact that he won made him silent. Why is Writer Ha like that? Is it bad news? Shush. Quiet. Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung moved to another room. J-Gun didn't realize their movements at all. There's time since the actual release date. So I hope you can stay quiet until then. You'll have to write a speech. The amount is... The manager was talking. J-Gun tried to listen, but the words just didn't go in his ear. Then I'll call you back again. Yes, thank you. J-Gun looked up at the ceiling blankly. He had no thoughts for a while. And then one girl's face started to show up on the ceiling's pattern. I have to meet her. J-Gun stood up immediately and picked up his coat. He had to give this information to that one person. If it weren't for this person, he couldn't have even written this novel. Writer Kong, Writer Yang. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Is there something bad? No, nothing like that. Then I'll contact you later. J-Gun picked up Rika and started the car. And then he searched up Dassel and called. The phone is turned off, so... Dang it. J-Gun dropped his phone. Why now? Why at this important time is the phone off? Maybe she was changing the battery. Thinking that, J-Gun waited a few minutes and called again. But the phone was still off. If this was right, I should have asked where she lived. J-Gun pressed the accelerator. He thought that she was still working there. It wasn't a long distance, so he got off. The karaoke bar was still shiny. He didn't go to the elevator and went up the stairs. He called again, but another beep came with no answer. Hello. The owner with the heavy makeup greeted J-Gun. J-Gun nodded and asked her, Hello. Do you remember me? Hm? The owner clapped her hands together. The person who writes? Yes, that's right. It's nothing, but I wanted to find that girl from last time again, Dassel. Her phone is off, so I don't know how to meet her. It's important. I haven't seen her in a while. Yes. Why? I don't know. If she's not here, she's not. Why? Is the phone off? Did she borrow money? The owner asked with suspicious eyes. J-Gun shook his head with his hand on his forehead. How long has it been? Hm, about a week? Is there any way I can go through the office? J-Gun asked hopefully, but the owner shook her head. I can't go that. It might be complicated later on. You know. Yes, I know. Just wait. The phone might be broken. The owner comforted him, looking at J-Gun's worried face. J-Gun nodded weakly and went out of the bar. Rika, where do I find her? J-Gun stood there, looking at the crowd going by. And with that, he was asking to Rika. It's kind of sad, actually. She called many times to get dinner, but I never answered. I said I would contact her, but I didn't. The regret was coming through him in waves. Dassel's face was still in his mind, clearly. Meow. Meow. Rika turned herself in his grasp, and then she jumped off. J-Gun was worried because there were many people, so he turned around. Rika, don't go away and come here. Rika was walking towards a building with Grace, and then she stopped in front of a girl's shoes. Oh, hey, you're cute. What's your name? J-Gun widened his two eyes. The girl's face was stuck in his eyes. Are you a Russian blue? Are you a female? Where's your owner? The girl who was crouching down and winking at Rika was Dassel. J-Gun walked toward as if pulled. And seeing the shadow, Dassel slowly looked up. Writer. Dassel smiled happily. It was a face that didn't have any makeup. Looking at the pretty and cheerful face, J-Gun smiled as well. What are you doing? How is it? I got it. Yes? Got what? The novel that I wrote about you got the award. Dassel's smile froze. The surroundings around them were loud. However, through the loudness, The two people were exchanging glances silently. Meow. Rika broke the silence and went in between them. Both people's glance went towards Rika. Why was your phone off? Ah, the frame broke. Dassel stood up and answered. There was a bit of a rough customer. I sent a message and I put it on the table, but he pushed the table so it fell. Well, I got the fees, so. I see. Dassel smiled and came closer to him, and she looked up at J-Gun and tilted her head. So, did you come to see me? To tell me that? I wrote it because of you. What is that? You're just good. Aren't you working? Dassel answered with a horrified face and looked around herself wearing a jumper and jeans. How can I work with this? And I haven't gone in a week. It's the New Year's too. Yes. So do you have anything to do? I don't, so I'm here out to buy beer. That's good. What? I'm keeping my promise of buying you something. Dassel laughed with a few. J-Gun also smiled a bit. How long has that been? There's way too much interest. I'm fine with anything. I'm gonna eat till the bone. It's fine. Dassel went to J-Gun and crossed her arms with him. She was reckless like they were old friends or in a relationship. J-Gun wasn't that horrified knowing her. But what about the cat? There are places where the cat can't go. There should be. Or I can bring her home and come back. It's not that far. Just get on first. J-Gun walked to Dassel's car. Dassel widened her eyes in surprise. You must be having some money. You have a car. It's not that expensive. Get in. The car with the two and Rika went out. Rika was in between the two. Without both of them knowing, her eyes were shining brightly. Are you going to use Ryder, Omi Young-hun again? Next in office. There were two people. One was the planning team leader, and one was the development team leader. It came out like that. Go discuss it with Representative Park when he comes. Suhi closed her mouth and looked down. Nexon was creating another mobile game, a genre with a free-roaming RPG game. It was about a writer to write for this story that was 60% done. I have no other words. Go ask the representative. But tomorrow, I'll get a meeting with Writer O. Then bye. The development team leader went out quickly. Suhi sat down in despair and didn't know how to get up. How? There's no reason why J-Gun isn't good enough for me, Young-hoon. J-Gun got many hit works and the Digital Literary Award as well. Maybe there was another force at work. Suhi was about to make J-Gun the writer for this. The story for J-Gun's scenario for the mobile racing game was already over. But the writing was left. The entire team read it and understood his skill. But now it was Mi Young-hoon. Suhi knew that Mi Young-hoon's personality wasn't good enough for this job. He was good at writing, but it was different from writing alone and writing with others. She couldn't understand Mi Young-hoon who bragged and didn't listen to others. Sigh, my head hurts. Suhi stood up, holding her forehead. She needed a cup of coffee. She went to the resting room with her slippers, without knowing that there would be a visitor that she had no idea would be there. Are you going to drink coffee? Suhi was surprised as she almost lost her balance. Mi Young-hoon was sitting alone in a chair near the window. In his hand, there was a mug with coffee in it. Why are you here? She heard that there would be a meeting about tomorrow or so, but there was no reason to see Mi Young-hoon here today. Let's drink coffee together. Mi Young-hoon said that as he went to the coffee machine and picked up a capsule. Suhi asked with sharp and cold eyes. What did you do? J-Gun is here, but the game got SC or A.ped and for the new project. How could you, with no meeting or anything, be the new scenario writer? What connection is it now? Mi Young-hoon stayed quiet, looking at the coffee stream. He opened his mouth as the coffee stopped. It might be because of the news. The drama for my novel is right ahead. Mi Young-hoon was saying unemotional. There might have been words between Nexon and content Jin Hyung-won. I don't know what you're thinking of, but there was nothing special that I did. Mi Young-hoon turned around and pulled out the mug. Suhi just looked at Mi Young-hoon's face without taking the mug. What is it? Suhi was curious. Mi Young-hoon was unlike his usual self. This new calm self of him seemed very different compared to the impulse. Easy to get mad, Mi Young-hoon. Take it. Drink it when it's hot. Mi Young-hoon gave it to him, shaking the coffee a bit. Suhi took the cup and sat down in the nearest chair. Mi Young-hoon took it and sat down opposite of her. Suhi avoided Mi Young-hoon's glance and sipped coffee, looking at outside the window. She had no intention of talking with him. She was only here because she thought it was annoying to move seats. The representative told me to get a meeting. Suhi said when she drank about half of the coffee. It was probably good to talk about business while they were there. Her glance was still looking at the airplane flying across the night. Tell me when it's a good day for you, and I'll make it. Any time is fine. You make it. Okay, I will. Suhi put the cup to her lips again, with business over. She wanted to drink it quickly, but she couldn't. She didn't have the feeling to rest and enjoy coffee. I have to say this to Jae-gun. Suhi's shoulders were drooping. She wanted to make a game with Jae-gun as the writer. He gave a great scenario that was above average. There was nothing bad at all. But even with all that, he was just gone. Suhi, Mi-young-hoon said. Suhi looked at Mi-young-hoon. Say it. Suhi's voice was on the tip. Mi-young-hoon looked down at the table. And with a small sigh, his voice continued. I'm sorry. Suhi's two eyes shined in surprise. She didn't mistakenly hear it. Mi-young-hoon was wrinkling his face. It was a facial expression that matched with the words that he said. I apologize for all the things that I've done like an idiot. I came here to say that. Suhi couldn't believe it. Mi-young-hoon, that was so stubborn, was asking for forgiveness. She had no idea how to take in this situation. I know it's not an issue that's going to be fixed like a simple word like this. I can tell that I was such a bad guy. I wish you could forgive me. Mi-young-hoon lifted his head and looked at Suhi. He added, looking at the surprised and shocked Suhi, I won't say anything more. I'll try until you can see me as a good person. I'll fix it one by one. Suhi couldn't say anything. Mi-young-hoon drank the last remains of coffee in one sip and stood up. He added, as he went to the exit, I won't let you down. Mi-young-hoon's figure left the resting room. Suhi's two eyes were still blank, looking at the door. What happened? Was he really asking for forgiveness? Suhi wasn't sure yet. She had faced way too much of Mi-young-hoon's bad side to just trust him with one word. Team leader, what's wrong? Hemi-I. Suhi lifted her back quickly. She didn't even realize that Hemi-I was standing in front of her. I came in here early and you didn't realize? You must be tired. You should go in early. I think so. I'll go after one call. Yes, I'm going to. Hemi-I left the room. Suhi picked up her phone. Her fingers stopped as she was going to press the last number of Jae-gun's phone number. She had no confidence anymore to talk with a calm voice. She put her two arms on the table and laid her head down. The restaurant was loud. Sushi was moving across the conveyor belt in a row. Jae-gun and Dassel were just getting escorted in. Wow, this is great. I haven't eaten sushi in such a long time. Eat well today. I eat really well, you know. Your wallet is going to suffer. It's shrimp. Dassel quickly picked up a shrimp sushi and put it in front of her. And she put wasabi in. Isn't shrimp really good? Everything I get tired of, but not shrimp. Yeah, that's why I eat the best, too. You're a real eater. Here's ginger, too. Thank you. Now let's eat. The two people started to eat and talk. Small talk was going between them. Dassel was smiling and laughing. Jae-gun felt happy looking at her. I'm full. Dassel moved back as she finished about 10 plates. Jae-gun was at his limit. As he looked, Dassel's cheeks were soaked with sweat. Take off your jacket. I think it's a bit hot here. Dassel shook her head. I can't. Why? I told you I came to buy beer. I just wore something randomly. Jae-gun smiled. What does that matter? These are people you're never going to see again. If it's not rags, just wear it. Dassel narrowed her eyes and laughed. And she whispered to Jae-gun's ear. I didn't even do a bra. FLU.S. teared. Jae-gun turned his head and coughed. Dassel immediately clapped her hands and laughed. It was so loud that a few people looked at her. It's a joke. Joke. You think I wouldn't have one? Dassel took off the jumper. It was just a simple plain black t-shirt. Her white neck and the black shirt was combining very well. Her neckline was really beautiful, he thought. Maybe because her face is pretty, everything is pretty. Jae-gun thought of Suhi's face. Suhi was still the prettiest girl he knew. Jae-gun thought for a long time that Suhi could be held with the world's beauties and not lose. What do we do now? Jae-gun lifted his head. Dassel was smiling like a child. And like before, her two legs were on Jae-gun's thigh. You're not going to just buy me this, right? You got an award. I get it, what now? Just first take off your legs. Why? Are you embarrassed as it said? I like this. That's a bar. And this has a bar shape, so customers might see. Take it off. No, I won't. Dassel held back. J-Gun forced her legs off. Wow, really? Why do you care so much about other? It's not caring, but etiquette. It's fine. If you're done eating, let's go. Let's drink. Dassel left first. J-Gun shook his head and stood up with the receipt. Thank you. Come again. Yes, thank you. The two people walked. J-Gun walked slowly. But why don't you do a necklace? What? So random. You have an earring. Don't girls do jewelry before leaving home? Then buy me one before I answer that. HM. J-Gun walked slowly, and he stopped and looked at a place. There was a store selling jewelry. What are you doing? Dassel turned around and asked. She turned her glance to the store as well, and she ran over and slapped her shoulder lightly. Come on, I was joking. No, I'll buy you one. Ah, it's fine. I don't do necklaces. What now? I'm not going to just buy you sushi. That's good. I was about to give you a present anyway. Let's go. Hey. J-Gun walked to the store. Dassel was embarrassed, said as she walked towards him. Come in. The store was shining with jewelry. J-Gun gestured to the Dassel who was standing near the entrance. Come on. There's a lot of good ones. Ah, it's really fine. I can't really. Dassel put her head down and stood next to J-Gun. J-Gun pointed to all kinds of jewelry and asked her preference. How's this? Flower-shaped. It looks expensive. Don't worry. What about this? It looks more expensive. J-Gun looked at her. I told you not care about price. You helped me as much as to deserve this. And I have the power to gift you this. I got all the money for the interview. That's that, and this is this. It's my mind, so I would like if you didn't care. Just look. Come on. J-Gun repeated. Dassel lifted her head slowly. How's that? It's too big. Finally, no talks about the price. Good. This one, HM. I want to try it on. HELO. Could you take this out for me? Yes. Dassel was concentrating now, and so was J-Gun. He didn't realize that the phone in his pocket was vibrating. Looks good, J-Gun said as he saw the necklace. It was a thin, flower-shaped gold necklace. There was a small diamond in the middle. I think your neck is pretty, so it fits very well, ma'am. Try it on. The girl employee offered with a bright voice. Dassel hesitated and held it up to her neck. Wow, it's really good. You could try it on. I think it's good like this. Then look closer. Here, a mirror. The girl quickly gave a mirror. Dassel looked at her neck through the mirror, and a small smile appeared on her face. You like it? J-Gun read her expression. Dassel didn't answer. There's no rush. There's many, so just look slowly. No, I like this, but... Dassel slurred her words. J-Gun knew why Dassel was hesitating. She was worried about the price. The price was $649. Not a small amount. Give it to me, J-Gun said to the employee. There was no reason to spend more time if she liked it. Dassel swallowed awkwardly. Thank you. I will pack it for you. You can pay over here. J-Gun paid with a card. The girl packed the necklace in a small bag. Thank you. Have a nice day. J-Gun and Dassel left the store. A few people were walking by drunk. J-Gun put his back to them, as if protecting Dassel, and pulled out the bag. Here. It fits into the jumper pocket. I don't think I can take it. It's expensive. Don't worry. J-Gun put the bag into her pocket. He stretched as he walked on. I don't think we can eat heavy stuff. How about going to a beer pub and getting some cream beer? I'm fine with anything. Dassel answered quietly. Her hand held the bag in her pocket tightly. Your voice became so calm. I wonder why. J-Gun asked as if teasing. Dassel looked up, and with a red face, she held J-Gun's arm. Don't tease me, and let's go quickly. The two people walked like a couple with their arms clung together. Dassel asked, Why did you buy it for me anyway? You told me to buy you one. But you brought out the topic first. Why don't you do one? He couldn't say that her neck looked too pretty, so he wanted to buy her one. And then he answered after looking at a pub. I just wanted to repay you, and you just didn't have anything. So yeah. Dassel looked dumbfounded. What is that? That I don't have a ring and a bracelet and other? You're going to buy me everything. Really? Let's go then. J-Gun turned around quickly. Dassel, surprised, hit J-Gun's back lightly. Joking, just joking. Let's go. How's that? It looked good. Let's go. The two people sat opposite of them. It was a small store. There was jazz coming out the speakers. J-Gun liked the quiet mood. They were full, so they just ordered a cream beer. Dassel pulled out the necklace before drinking. Can I try it now? It's yours, why ask me? Haha, yes. Dassel laughed playfully and pulled it out. She took off her jumper and tried it on. How is it? It looks good. So enthusiast. But can you buy me this? Didn't you spend your month's money into this? I bought this with the money I got. How much is it? $1,000? No, too small. $3,000. $30,000. Dassel opened her mouth. Her two eyes were in surprise. $30,000? In prize money. Yes, so there's no worry. Huh. You should have said it first. Worry? No, I would have bought more. Huh. Jae-gun laughed. Dassel also laughed. Jang. The two people cheered. Tell me now. What? Your name. Tell me, because you got $30,000 because of me. Ah, Jae-gun. Jae-gun answered immediately. There was no reason to hide his name. Ha, Jae-gun? I don't know about books too much. Are you famous? A person who comes up on the internet. I don't know if I'm famous. I should come up, though. Yeah? Then I'll search it right now. Dassel looked at Naven. She typed in the name and widened her eyes. Wow, auto fill in. I put Han Jae and it came up. And she pulled up Jae-gun's profile. She couldn't close her mouth, alternating looking between the real Jae-gun and the profile Jae-gun. Wow, wow, there's a star in front of me. What star? There's nothing there. I don't know, but that's great. Wow, I'm your fan now. Your picture went great too. You picked this. It was a picture that Naven took for my interview. I accepted. I don't take pictures too much. Wow, you have a Twitter. I made one. I don't really use it. You have 5,000 followers? Wow, there's so many fans. A dumb woman? Is that the T.I.T.L.? Child of the 90s? Stop looking. Jae-gun tried to stop her to no avail. Dassel was looking with surprise. I want to read it too. I think I'm going to read because of you. I'll buy you one. I'm going to buy one, you know. She pulled out her tongue. Jae-gun smiled and sipped a drink. What's the story of this novel? Read it when it comes out. Just tell me. I'm curious. Dassel repeated and moved next to Jae-gun. And she put her legs on Jae-gun's thigh and smiled. There's a wall, so it's hidden from view. No one can see, okay? Okay. Tell me. Now, I want to know the plot of the $30,000 story. Dassel repeated. The beer GLA did S almost fell. It was a story about a guy at work with a karaoke helper dating. He opened his mouth as he pressed on Dassel's knee. Dassel shivered as he touched her knee. It was a strange feeling. It was different when she first touched him. The girl isn't as young as you. She's in her 30s and has a kid. She's a hard-working woman who got divorced. Go on. The man goes to the karaoke bar to relieve stress and meets the girl. The man is attracted to the girl immediately. The girl sees only a customer out of the many customers she sees. Ah, we're done. Give us 2 more drinks. Yes, sir. Dassel was entranced by Jae-gun's story. They start a weird relationship. They both live differently. The man lives diligently and tries to keep morals, but he also takes in stress from society. The girl has a different personality. She works as a karaoke helper to live, but she keeps her pride and lives. Recklessly, like a storm and gale. Jae-gun added awkwardly. So the T.I.T.L. is like that. Storm and gale? Why did you make it? The helper who is like a wind. Like that. Wow. Amazing. The T.I.T.L. is really trash. I think so too. I can't make a T.I.T.L. I don't know if the company might ask me to change the T.I.T.L. You should. It's going to bomb if you don't. Huh. Jae-gun laughed. Dassel looked down at her necklace. She muttered. You were really a great person. I thought you were a weird person. You came in and said you wanted an interview. You helped me. What does the story go? Dassel asked. She wondered how the story would end. You really read that. Tell me. HN? They get happy. Wow. They know what they really want. And they get happy. That's it. Jae-gun lifted his cup. Dassel gave up and lifted her cup too. Jae-gun thought of her as he drank. If she could get happy like the female main character. Why did you become so blank? No, just dizzy. Dassel put her head on Jae-gun's shoulder. A warm temperature could be felt. Jae-gun made a good angle to put her head on. Dassel smiled. She thought he was a warm person. There was no way that this person's writing would be bad. Do you think we should stand up? No, I just have to be like this for a second. Jae-gun sipped the beer alone. The customers had already left, and the store was quiet. The night crept on. TL, I think storm and gale have some kind of meaning of being like emotionally unstable in Korean terms. It was the closest thing I thought of. I'm sorry, but a contract will be hard for a while. Jae-gun said firmly. The two people's faces turned pale. It was Hee Media's Ma Jong-gu and Park Young-soo. The few pieces left of sirloin was burning away. If I have to say it, I have solved my living conditions. There's no reason to write forcefully, so I want to write something I want to write about. And I want to write fantasy or martial arts someday, but not now. Yes, if you think so, I understand. Then, Jong's face turned pale. The mission from the representative to get a contract was going to be failed. There was no way to avoid the screams from the representative. I'm really sorry. Manager Ma. And you too, Park. No, no, no. It's fine. We're sorry. And thank you. You're probably busy. Then we should stand up? Ah, yes, let's stand up. Jae-gun pulled out his money. Horrified, Jong-gu and Gyung-soo ran over and blocked him. No, writer, we're paying. I'll buy. You didn't get a contract, and it's kind of bad to use the card. There's no reason. It was a place for us to buy you food. Please put it away. Just think of it as my gift. I got your help a lot. Jae-gun cleared Gyung-soo and Jong-gu's pleas and paid. It was about $200 because it was an expensive sirloin steak. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Jae-gun laughed as he left. He remembered the time when he was shivering to pay for a ramen. It didn't feel that different from now and then. He felt happy. Then I'll go. You go too. Jong-gu couldn't even offer that he was going to take him home because Jae-gun had a car. So suppressing the regret, they greeted. Go nicely. We'll see you again. Yes, go ahead. Jae-gun clicked the navigation to his saved place. When are they announcing it? Jae-gun thought to look at the time. Today was the time that the Modern Teen Literary Contest results were going to be announced. The family, friends, and others. They were all going to be all surprised. Jae-gun pressed on the accelerator. Ah, the BAS E.M.E.N.T office. Hyeon Jaeyoung put his hands on his head. His debut novel Slaughter that started paid chapters 4 days ago wasn't doing too well. How could not even a half, but by 2/3? The number of likes that was over 6,000 when it was free was now at 2,000. It was not up to Hyeon Jaeyoung's expectations. Stop looking and write, Miho said while turning around from his seat. How could you do that for 4 days? I'm not trying to be annoying, but you don't have any in storage. If you fail one day, it's going to go down more. I know I should stop, but it's making me angry. Hyeon Jaeyoung put his head down. To the Miho who looks at Hyeon Jaeyoung pitifully, Hyeon Jaeyoung continued. You must be happy. Each chapter is getting over 1,000 payments. You already got $1,500. Me, what is 300? I won't even get $500. You're funny. Hey, be happy that you're getting that much. There's so many not doing so well. Phew. And am I the same? I'm 34, number 35, and I just made one good novel. You're younger. For a debut, that's good. Miho was trying hard to help Hyeon Jaeyoung. To Miho, who failed his debut, Hyeon Jaeyoung's wasn't that bad. It was only a debut. You're good at everything, Hyeon Jaeyoung. You have good writing, but you have a weak heart. Check that mental. Be confident. I know. That face isn't a knowing one. Do you want to go out? Yes, we have to eat lunch. Let's go out. I'll buy you something. I'm fine. Your wallet is still empty. You have to wait 2 months for the money. Hyeon Jaeyoung sighed. He went to the kitchen and brought 2 ramen. This is it for ramen. We don't even have any rice at all. I'll buy. I'll come. I'm staying with you, so we should split. We need more writers. This was an office for 4, but now only 2 people used it. The 2 people gave up writing to get a job. Now it was harder to survive. The money that was paid by 4 had to be paid by 2. The situation was hard. What about that writer that we met? Yes, he lives in Jeonju. It might be hard for him to come to Seoul. Hyeon Jaeyoung answered. Miho muttered as he looked up at the ceiling. Do I have to get this person? HM? What? I have a person I know. A writer who wrote romance and adult novels. Just recently got divorced. Oh, I said I'm living in an office and the writer wants to come in. Of course, with the money as well. Hyeon Jaeyoung brightened. Then, come here. It's a girl. What? Hyeon Jaeyoung asked. Miho yawned and continued. It's a girl. She's cool. But the problem is if we have a girl, there's so many problems. There's one bathroom, and we're going to have to give her room. Yeah. So I'm asking, what do you think? Hyeon Jaeyoung put the soup and ramen in, and he said after a thought, she doesn't have bathroom issues, right? What? If she doesn't use the bathroom too much, I'm fine. Miho smiled at that. Hyeon Jung bitterly smiled at that too. We don't have much money. Why should I worry about that? And if her personality is good, I'll agree. I don't mind. Hyeon Jaeyoung, thanks. What? Oh, the eggs. Hyeon Jaeyoung opened the fridge. Just then, the door opened. Ryder Ha, what you doing? What? Ryder Ha. Miho stood up from his seat and went out to the kitchen. Jae-gun was smiling in front of the door. You were cooking ramen. I was late. You haven't eaten either? Then eat first. I am not that hungry. No, I've eaten. I am sorry, but you might have to help me. What? Of course. Then come out for a second. The two went out of the villa. Jae-gun's car was in front of it. Jae-gun said as he opened the trunk. There's too much so I can't lift it by myself. What? That? Miho opened his mouth as he looked in the trunk. There were 3 boxes of food, from rice and dumplings and beef, coal products, ham, eggs, milk, etc. Everything was there. Don't eat only ramen. Your faces look too skinny now. Ryder, huh? Miho was so happy. He couldn't say anything with his mouth. Jae-gun was Miho's savior as he helped Miho with writing. Now, with this, he wasn't even a good writer yet. Miho's eyes turned red. I'll lift it. Hyeon Jaeyoung said first. And lifting a box, he went in. Ryder Ha, leave it. I'll do it. There's 2 left, so 1 for each. The 2 each brought a box into the office. Jae-gun said as he put it down. And 2, some money will be coming in by 4. Money? Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung both tilted their heads. It was not a paper book, but a pay-per-chapter style. There was no money beforehand. I called the representative. It's not much, but it will be enough for now. Just wait for 2 months and write hard. Really? Now Hyeon Jaeyoung couldn't open his mouth. He felt very ashamed for being mad about his debut work. This great writer was helping him, but he was just laying out complaints. Ramen is for today only. Eat it, because you already put it in. Yes, I get it. Haha. Jae-gun read a novel as Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung were eating. Hyeon Jaeyoung was already reading the news with his phone. Hyeon Jaeyoung let out a sound. Miho covered it. Wait, this. Hyeon Jaeyoung muttered louder. Miho asked while picking up a dish. What is it? Wait, I'm reading the news, but your name is coming up? Jae-gun lifted his head too. Hyeon Jaeyoung put his phone in front of Jae-gun. Is this someone else? It was the news of the Modern Teen Literary Contest results. The name was Storm and Gale. The writer's name was Ha Jae-gun. This just came up? Jae-gun answered indifferently with a smile. Hyeon Jaeyoung's mouth started to open and kept opening. Writer, huh? This really is you. Wow, this is for literary? You write well for anything, writer. Congratulations. Miho also congratulated Jae-gun. But Hyeon Jaeyoung was way more surprised than Miho. He knew how hard it was to get this award. I was a literary major. But really, Modern Teen Literary Award. Wow, I really can't say anything. This is crazy. Is that really that good? Miho, really? There are writers who spend 10 years trying to win this. This is the award that gets you recognized by the literary world. Really amazing. Jae-gun scratched his head and Esta said. And he said softly, I hope you're coming to the ceremony. Me? Of course. Of course, I'm coming. Jae-gun looked at Miho. You too, Writer Kong. Of course, but if I go, are you buying us dinner? Jae-gun laughed widely at that. The other 2 laughed as well. The weather was cold outside. But now, the office inside didn't seem too cold anymore. About 1 hour after that, Heedy Media also found the news. The first person to find out was the representative. Now, we need to get a contract. He was screaming to Gyung-soo and Jong-gu. The 2 people were putting their head down. They got screamed at by their failure to resign. But just 10 minutes later, they were back. Get a contract. Get the best. Really the best. The representative. What is? Are you asking me? 15%. Representative Jonggu and Gyungsu couldn't say anything. There were 3 books that got 15% rate. It needed about 10,000 books to sell to get a profit. It's not that bad. The situation is different. We have an electronic platform now, too. We get money there, so just contract. Give him any money he wanted beforehand, too. Gyungsu carefully opened his mouth. Sir, I'm not trying to be, but the Modern Teen Literary Award is way away from this genre. These readers and those readers don't mix. So, act. Gyungsu stopped. Jongga hit him from the side. Jongga knew that Gyungsu was wrong. The representative was saying to him now, Park, you know 1, but not 2. Don't you know what will happen to Ryder, huh? There's going to be so many deals for him. And if he gets pride in writing a literary novel, what do we do now if he doesn't write anything in this genre? I'm sorry. I didn't think. Gyungsu put his head down. The representative said in a quieter voice, Attend the ceremony. Make him annoyed. Yes, representative. What did you send him as a present? We bought a beef set and vitamins to sew on. Weak. Give more. Not 2 more, though. I think he's trying to cut us off as he paid for the meal himself. Don't cut that line, okay? Yes. Representative. Yes, I trust you. Now go. Jonggu and Gyungsu left. The representative was scratching his head, thinking maybe I should go to the ceremony too. Phew. Mi-Young-hoon sighed as he stopped typing on the keyboard. His 3 sides were covered except for his back with dividers. It was a place that Nexon gave specially to Mi-Young-hoon. Mi-Young-hoon was go to work every single day as the game scenario writer. He said that it would help concentration and help communication. But of course, the main reason was Sui, to fix the bad relationship between them to act better and get better. This was the main reason why Mi-Young-hoon went to this trashy place compared to his great study at home. Why is it not that good? Mi-Young-hoon wrinkled his face as he looked at the monitor. The cursor was flickering as he stopped typing. He pressed the backs.p.a.c until he erased everything that he had typed so far. Concentrate, come on. Mi-Young-hoon wasn't feeling very good today. He knew why, and he was trying not to think about it all. He tried to concentrate on writing the scenario for the entire morning. He hadn't gotten on the internet or looked at his phone at all. Writer, Mi-Young-hoon. Mi-Young-hoon lifted his head. It was employee Hemi-ai. Hemi-ai shivered for a second, feeling Mi-Young-hoon's piercing glance. What is it? You didn't give us a reply. The team leader was asking when the draft would be done by. Hemi-ai looked like she was scared. It was obvious. She remembered the times that she gotten hurt by Mi-Young-hoon. Hemi-ai even cried during that time. Mi-Young-hoon wondered in his head as he pressed on the shoulder. He looked at the empty Word doc that UW meant and said clearly, I'll be there in a few seconds. Yes. Hemi-ai immediately started to turn back. Just then, Mi-Young-hoon felt like he'd forgotten something and widened his eyes. Wait, Hemi-ai. Hemi-ai stopped turning and stayed in a sideways direction. Mi-Young-hoon stood up. He looked down on the small Hemi-ai and said clearly, I'm sorry about the things before. Yes. I'm apologizing for the things I've done before. I get really sensitive when I'm working, so I can't take into consideration about other people very well. So I know I can be insulting and hurting. I know. I will try not to. To you and to the rest of the team. Yeah, I'm fine. Hemi-ai reddened and muttered. He thought so, but she really was a simple and easy girl. Mi-Young-hoon said again, thinking that. So, I want to buy you dinner in terms of an apology. Then, if it's too much, you can bring the others. But Mi-Young-hoon slurred his words and looked around, and leaned into Hemi-ai and whispered quietly, I want you to know that I really want to apologize to Hemi-ai the most. Yes. Hemi-ai was wiping away her sweat in her cheek, even though it wasn't hot at all. To say Mi-Young-hoon had many qualities that Hemi-ai liked. He was handsome, with a dandy style, and the song of the biggest publishing company in Korea. I'm fine. Writer, the bad feelings were already gone. It was already a small feeling of dislike. Now her heart was beating like a little girl. I will. Bye. You too. Hemi-ai started to move towards the resting room instead of her spot. Mi-Young-hoon laughed quietly to himself. It was obvious she wanted to cool off. It is good. There might be a time when I need her. Dumb girls are easy to control. He knew how much Suhi loved her employees. There was no reason not to be friendly with employees here. Apologizing to Hemi was the first step. I can't do this today. Mi-young-hoon stopped even though he didn't write anything and stood up. And he started to move towards Suhi's place. Suhi no, team leader. Mi-young-hoon changed his words. Suhi looked away from her monitor to look at Mi-young-hoon. She had a big smile on her face. Yes, writer OH. Suddenly Mi-young-hoon felt his chest expand. The air was coming through his chest quickly. Yes. Suhi's beautiful face was still smiling widely. It wasn't just any girl, but Suhi. She was smiling and looking at him. He didn't even remember how long it was since she had smiled last. Just today, I don't feel very good, so I might have to leave. Ah, yes. Suhi was answering like she was preoccupied with something on her monitor. Mi-young-hoon was curious about what she was looking at. Just then, Mi-young-hoon stopped and stood in place. It was a feeling that a huge steel hammer hit him on the head. A warning that she wasn't smiling at him. Then when will you give it to me, bye? Suhi was still smiling a bit when she said to him. Mi-young-hoon tried not to show anything as he answered slowly. By tomorrow. Yes, writer-o. Good work. Suhi said very formally as she hid her face back into her monitor. Mi-young-hoon stepped away. I'm me. I can go my way. Mi-young-hoon was saying to himself. As he got on the elevator, Mi-young-hoon pulled out his phone and got on the internet. It wasn't a problem of hiding. He needed to know why Suhi was smiling. He entered Modern Teen Literary Contest in the search bar. As he pressed the search bar, news started to come up. The winner of the 31st Modern Teen Literary Contest, writer Ha Jae-gun, is the youngest winner ever. Writing about the hard daily life of a worker's life in such a sad but interesting manner. He had already swept the digital literary contest before. Mi-young-hoon glared at his phone. The feeling that he would fall was broken. He hated that smiling face on the news so much. The stupid literary idiots. Mi-young-hoon shivered as he clenched his fists. The fact that Ha Jae-gun and Pyung Cheon-yu was the same person didn't do anything to stop his winning. It was a total defeat. Lee Suhi. Suhi's smiling face was still on Mi-young-hoon's face. It was a cruel smile that hurt him so much. Mi-young-hoon started to scream as hard as he could in the elevator. A huge roar. Many people came to the ceremony. His dad and his family, as well as his friend Jong-jin and Suhi. To-win and his wife Domi came as well, and Jonggu and Gyungsu from Hidi Media too. Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung from the office gave up a day of writing to come. This guy actually cared about his clothes? Didn't it get better from before? Jong-jin whispered to Suhi beside him. Suhi smiled and nodded. She couldn't get her glance off of Jae-gun. Jae-gun was saying his speech up on the podium with his fancy clothes. This is really good, Jae-gun. He looks so big even though he's this far away. Yeah, he doesn't feel like my friend anymore. It feels so weird. But he's not talking about the fantasy that he wrote. Suhi asked quietly. Jong-jin looked around and whispered. I think they wanted to keep quiet about that. Because there's still the question of selling from the contest side. The literary readers might feel angry. I see. It will get known someday. Just not right now. I understand. Suhi nodded as well. Jae-gun was concluding his speech. Thank you for everyone. But really, the motif for the main characters Sang-jin and Hyeong deserves the most credit. The male main is one of my best friends. He came here together with me. Jae-gun looked towards Jong-jin. Jong-jin felt emotional as he waved. And someone else. She created the female main character who carried this story, so I'd like to express my thanks. She said she was busy, so she couldn't come, but I credit this book to her. Thank you. From someone, the stage filled with claps of people. Jae-gun bowed his head 90 degrees. The clapping noise didn't know when to stop. The cameraman took one more step. His camera was only focused on Jae-gun. The ceremony was on the radio, the internet, and TV. It was going up live for people with interest in literary works. Mi-young-hoon was one of these as well. That idiot. He's not saying anything. His hand crumpled the empty beer can. Mi-young-hoon threw the can across the table, and he brought another from the fridge. You have something, right? You're feeling guilty. Why can't you say it? That you write fantasy? Are you ashamed? Of course you should be. Mi-young-hoon muttered to himself. He said he wouldn't care, but he was still suddenly drinking 1, 2, 3, and more. He turned off the TV and drank another bottle. When he drank about half, he felt like he was going to throw up, so he quickly stopped. The beer spilled on his leg. Ah! Myung-hoon's hands fell across the keyboard. He had no thoughts in his blank head. It was instinct. It's the winner of Modern Teen Literary Contest. He's actually that Pyong Cheonyu. That ranking series? That no-meaning nonsense. I read anything but that I really couldn't read. There's no way that should be a writer at all. To say it, fantasy shouldn't even be writing. It's nonsense for a reader who likes writing. This award to that type of writer. I'm ashamed. The judges should be better. I really feel worried about the writing of the future. Myung-hoon wrote criticisms of Jae-gun using different IDs and social media sites. His face had a huge smile. The drinks were greatly increasing his happiness. Can't you say it yourself? Then I will help as a colleague. Tap, tap, tap 1. Myung-hoon didn't know the time going past as he kept writing. His hands didn't stop until he felt so tired. Ha Jae-gun, ha Jae-gun. Myung-hoon fell asleep in his chair. His dark smile didn't disappear after he was sleeping. The words were huge. Through SNS, the news went across the internet. The writer Ha Jae-gun and the writer Pyong Cheonyu. The fact that they were the same person came to many internet users. And then, many things occurred. The 5,000 people that were followers of Jae-gun's Twitter blew up to 50,000. The Breath's views went up over 10%. The books, A Dumb Woman and 90s Child, was in the top 10 in many internet sites. All in one day. Myung-hoon didn't know that the things were happening in the opposite way of what he wanted. Ugh. Jae-gun was dreaming. In front of him, it was completely foggy. Just in a while, he could finally see something. Jae-gun now knew he was on the ground, which was parallel to his body. A car's engine sound was moving farther. He felt a rough feeling on his nose. It was a feeling of fur. He could tell it was Rika. Rika started to lick his face everywhere. Rika. His voice didn't come. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. His body was so heavy. He felt someone's hands. It was a strong and heavy hand. The hand was moving his hand across his bag zipper. And then he could hear footsteps moving quickly away. I didn't get to finish it. His mind started to blur. At the last moment, Jae-gun reached out his hand and put it on Rika's neck. Rika was crying at the sky. Jae-gun, ha Jae-gun. A mug. Hey, Jae-gun, wake up. Come on. Jae-gun opened his eyes quickly. He could see Jongjin's worried face. Jae-gun lifted his body quickly. Hey, what's up? Nightmare. Dream? Yeah, dream. Look at that cold sweat. Wipe it. Jongjin gave him a towel. Jae-gun sighed and looked at his body without even looking at the towel. His body was covered in sweat. Only a dream? It was too realistic to be a dream. He was on the ground for no reason with Rika. He could feel that hand in his memories. What is it? I'm worried. Jongjin asked. Jae-gun slowly turned and looked at him. Moving away, his glance was looking at the house. That happened. Jae-gun accepted it and took the towel. It was Suhi's apartment. After the ceremony, Suhi and Jongjin and him went once more. Hyejin came in, and drinks were pouring. And they went to Suhi, and the four friends drank till the night ended. Hey, Ha Jae-gun, you're still drunk. No, I'm not awake. But the house is quiet. Suhi and Hyejin went to the mart to give us food. About 30 minutes? They'll be here. Jongjin tapped him. Go and clean up. Okay. Jae-gun smiled and went to the bathroom. He could hear Jongjin's voice as he closed the door. There's a toothbrush and a shaver on the sink. Use that. Suhi put out. Towels in the drawer. Okay. Jae-gun took off his clothes. It was a tracksuit. It was something that his brother wore when he came. Suhi said. Jae-gun opened the shower door. This is good. Maybe I should get something like this. No water comes out of the tub. Jae-gun cleaned himself. He used the toothbrush and the shaver. Are you done? Jongjin turned around. Jae-gun stood next to him. The view from above was beautiful. This is great. When will I have enough for a place like this? Jae-gun smiled at that. He knew Sui's family was rich. She never said it, but he could feel it. About $500,000? More, probably. Today's houses are crazy. Wow. Let's see. My wage is 30,000. Save about 20,000. give me a cigarette. Are we allowed to smoke here? Stop it. Jae-gun turned around. He didn't get to look around the house yesterday. He toured around the house. It's like Sui. The interior was comforting and clean. Jae-gun moved around the TV and went to the next room. It was a study. Jae-gun looked in on the books and the bookshelves. Jae-gun read many books, but there were many books he hasn't read yet. Wow, this is... Jae-gun pulled out his hand. There were more books behind the ones in front. Just then, hey, so much stuff. With the sound of the door opening, he could hear Hyejin's tired voice. Jae-gun went out of the house. Suhi and Hyejin came back with a shopping bag. Hey, why didn't you call us? Jongjin ran to them quickly. Hyejin looked at him. I called twice. Oh, yeah, I have it on mute. Then what about Jae-gun? I called him 3 times. Suhi looked at him and said. Jae-gun, behind Jongjin, scratched his head. I also... Hyejin clucked her tongue. You guys, the strong men won't help the weak ladies. Don't block me. Act. Hyejin pushed Jongjin away and moved in. Suhi followed her. As she saw the open study door, her face hardened a bit. Ah, Suhi, you have a lot of books. Jae-gun went to Suhi and said. Suhi looked with a stiffened face. You have a lot of books. I'm jealous. I wish I had something like this. I can read these books, right? Jae-gun was already going into the study. Sui's face became pale. She had completely forgotten. She had to stop him, especially Jae-gun who would read so much. What? Jae-gun. What? Jae-gun answered as he was pulling out a book. Suhi said plainly, trying to hide her feelings. We have to eat. Read later. Okay, just 10 minutes. No. Would pull out every book in 10 minutes. She knew how much he loved books. Suhi stopped Jae-gun just as he was about to pull out a book. Wait. You have to help me. Oh, okay. Jae-gun put the book back and went out of the study. Suhi locked the door and sighed in relief. It would be a horror if she was just a minute late. Her heart beat quickly. What should I do? Suhi stopped. She actually didn't need help. Could you wash the rice? Only for 3 bowls. Okay. Jae-gun quickly cleaned the rice. He already knew how to do this. He quickly went back to the study and pulled the door. But it didn't move. Wait, why is it locked? Oh, I think it's locked. What do I do? I don't know where the key is. Suhi was saying calmly. Don't worry. It's somewhere here. I can search after you leave. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's my fault. No, I must have accidentally locked it. The problem was solved. Suhi moved away and started to cook. Hyejin helped, as the girls prepared the dishes. Jae-gun and Jongjin was sitting down. Jongjin said looking at them, such a girl who cooks is so pretty. Not a girl, but Hyejin. You say that even though you want to go get a karaoke helper. Shush. They can hear. And only that time. Not anymore. Jongjin warned him. Jae-gun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He thought of Dassel. She was probably sleeping after a working day. Oh, I haven't gotten a reply yet. He sent a message. When the book comes out, he would sign it and give the first one to her. But Dassel didn't reply. What happened? Jae-gun was worried. Dassel was now an important person to his life. He had gotten a huge help from her. Any person who had helped his life, little or big, deserved a place in his heart. Hey, what's this? Jongjin muttered in surprise. Jae-gun pushed his thoughts away and said, What? This is crazy? Suhi and Hyejin turned around at the loudness. Jongjin pushed the phone into Jae-gun's eyes. It was the top 10 search list of Naven. Modern Teen Literary Contest Jae-gun. A Dumb Woman. Pyeongcheonyu Jae-gun. Digital Literary Award Jae-gun. Pyeongcheon Previous Works. 90s Child. Jae-gun Webtoon. Pegelin's Magician Download. The Breathe. Pyeongcheonyu Novels. What? Jae-gun widened his eyes at that too. He didn't know what happened. 1 to 10 was all about him. Hey, look at your Twitter. Jae-gun pulled out his phone. He went on Twitter and he breathed in shock. Amazing writer. Fantasy and literary at the same time. G. Those haters hate. Readers read if it's good. I hope people won't care about the genre. Writer is a genius. Fantasy, martial arts, and just pure literature. Is Jae-gun the name? Or Pyeongcheonyu? I'm in middle school. but my mom doesn't want me to read fantasy. But she bought me Ha J Guns The Breathe. She might let me buy the Peggy series as well. Writer, thank you. Wrecking the Harry Potter in 1 year? When he going into Hollywood? When he in Nobel Literature Prize? He thought it was someone else's, but it was his. His 5,000 followers blew up to about 55,000. What happened in one day? Even though this award was a big one, it wouldn't have been this big. Beep. His phone vibrated. The name of Joe Sejong flashed on his screen. He remembered his promise to not reveal his fantasy novels. He answered the call nervously. Hello. H.E.L.Lo. Teacher Ha Jae-gun. This is Joe Sejong. Tien. Couldn't think of a better word for a respectable name. Yes, Hello. Jae-gun felt weird listening to that. He was a writer, and now he was being called a teacher. It was kind of embarrassing to hear that. I'd like to talk to you. Are you busy? I'm fine. You can go ahead. Jae-gun answered. Jongjin went over to Suhi and Hyejin and showed them his phone. The two girls couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the list. The book is planned to be published in 4 weeks. There will be no changes in the schedule as of now. Thank you. And also about the schedule. There will be a signing event at a store as stated on the contract. Do you have any problems? No. Jae-gun was shaking his hand. He was going to have to change his signature to something better. And there's a radio show? Yes? Radio? Yes, Writer's Night. It will just be mostly a question and answer show. It's not that long either. Okay. I will remember. Thank you. Do you have any question? There's nothing really. Jae-gun looked towards the kitchen. They were still looking at him in surprise. Did you see the internet? The internet? I think everyone knows I'm Pyong Cheon-yu, and I wrote novels with that name. The other person laughed slightly. An answer continued. Yes, I saw. It's a better reaction than we expected. Personally, I felt that the readers are less stubborn with their choices now. It's a good thing. I don't think you need to worry. Yes. Is there anything else? That was it. Thank you. Okay. I will contact you later. Yes, thank you. Jae-gun hung up. Jongjin and Hyejin both ran over quickly and fought to ask, what? Where is it from? It's the contest, right? Is it because of that? Suhi was also looking with worried eyes. Jae-gun waved. Nothing. She said not to worry. And then, a radio. I have to have a signing event. And a radio. Radio? Yeah, Writer's Night. Jongjin grabbed his neck and acted like he was dying. Hyejin was also acting up. Han Heezen went there too. Wow, this is crazy. Yes, Jae-gun. You might become a star. Jae-gun shook his head and smiled shyly. A star for one radio? And not many people watch that. How many people would watch that? Who cares about who watches and stuff? It's all about the fact that you're good enough to make it on the show, no? Suhi came over and said the same. Yes, Jae-gun. It doesn't matter. That is good enough in itself. Congrats. Jae-gun looked up at Suhi. In her face, there a beautiful smile. Jae-gun smiled awkwardly back when his eyes glanced at the kitchen. Suhi. The stew. Oh, what? Suhi ran over there. Hyejin ran over too. Jae-gun and Jongjin smiled at each other and fist bummed. It was a personal signal, one that showed that spring wasn't far away. Chapter 73. The wind was really cold. The world itself was becoming cold, but time was still moving without freezing. One winter day, Jae-gun bought his book, Storm and Gale. He was going to see Professor Han Heezen. The book looks good. In the quiet office, there was a warm atmosphere. Heezen examined the book. I like this instead of some drawing. I like it too, Jae-gun answered. Heezen opened the book. On the first page, there was one sentence in the white paper. I offer this book to Dassel and her life. Who's Dassel? Yes. He quickly explained to Heezen, excluding the talk about Jongjin. Heezen laughed when she heard that. Of course, that's like you. An action writer. That's good. A writer needs to feel a lot of feelings. You need to learn and feel more things and understand them. Yes, I know. The clock was heading to 12. Professor, it's lunch. Tap. There was a knock noise behind Jae-gun's back. Heezen lifted her head. Come in. 3 to 4 people came in. When they saw Jae-gun, they froze in place. They forgot to even greet Heezen. Jae-gun, it's you. It's been a while. Jae-gun smiled and said. They were his college colleagues. They had come to give a present and greet Heezen. Why are you all of you surprised? Sit down. The people woke up at that, and then they greeted Heezen and politely gave the gifts they brought. Professor, I hope good things happen to you. Thank you for helping me. It's nothing, but I hope you like it. Heezen didn't really care for their presents. She didn't like the presents they gave for no reason. She told them not to bring these pointless presents so many times, but they didn't listen. She gave up a long time ago. Yes, thank you. Put on the desk. Heezen said. It was a terrible feeling. She didn't like her students who tried to gain her respect with this. One person's glance went to the book in Heezen's hand. Everyone knew. The winner. That's why they were surprised from seeing Jae-gun. You've heard, right? Yes, Professor. Of course. I hope you guys read it. It's really good. It will help your writing as well. At that, the people smiled forcefully. They were all shivering. With jealous eyes, they were glancing at Jae-gun. Ha! Jae-gun only laughed to himself. It was always like this. There were only a few people like Jongjin and Suhi who didn't become jealous. Don't you have anything to say to him? Heezen said, and then they started to say congrats to Jae-gun. Congrats. I'll read it. I'll buy it when I get home. It was a voice of no soul. Even they didn't know if this soulless praise came from their heart. Thanks. Jae-gun also said. He looked at Heezen. Heezen bitterly smiled and nodded. You're leaving? I think you're busy, so I will leave now. He didn't want to waste time between these jealous kids. Heezen understood this. Professor, you should eat. What do you want? I bought a car. What do you want? The colleague started to say as Jae-gun was about to leave. Jae-gun was heading towards the door. Jae-gun. Wait. Heezen clapped. Jae-gun turned around. Yes. I almost forgot. It's nothing, but you should give a lecture. Lect? You're? Yes. There's an orientation. Come and give a lecture. Jae-gun widened his eyes. The colleagues did too. They were more shocked than Jae-gun. One colleague was having trouble even standing up as he leaned against the desk. I'll give you the money. Heezen winked at him, but Jae-gun couldn't answer back. I give a lecture. The orientation was not something to be taken lightly. Many people of the press came, and it was a highly valued event. For some writers, this could be the making of a career. No one who graduated from here has given a lecture yet. If Jae-gun accepted, he would be the first. No, Professor. I'm just surprised. I'll try my best. Jae-gun answered. The colleague's eyes were shaking hard. Thank you for this opportunity. Yes, let's talk later. Go ahead. Jae-gun bowed and turned around. He was smiling, even though he felt the jealousy from his colleagues. A lecture offered from Professor Han Heezen. It was an amazing. His footsteps were as light and happy as his mind. His surroundings were getting prettier and brighter. Phew, I still have plenty of time. Jae-gun turned on the engine. He needed to meet Dassel. She was the person that had given him the most help. He needed to meet her today. It would be fine if he met her earlier. He didn't really have anything else to do either. Jae-gun called her. Yes, writer? With Dassel's energetic voice, Jae-gun smiled. He answered back with his phone between his head and his shoulder. I'm open now. Do you want to meet earlier? Whatever you want. I'm at the bookstore. Store? What? Wow, not the best reaction. If someone heard that, they would think I'm an idiot who never reads books. No, not like. Again, being too serious. I came to buy your book. Haha. Wait, don't buy it. I have it right now. Jae-gun said, looking at the book. He bought it today. It had his sign and everything. Come quickly. I'm at the 4th exit. Okay, I'll be there in 30 minutes. The traffic was serious. It felt like there was crash somewhere. Jae-gun was waiting impatiently, tapping his hands. I'm gonna be late. Is there really a crash? He didn't think he would make it in 30 minutes. Just then his phone vibrated on the Singer's seat. It was from his sister Jane. Jae-gun laughed. She probably called as soon as she had gotten the book that he had sent to Suwon earlier. How is it? Is it good? Jae-gun asked. But just then, the next second, his face froze in place. He could hear Jane crying voice. What? What is it? What happened? Jae-gun. How? Jae-gun turned pale as he heard the following words. The cars were driving ahead in the green light. However, Jae-gun quickly turned to the first lane for a U-turn. I'm still gonna buy one. Dassel smiled like a kid and put his phone away. With her new shoes, she headed towards the store. I found it. She found the book between the many books. It had the banner around it that said 31st Modern Teen Literary Contest winner. It looks good, even though he looks cuter in real life. Dassel smiled again when she saw his picture. She couldn't stop the laughing when she kept seeing his face, and her fingers were turning the page. I offer this book to Dassel and her life. The one sentence in the blank page. Dassel looked with a shocked face in that page. Her eyes couldn't believe it. It was her name. The people were moving around in the store. There were people moving behind her. Yet with this, Dassel felt like time stopped for her. Huh. She sighed. Her body turned numb, and she felt no sense at all. And then, her two eyes turned wet. Her lips were slowly moving up. Sorry, but excuse me, a person said to Dassel. Just then, Dassel nodded her head and moved away. I'm so mad. Where is he? Dassel pushed her wet eyes with her fingers and headed towards the counter. In her hand, she held the book that made her cry. She ignored Jae-gun, who told her not to buy it, and went out. About 30 minutes, she moved to a cafe. She ordered coffee and started to read. Wow, this is about me from the beginning / Dassel fell in the story. The feeling was amazing with her as the model for the character. Dassel's expression changed. She turned surprised, happy, and sad, but the pages kept turning. She had turned into the character Hyung. Can I live like that? Dassel thought as she read. It was a feeling that she had felt when she had gotten a scarf from Jae-gun. The character in the book was surviving by herself. She hadn't read the ending yet, but she was surviving by herself. Dassel bitterly smiled. She didn't have the confidence to go for her dream like Hyung did. As she thought of that, she didn't want to read anymore. She felt her relationship with Jae-gun felt awkward as well. He doesn't fit with me. She knew from the beginning. A totally different person from her. She had avoided him since. What did she come out here to meet him for? Because of his personality? He listens well? A famous and good writer? She had no answer. A sigh came out. Beep. The phone vibrated. It was from Jae-gun. Dassel coughed and took the call. Writer. Dassel, I'm sorry, but I can't go. Why? I think my dad had just been in a car crash. What? A car crash? Dassel said loudly. A few customers looked at her. How? How did that happen? How badly? I don't know. I have to go to the hospital. I got my sister's call, so I'm going. My mom hasn't picked up. I'm sorry for calling so late. Just then Dassel realized it's already been 30 minutes. But she didn't care. She shook her head and continued. Don't worry about me. You're driving, right? Don't drive recklessly, even though you're in a hurry. Okay. I'll call later. Be okay. Your dad will be fine. Thank you. I'll call later. The call hung up. Dassel closed her eyes. She didn't have a religion, but she still prayed. Stop it. No one died. Suk-jae said annoyed. He had just lied down in the bed. Myunja, Jane, and Jae-gun were standing next to the bed. The two girls were sniffling as they had just cried. Stop, really. Jae-gun, you take your mom and sister and go home. Jae-gun only looked down at his body. His left wrist and the ball of his right foot was fractured. There were small hits around his body as well. It was a crash from the apartment that he had worked in. A person had back up, not seeing Suk-jae taking out the trash. Jae-gun felt horrible and guilty. If he had just told him more forcefully to stop working, then this wouldn't have happened. It was his fault. Now stop. Suk-jae's glance turned to Jae-gun. Jae-gun continued. Don't work. Stop working. Please. Suk-jae closed his eyes. Jae-gun waited for an answer, but Suk-jae didn't respond or open his eyes. John sighed and turned around. Where are you going? To get his clothes. Let me go too. I need to get stuff too. Mom, I'll go with him. Jae-gun and Jane went away. Mayan just sat in the chair next to Eb's bed and said, I know you're not sleeping. Say something. How bad do you think he feels? Why are you so reactionless? I'll do better, so don't talk to me. What if you had just stopped when he told you to? He's doing well. He already got so many awards. His books are selling well. He comes up on the internet. Aren't you proud? Why do you not like him? Mayan just stood up. She didn't really expect an answer. Just then, it's not that. Mayan just stopped. He was breathing heavily with his eyes closed, and his voice came out slowly. I don't want to see Jae-gun tirelessly writing. He doesn't sleep or eat for 4 days to write. He smiles and cries in his own thoughts. He doesn't listen. I screamed and told him to write while taking care of himself. But he doesn't listen. Mayan just sat back down. He continued as he swallowed once. He became a writer even when I warned him. That summer, he didn't come out of his room even once because he was writing. She nodded her head. She knew it too. Some days I couldn't sleep. So I got up pretending to go to the bathroom. And I looked at Jae-gun's room. And you know what I saw? He was bleeding from his nose, but he was still typing. I knew then as a father, if this is a writer's job, I'm not going to let him do that. What does it matter if you're going to write something for others, but you can't help yourself? His face turned pale. Mayanja's hand was on his hand. That day I hit him. I just had to. It hurts when I think of him. He's going to write like that forever. Probably yesterday, and today too if I didn't get hurt. Mayanja put her head on his chest. Sukjae put his hand on her hair. It was the result of the years of age. On Sunday, Bandy and Lunia had a lot of customers. There was a place for one person just close to the entrance. It was the sign meeting for writer Ha Jae-gun. Phew, I'm nervous. Jae-gun was looking at himself through the bathroom mirror. His clothes looked nice with a plain sweater and jeans. He wanted to look comfortable to the readers. What if no one comes? Jong Jin came in. Hey, it's about to start. When are you going to be there? So it's not like no one came. What? What's that? No, let's go. Jae-gun came out of the bathroom with Jong Jin. It felt good to be with Jong Jin. Is there a problem? A 40s woman smiled at him and said, it was Sejong. It was the first time that he had actually seen her. No, I'm fine. Sit down. It's about to come on the announcements. Jae-gun, I'll be over there. Ah, yes. Jae-gun sat down on his special place. The people were looking at him. It was so awkward for Jae-gun. You're Pyong Cheon, right? Jae-gun lifted his head quickly. A teen looking to be in college looked shyly at him. Ah, yes. It's right. I'm sorry. I was wondering if you could sign this too. The teen pulled out a book of Pegelin's Magician. Jae-gun smiled and nodded. Of course. Ah, thank you. I thought you would only do Storm and Gale, so I wasn't sure if I should ask. No, this is mine too. What is your name? I'm Park Juzik. Jae-gun signed carefully. His practice paid off. He didn't care that it wasn't Storm and Gale. Here. Thank you, writer. I'll be reading. Yes, thank you. The teen was smiling to himself, and he pulled out his phone and took a picture of his signature, and went to Twitter and posted it. Pyong Cheon-yu. Got it signed. It was a Storm and Gale sign meeting, but I got a sign with Pegelin's Magician. Haha. There were so many comments that couldn't all be read. At the same time, the news spread through the many SNS users. Not knowing this, Jae-gun was only worried about getting embarrassed, as I said, because no one would come. The announcement is coming. Sejong said to Jae-gun. There wasn't music from the speaker. Jae-gun nervously nodded. And then, the speaker broadcasted. Announcement. In 5 minutes, on the right side of the front entrance, there will be a signing from Ha Jae-gun, the winner of the 31st Modern Teen Literary Contest, for the book Storm and Gale. One more time. In 5 minutes. HM? What? A signing? A few people in front of Jae-gun stopped and was listening, and they realized that they were in front of the signing place and looked towards him. Who is that? Storm and Gale? I don't know. Oh, let's go. I'm hungry. Okay, what? The people moved away, losing interest. Jae-gun didn't really care too much, but Sejong smiled bitterly and said to him, Don't worry. Ah, yes. I'm fine. It felt weirder like this. Jae-gun sat down and looked down. It was better than to meet the glances of the people. The time was moving. About 10 minutes Estat said he thought, and he looked up at the watch. But it was only about 3 minutes. I didn't think this would happen. He didn't care about how many people came. It would fine if it ended with that one person. He felt like that before this started. But the problem was that time moved so slowly. If this continued for a few hours with no one coming, seeing the glances of the people, it was horror. Sign, please. Jae-gun looked up. He smiled happily. What's up? I thought you had work. I wanted to surprise you. It was Suhi. By her clothes, he could tell the coldness of the outside. Sign it. Ah, okay. Jae-gun signed carefully. He did it more carefully because it was Suhi, but the result was a mess. I'm sorry I practiced. Suhi laughed as she checked it. No, it's cute, but you look nervous. I'm a human. Ah, did you see Jong Jin? Oh, Jong Jin. Hey. Suhi moved towards Jongjin. Her shoes made a sound on the ground. Jae-gun looked ahead of him. The presence of Suhi was giving him confidence. Hello. We want a sign, please. Two girls came and pulled out Storm and Gale. About 20 years old. It was a young face. Jae-gun asked, "Thank you. What's your name?" "Say Jisoo. I'm Young Yen. Oh, and I'm your college junior." "Yes. I'm a student in the literary department from Myeongjeong University." The two girls laughed, looking at each other. Jae-gun stopped his signing and looked up surprised. "Welcome. Wow. I will see you at orientation then." "Oh, really? Ryder, you're coming?" "To get lecture." Jae-gun answered with a shy smile and finished the sign, and added, "I'll see you then." "Yes, and oh, can you take a picture with us?" Jae-gun turned around to Sejong. She smiled comfortably and said yes. And then the two girls went next to Jae-gun and took a picture. "Thank you. You really write well. I brag about you a lot." "No, he's busy. We'll leave. Good luck." "Yes, thank you." The two girls bowed to him and turned around. Jae-gun looked at them with proudness in his heart. It was the good feeling that he was a good senior for them. Hello. "Ah, yes, thank you." A few readers also came and got a sign. It was about 3 to 4 minutes per person, so it wasn't huge. Maybe there wasn't enough advertising. Sejong felt a bit worried. It was already 30 minutes, and there were only 11 people who came to get the book signed. Jongin and Suhi was worrying as well. There were way too little people coming. Just then, Suhi looked. The girl that came out Jae-gun felt familiar. She remembered that it was Jae-gun's previous editor. She saw her at Jae-gun's room. "It's nice to see you here." Jae-gun was taking the book from her. He didn't know that Somi-ai would come as well. "Of course. I'm a reader of yours." Somi-ai smiled cutely and shook her body from side to side. She had a bun with her hair. "Is it doing well?" "Of course. My wrist already hurts. I forgot how much I signed from the 10th book." Somi-ai laughed at that. Next to her, a few teens came to him. Ryder Pyong Cheon-yu, could you sign this?" "Me too." It was the modern rankings and the petulant swordsman. Jae-gun signed. The teens couldn't hide their joy. "Somi-ai, did you eat?" 3 more people came at that. They all pulled out the ranking series. "Could you sign this?" "Of course. What's your name?" Jae-gun told Somi-ai to wait a bit with his glance. But before that, more readers came. "Oh, thank you. Here. What's your name?" "Kim Young-taek." More readers came behind those readers. And after that, more readers stood behind those. There were already 10 people in the line. What?" Jae-gun was surprised at the sudden increase, but he started a sign. There was no Storm and Gale. They were all previous books he wrote with the name Pyong Cheon-yu. "Ryder here. Won't you write more Pegilon? When is the ranking webtoon coming out? And could you sign all 10 books?" "Ryder, can you take a picture with me?" Jae-gun had no time to stop talking or writing. He could feel the sweat dripping from his forehead and the stress from his hands and shoulders. What is this?" "Jongjin." Suhi asked in surprise. She went to the restroom, and all of a sudden, everything changed. There were 30 people in the previously empty line. "No idea. I think someone posted on Twitter." Jongjin said. "On Twitter and Facebook, there's news of a Pyong Cheon-yu signing meeting. I searched it up. They're all ranking books or Pegilon books." "I see. Then I guess those genre readers are more active?" "I don't know, but it's more like a Pyong Cheon-yu signing meeting." Jongjin laughed. Sui smiled as well. Yet Sejong couldn't smile. This is awkward. She liked that the line was getting more attention. But it wasn't for Storm and Gale by Ha Jae-gun. But the line blew up again. It was about 50 people now. "I need to do something. Let's split the line." Sejong moved after a thought. There were people who wanted to get Storm and Gale signed. It was fair to get their books signed first. "I believe we need to split the line," Sejong said to him. Jae-gun nodded without stopping his hand. Sejong went to see the director. "Phew, I'm thirsty." Jae-gun wiped away his sweat. There was no time to rest. The line had no intention of moving away. "Ryder, huh? Here, take this." Somi-ai brought a cold coffee. Jae-gun smiled and reached out. But it wasn't coffee that he got, but corn tea. If you drink coffee, it makes it worse. "Here," Suhi said as she gave him it. She was smiling. Yet, She looked at Somi-ai a bit suspiciously before turning normal. Oh, I'm sorry. Writer. Somi-ai greeted Suhi after putting the coffee down. Hello. I am Young Somi-ai that you saw before. Yes, hello. Suhi said in a sort of cold voice. That was it. The two girls had no conversation between them. Jae-gun didn't have time to look at either one of them. Jongjin ran quickly just then. Hey, Jae-gun, where is your director? The line is all the way out of the front entrance. What? Really? The door's just not open. There's about 200 people. Twitter and Facebook spread the news. Jongjin said it. Suhi was taking off her coat. Her figure with the skinny one piece was very pretty. I'll help. Suhi, are you okay? I will. I'll get interest back, so don't worry. Suhi smiled as she put her coat away. Somi-ai also put away her coat with a determined face. I'll help too. I will try to turn the line right. I'm sorry. I'll repay you. No, I like this. Suhi and Somi-ai both moved away in different directions. Jongjin had no idea what to do when the director came back with one employee. Are you a friend of Ryder, huh? Could you help us set this up? Ah, of course. Here. Jongjin with Somi-ai and Suhi had work. The line continued. The store employees in the genre section also became busy. Hey, do you have any more modern rankings? Lee went to the storage, but the Pegulon series might run out. What? Don't you have 100 books? Crud. Give me everything, but call me. Pyeongcheon-yu's books were selling fast. The customers were choosing the books quickly. The employees were busy putting the books back in place from the storage, replacing the taken ones. About 1 hour from the meeting, one picture came on the internet. It was the picture of the line of the signing event. Pyeongcheon-yu signing event. Haha. One lost to the writer, Jae-gun. I came to get the Storm and Gale signed, but the line was too long, so I barely got it. The line was separated, but it got split all of a sudden. I don't like it. Maybe they didn't realize that these many people might come. It's not the writer's fault, but Pyeongcheon-yu's novels are all gone in that store. There are no books. They can't sell it because they don't have any more. Is everyone who says this in the store? I'm in the line too. The attention was all coming to the event. The most attention went to the two girls helping the event out. I'm in the line. I was close, so I came to get a sign. But the girl who is helping out the line, she's really pretty. Oh, that girl with the bun hair? I saw her. Really cute and pretty. Not that girl, but the one-piece girl? I don't know what. It's the bun girl and not the one-piece, but with skinny jeans and sneakers. Nah, the brown one-piece girl. The stocking is really great. The two girls are different. Ryder must know them. I just talked to the one-piece girl. Wow, amazingly beautiful. Thought she was an actress. His girlfriend? What? Not about the signing event? I gotta go too. I'm going too. I want to see what this is all about. I think the bun girl is cuter. My favorite style. Suhi and Somi-ai didn't realize because they were helping out with the event that they had turned out on SNS to be a hot searching word with one-piece girl and bun girl. So the first signing event of his life ended in a success. It was more of a Pyeongcheon-yu than a Jae-gun signing event, but Jae-gun was happy. Everyone was readers who read his books. Teacher, thank you. Sejong was happy as well. About 1,500 books were sold out during the event. About 300 were Storm and Gale, and that was enough to make Sejong happy. It was the effect of Pyeongcheon-yu and Jae-gun combined. Thank you for everyone who helped. I'm sorry for asking for such help. Sejong thanked the others. Suhi and Somi-ai and Jongjin, if it weren't for them, this event would have been a fail. Everyone forgot to calculate the power of Jae-gun's fantasy novels. Then, teacher, I'll see you on the radio. I'll contact you as soon as the script is out. Yes, thank you. Jae-gun and company went to a cafe after saying goodbye to Sejong. Jongjin was talking to Somi-ai about their businesses while Suhi was reading a book. Let's eat. Somi-ai too. Jae-gun said as he wore a coat. It was all because of them. He needed to buy them something. I'm sorry, I have to go. Somi-ai said in an apologetic tone. Our family came home today. I need to go back to meet them. Oh, really? If that's the case, there's no way out of it. But if you can eat quickly. Jae-gun's two eyes were filled with shame. Somi-ai continued. I told them I was going to eat with them. I'll eat next time. Okay, I'll buy you next time. Oh, and Writer Kong Miho and Writer Young Hyeon Jaeyoung really like their work. Somi-ai smiled shyly. The two books that Laugh Books were hosting. The pictures were her artwork. She got about $500 in total. It was a huge money for a young worker in a famous company. It was all because of Jae-gun. The representative said too. He didn't know that your drawing skills were this good when he was working at Starbucks. Thanks for the compliments. I'll contact you if I have any more work. I think the representative feels it's a bit weird to contact Somi-ai, who is in Starbucks for work. I'm sorry and thank you. Somi-ai glanced at Jongjin and Suhi. Thinking she wasted time, she bent her waist and said goodbye. Then have a nice dinner. I'll go first. Yes, go in safely. Somi-ai turned around and thought of what to eat. It was a lie that her family came to visit. She didn't want to eat with the cold Suhi, so she lied. Let's go, what do you want to eat? Jae-gun asked them. How's a mixed soup? Yeah, it's good. We ate a lot at school. I'm fine. The three people decided and went to find a store. Jae-gun was wondering how to refuse when Jongjin asked him a drink. He couldn't visit his father with a beer smell. How is it? It's good. Yes, I like it. It's a good idea. Hyeon Jaeyoung said as he looked down. It was cheap gloves. The fingers part was cut off, so his fingers stuck out. Where did you learn this? Hyeon Jaeyoung's mouth was breathing out cold air. Miho answered. When I was working at the gas station. Our hands get cold in the winter. You cut it like this at the gas station? Why at the gas station? I have to give them their receipts. It's sticky, so it's really hard to take it off with gloves. Uh-huh, that's really cool. Hyeon Jaeyoung started to type again. It was the novel that he was working on. The novel didn't get better, but he wasn't as sad as before. If it was just me, I would have given up a long time ago. He would have never gotten here if it weren't for Jae-gun and Miho. He thought of it as he started working. Just then, the door opened with the sound of someone pressing the pa-s sword. Seeing Jae-gun, Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung smiled at him. Ryder, huh? What's up with no before call? I had time left, so I came here. I was going to work with the help of your energy. Jae-gun's glance was heading towards the bathroom. There was the noise of someone taking a shower. It meant that there was someone else here. Miho said to Jae-gun. Someone else came. I see. Eat this. Jae-gun pulled out a bag. It's sushi. It's for 4 people, so eat it well. Ryder, I ate. Oh, you can eat it with the rider that's coming out of the shower. Jae-gun put Rika down and sat on his seat. Today was the writer's night radio show. He was going to waste time by writing here. Writer Kong Miho, I'm sorry, but could you look after Rika? I have to go somewhere. I'm fine. I would actually like it. I write well with Rika, for some reason. Me too. Ha ha. Jae-gun laughed and turned on the power. He needed to think. He had finished the entire story of The Breathe, and now he could think of a new novel. I want to write something I want to write. He was thinking of what to write about without concerning about genre. It was a thought that he had since a week ago. He came here because maybe a story would come up when he was talking to others, like he did with Dassel. Why is Dassel so busy all of a sudden? After his dad's accident, Dassel put up a lot of excuses saying that she couldn't meet him. So Jae-gun couldn't meet Dassel since then. That's good. The bathroom door opened and a woman's voice came out. Jae-gun was surprised and lifted his head up. A young girl was coming out with a towel. A person came. I said a lot of times. It's Writer Ha Jae-gun. Writer, this is Jang Eun-young. She's a year younger than me. A romance writer. Hello. I'm Ha Jae-gun. Jang Eun-young. I'm sorry that I had to greet you like this. I'm reading The Breathes really well. You write very well. Thank you. The two people shook hands. Jae-gun didn't show it, but he was surprised. First, a girl came in, and then from what Miho said, she was 34, but she looked like she was in her 20s. She was just a girl with beauty. Oh, what's this? Sushi. Yes. I bought. You should eat. If you thought I was going to say no, that's wrong. I'll eat well. Writer, you too. Hyeon Jaeyoung, Miho, come on. Jae-gun could see her personality with that. She was a very easy person. Jae-gun sat back down in his spot and answered. I've eaten. You guys eat. The writer started to eat. Jae-gun started thinking. Nothing came up. He couldn't think of anything until the writers finished eating. The word dak that you'd meant stayed empty. Wow, this is really funny. Young said, baffled. In her monitor, there was a Japanese website. What is it? News. It's not the news. I was looking for things and just randomly found it. A schoolgirl killed herself, and she was 4 months pregnant. The person who wrote this is her friend. The family didn't want the baby, so the body just got burned. But the law is like that. Jae-gun was listening to her story with shame. At such a young age, giving up on life. How much would the parents hurt at that news? Just then, a powerful energy came into Jae-gun's mind. It was the feeling when he had thought of storm and gale. Jae-gun looked like a madman as he thought of the story in his mind. His shaking 10 fingers were moving up to the keyboard. Tap, 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 tap. Jae-gun's laptop was waking up again. His 10 fingers started to move quickly throughout the laptop. This is it. I'm going for this. Jae-gun lightened up. He wasn't going to miss anything. A bunch of students in college go a MT to meet with kids. A deep night with a girl scream. There's a situation that is believed to a easel assault case. There is a person who might be the criminal, but there is no evidence. And the girl who screamed was a person who wanted attention usually. And then suddenly she just kills herself. Tap, 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 tap. The keyboard was looking like it was going to break. His fingers were moving so fast throughout the keyboard. Looking at that, Miho warned Hyeon Jaeyoung and Eunyoung. Writer Ha is writing. Let's work. Okay, I have to work too. The other writers shut their mouth and started writing. Rika jumped up on the desk. She sat right next to Jae-gun. And then Jae-gun looked away from the keyboard and asked in his mind, You know too, Rika, that I met the muse. Good thing I came outside. Beep. A phone rang in his pocket. Jae-gun pulled out his phone with an exasperated expression. He was just about to be working, but it was from Tuin, so he had to take it. Yes, Representative. Hello. Is there anything going on? Nothing. Are you okay? Jae-gun was still typing with his attention on the monitor. Tuin laughed. You're writing right now? A new novel? No, not yet. It's just a draft so far. Right while taking care of your health. You already got the breathe in. You're running too hard. Oh, and writer. I called to tell you. Yes. Jae-gun's voice was quicker than usual because he was thinking. Tuin also knew that Jae-gun in a hurry, so he continued. Do you need an office? Office. Miho looked up at that. Hyeon Jaeyoung was also looking at Jae-gun. Yes. If you get tired of writing at home, you can go out and write. Because of you, we can finally have an office for laugh books. I wanted to do something. Yes. Jae-gun put down his hands and put his attention to the call. And then he looked around at the place he was at. He sighed unconsciously. How is it? Tuin asked. Jae-gun turned around his chair. Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung immediately turned around and pretended like they were typing. Jae-gun laughed without noise and answered. Representative. Must I use that for myself? Yes. Not alone. What do you mean? I mean that wait. Jae-gun stood up. He went outside and continued in front of the villa. Writer Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung. They had an office. But the villa and the background is a bit weird. SBEC is crowded. The temperature is hard to control. Jae-gun said, I don't know how big my office is going to be. I don't really care where the location is. No. Writer Ha. The problem isn't really the cost. Do you write a lot with them? Does it help for you to write with them? Not daily, but I come here when I don't have any ideas. New ideas come up when I'm with them, and it might be better to write alone sometimes, but there's good things about writing together. Jae-gun was serious. It helped them as it helped him. And today, because of Eunyoung, he thought of a new story. It wasn't a bad idea to be with writers who had their future ahead of them. And it helps too. Each of us can be a surveillance for each other. There's that. Tuin laughed a bit and said, I wanted to make an office towards Buchin. There. It's pretty close. It was about 30 minutes by subway. If he took a car, it would be faster. The other writers would live there, so they wouldn't care. But it's a bit too small for a lot of people to use. Of course, I could get a bigger one if we put more money. Except, Tuin said hesitantly, I'll say it because it's to you. I don't really care if you give me a project or not. You can use the office writing anything you want. And then if you make a good fantasy or martial arts, Then I would like it if you would give it to me to host. This is the thought of me as a person and as the representative of Laugh Books. Jae-gun was listening. They had worked together for so long and suffered many things together. It would be just awkward to say thanks now. But the other writers, they're different. I don't know how their sequel would being. Do you understand? Yes, of course. Jae-gun immediately understood his worries. What if, as a condition of moving, they contract with Laugh Book for a sequel? A sequel? If you make them a Laugh Book's personal writer, they aren't proven just yet, so it would be awkward for both you and the writers. What if you can move them there as long as they're using Laugh Books to service their books? If you do so, that is great. Okay, I'll ask them. I'm sorry. For such work. I only have to say one thing. Then I'll call you again. And I think Somiai wants to work again as an il.u.s.trador. If you have anything, you should contact her. Okay, I'll call her as she leaves. Yes, good work. You too. Thank you. Jae-gun went back into the office. As he came in, the office suddenly turned quiet. Jae-gun laughed inside and said, Everyone, do you have any intention of doing a sequel with Laugh Books? Seek. Yule. Laugh Books said they would be able to make an office for a sequel. A large one. He didn't put any unnecessary details. Miho and Hyeon Jaeyoung were looking at each other. Eun-young was also listening to that. If you don't like it, I can't do anything. But if you could think about, I'll do it. Miho answered as if he was shouting. He wanted a contract with Laugh Books. He liked the representative, the marketing. Nothing was off for him. Me too. I'll follow anything. Hyeon Jaeyoung continued. And with a bit of a silence, Eun-young asked, For Laugh Books, do they accept romance or adult stories? Laugh Books does anything, if writers are just able to work. Jae-gun laughed and went back to their seat. Eun-young laughed with her hands on her cheeks. An office. She was about to shout in happiness. Then I'll write as everyone understood. Jae-gun put Rika on his leg and started to write again. Looking at Jae-gun going back to work, the writers started to write as well. In the quiet office, there were only sounds of typing. Good work, Dojin. The PD and the writers did the work. I'll be going first. Park Dojin greeted them with a smiling face. When he went out, his face was wrinkled with stress. I'm so tired. It was already over 8. Because of a drama that he was filming, he had to be at the set by 3 a.m. Too late to go home. 8 years since his debut. He debuted as a magazine model, and he piled up skill and fame with small roles in dramas. Last year was the first drama he had gotten a lead role in. The drama went on to be a huge success, and now he was molding from a simple star into a real actor. Dojin went into the bathroom and went to the sink. He looked at himself with his eyes while calling his manager with his other hand. Where are you? You want to get the tires fixed? Why is it breaking so much? Call me when you're done. I'll be resting. Okay. Dojin put the phone down next to the sink and washed his face with cold water. It didn't totally remove his sleepiness, but it helped. He pulled out paper towels, wiped his face, and started to walk out when he hit someone that was coming in. Afu. He couldn't finish the word. In front of Dojin with a furious face, Jae-gun was picking up his script from the ground. I'm sorry. Watch where you're going, Dojin said as he went past him. Jae-gun smiled bitterly at that. It was his fault who didn't see where he was going. He moved away to the side, but the man still moved towards him. I think I saw him before, though. Is he an actor? He didn't watch the TV much. He didn't know unless it was a really famous actor. This. There was a phone next to the sink. Thinking it was that man's, he picked it up and went outside of the bathroom. He was at the vending machine taking out a drink. Hello, excuse me. As Jae-gun said, Dojin narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He was planning to rest until his manager came. I don't think he's in this business. I'm lazy. Probably waiting for a signature. Dojin looked away hoping he would understood and leave. Jae-gun pulled out the phone and continued. Is this yours? Dojin lifted his waist with his eyes widened. His hands went toward his pockets. I must have left it. Dojin muttered as he got the phone back. He had forgotten this. He must have been really tired. Thank you. No problem. Jae-gun, finished, went towards the vending machine. He didn't have any change and only had $10 bill. Seeing that, Dojin pulled out his own wallet. Are you going to eat? It's fine. I have a lot of change. Just say it. Then a coffee. Dojin put the money in and pressed the button. He picked up the coffee and gave it to Jae-gun. I'll drink it well. It's nothing. There were two chairs next to the vending machine, looking at each other. Jae-gun sat on one. Dojin sat on the other. He was trying to sleep, but his glance kept going to Jae-gun. Hello. Yes. What do you do? I'm a writer. For what program? No, I'm not for producing shows. I write stories. Novelist. Dojin looked at the air and nodded. Where are you going on? Writer's Night. I see. There's a program like that. But do you not know me? It was the time to see if he was a real actor or not. Sensitive about these things, Dojin couldn't wait and asked Jae-gun. Jae-gun answered apologetically. I'm sorry. I think I've seen you, but I don't really know. You don't watch the TV. He said cheerfully, but he was a bit irritated. Even though he didn't watch the TV, how could he not know the person who had 5 commercials going on the air? And they looked about to be the same age. Teacher Ha Jae-gun, I think you have to stand by. Sejong said, looking for Jae-gun. He nodded and said thanks to Dojin again. Thank you for the coffee. Excuse me. It's fine. Dojin sniffed slightly, looking at Jae-gun, moving away. He didn't understand what kind of writer he was to deserve being called a teacher at such a young age. Beep. The phone that Jae-gun got back wrong. It was the manager, so he pulled himself, but his 2 long legs with his over 6 feet body went towards the elevator. I'm sorry, Dojin. I'm a bit late. A manager in the 30s quickly opened the back door for him. He was waiting in the BAS E.M.E.NT parking lot. Dojin got on and laid down. Can you turn on the radio? Isn't it better to get a bit of sleep while you're going? If it's too quiet, I can't sleep. Let me listen to it as a lullaby. The manager turned on the radio. There was loud pop music coming out of the speaker. Seeing the Dojin's wrinkled face, the manager turned down the noise. Is this good? I think that's fine. The car went out of the parking lot. The road was a quiet one. The manager drove with a steady speed. I'll wait. Do you know Writer's Night? Dojin asked as they went into a toll gate. The manager nodded his head and answered. I know. It's Ryder Park's show. The show must have started a few minutes ago. There aren't not many views, so there's a lot of worries. Could you turn it on? The manager was surprised. It was about 1 year since he got this job. Dojin wasn't a person who liked shows like Writer's Night, but he followed his orders and changed the show. As the winner of the Modern Literary Teen Contest, you had a signing meeting just recently, right? Do you have anything that you remember memorable? The female's clear voice came out. The manager turned the volume up. Dojin listened with his eyes closed. I'm surprised with the amount of people here today. There's a lot of individuals who wanted to see Pyong Cheon-yu instead of Ha Jae-gun. Yes, it means that there's a lot of fans of your genre novels. Do you think that the readers combined? I think so. The person who directed the signing meeting was also surprised at some individuals. The person who is sitting outside the booth right now? Haha, you must have been surprised. About 1,500 books got sold during that time. Storm and Gale got 300 books as well. As a newcomer, I think that's a great result. What do you think? I can't say anything other than thanks to the readers. Idiot. Dojin thought. He thought his girlfriend who liked books and called her. Mia, where are you? I finished dancing practice, and I'm at the horse. I was about to call. Are you going to Kangwon-do? Tired? The same as you. Chaelin, do you know a writer called Ha Jae-gun? Ha Jae-gun? What novel? I've heard it's Storm and Gale. The winner of the Modern Literary Teen Contest? I'm not sure. Ha Jae-gun? Oh, yeah. The writer of A Dumb Woman? I was reading it on the car, and you asked me why I was reading a book with such a stupid title. I think so. It's probably right. I covered in sweat. Can I call you after I shower? Okay. Dojin searched up Ha Jae-gun on Naven. His projects were coming up in the profile picture. A Dumb Woman was also there with Storm and Gale. There's an electronic book. Since his girlfriend knew him too, he was interested. Dojin bought the book and pulled it up. But before he read the 10th line on the first page, he couldn't resist his fatigue and fell asleep. The radio was heading toward its end. There were many people who were watching. His dad, his mom, and his sister, Jongjin and Somi-ai as well. Everyone wasn't sleeping and was listening. All people who were close to Jae-gun. Of course, there were others. the son of the representative of Unsung Publishing Group, and editor Myung-suk was also listening in the study. An amazing person. A genre writer who came out of the sky, taking the digital literary contest and the modern literary teen contest. A star rookie. It was Myung-suk's thoughts. It's hard to write pure literary novels when you're used to genre novels. There were others' connections. Since Storm and Gale were published with Unsung Publishing Group's brand Sky Sam, so he was a writer that Myung-suk had an interest in. Phew. Myung-suk drank a sip of coffee. He couldn't stop the pain in his head. He was worried about one thing. A brand with a mystery/horror novel was in planning, but he didn't have any projects to release. Everyone is just... On Myung-suk's desk, there were many drafts of many writers. About 20 projects. All of them, in Myung-suk's eyes, were trash. They send this saying it's writing. What do they think? Do they think their name is amazing? These idiots who live off of winning just a few awards. Myung-suk got angry and ripped up the drafts. The drafts that many writers took days to work on dropped on the ground in rips. Just then, a last question from the female radio announcer came into his ear. When do you think we can see your next work? It's in planning. Just today, no yesterday, because it's after midnight. Yesterday, I thought of a story. It's about 10 hours since then. I see. What is it about? I'm not trying to hide, but I can't answer it because I don't know for sure. One thing I can tell is, I think it will be a mystery novel to find out why the college girl killed herself. Myung-suk widened his eyes. He heard it. Jae-gun said a mystery in his show. A mystery? Only a few seconds of disbelief. It wasn't impossible for a writer like Jae-gun to write a mystery. I don't know, but it might be interesting to see. There was a good probability that Jae-gun might write something good as a mystery. Anyway, Writer's Night ended with the ending song playing. Myung-suk turned it off and thought to himself, if Jae-gun wrote something great as a mystery, he was going to get a contract. It was easy for the publishing company to market such a rookie like Jae-gun as well. Costs would be decreased, and readers would love the rookie as well. I'm worried about Myung-hoon, but this is a business. Myung-suk took his phone and added a line in tomorrow's schedule. It was a meeting with writer Ha Jae-gun for talks about the mystery novel. Why is everyone coming to visit me? Suk-jae wrinkled his face when he saw his son. Jae-gun answered as he put down the box of juice. Eat one after you eat food. Why did you buy so much? I have so much to eat. It's better to move. Do you think I can stand up because I'm so full? Dad, what are you talking about? You can't even walk yet. You know you like it. I know you listened to the radio yesterday. Stop talking about useless things. You and your mom forced a sleeping person to listen. Ugh, so irritating. I can't see the TV. Move. Jae-gun moved while smiling slightly. Suk-jae was looking at TV show that he never watched. Jane laughed at that. I need to go home. I need to bring Dad's clothes. I'll go. You stay. Just go together, okay? Suk-jae said, but the two siblings didn't respond. Jae-gun went outside, and Jane started to cut an apple. Is it your son? A woman in her 50s asked from beside. She was another patient like Suk-jae who had one leg fractured. She came here a lot and chatted a lot. Yes. Suk-jae just looked at her slightly to be polite. He had no intention of trying to talk with her. She talked to him, but they were all statements bragging about her family. You know, the economy isn't very good. It's hard to get a job. He already knew about the things she talked about. She thought Jae-gun was unemployed. He knew because of experience. Suk-jae didn't respond and only looked at the TV. But the woman, like always, was continuing. But then, my son is pretty lucky. When he graduated, he went into HG, and he's staying there well for 3 years. It's hard to even get into such a big company, but it's harder to survive there. I'm proud, but really worried. I see. Suk-jae responded dryly. It was her power to talk about things without anyone to talk to. Then she even asked him a question. How old is your son? He's 28. I see. He's 1 year younger than my son. Then he's not a student. Besides, it's hard to live. I don't know when the economy is going to get better. Suk-jae stayed silent, but Jane was different. She answered while cutting the apples. I see. My brother is a writer, so good thing it doesn't affect him that much. Writer? A novelist? Yes. The woman sighed heavily. An amazing thing. Sigh. A writer is a hard job to live unless you're a top one, isn't it? Jane knew that she was slightly insulting her. Listening, her words were very insensitive. As my son, I think his salary is about 50,000. I mean, that's good enough since he's alone. How much is your brother's salary? Nothing else but, haha, I'm curious of what young people make. I don't know if my son is earning well. Is 50,000 enough? I don't know. My brother earns about 2 million. The woman's smiling face froze. Jane gave an apple to Sukjay. 2 million. His salary is 2 million. Not salary, but monthly. MO monthly? He's a writer, so it's a bit awkward to say salary. Seeing the money that comes in from the projects every month, it's about that much. I'll be back after seeing a nurse. Jane left answering like it was nothing. To the shocked woman, Sukaj asked while giving his apple dish. Do you want one? TL Rex did. I brought all the clothes, yes. Jae-gun turned around as he was about to leave the house. He was about to bring a few books for his dad. I haven't been in here in a while. It was his dad's study and his storage room. Since he wasn't in a good relationship with his dad, he wasn't here for a few years. There were so many things in one corner. In one wall, books were stacked up to the ceiling. They were all his dad's book. Wow, my dad read Japanese novels. Jae-gun pulled up a book in interest. As he looked at the book, he leaned against a wall. But it wasn't a wall, but was a pile of books. ACKK. The books fell apart. When Jae-gun moved his arms from his eyes, the room was filled with books. To make this mistake, he bent to lift up the books. He saw a box that was hidden in a corner. The box was open. Seeing the things inside the box, Jae-gun froze in place. How is this here? In the box were Jae-gun's debut fantasy novels. The unfortunate novels that got ended quickly. The painful novels that he didn't even want to think of were discovered in his dad's closet. Jae-gun opened the entrance of the box. All the books were in there. Not just them either. All the books, even the 2 series that he made before the hit ranking series, were there. The only ones that were not there were the 90s Child and the Breathe that weren't made into paper books. Jae-gun sighed. Jae-gun picked up his debut book with one hand. It was obviously red. The pages had signs of a person carefully reading them. The last page, Jae-gun's first project. I don't know why, but it got into the good part. His dad's writing filled his eyes. Jae-gun bit his lip and looked at the other books. As he expected, all of them had his dad's writing. Jae-gun's second project. It seems like he was less stressed than the first one. Jae-gun's third project. It's really good, but maybe it's too dark for the readers. Jae-gun's fourth project. Like my son, he finally uprises. Jae-gun's fifth project. It's good to hear from my son by my wife and daughter, but I don't know if I should laugh comfortably or not. There were books that were not published either. The drafts that he wrote in college were all there. It was the draft that he had ripped and stuffed in the trash can. The drafts that should have been ripped were taped together. Jae-gun closed his eyes and sniffed. He tried to press down his emotions. If any tears came out, he would feel like such an idiot for being so distant from his dad. In the time he was pressing his emotions, he saw another one. A bank account. Why? Huh. Jae-gun kneeled as he opened the bank account. It was money that his dad had saved up for him. There was a memo as well. Going to be given at age 30. Since the first month 7 years ago, $150 were inputted every month. His dad's mind continued until just last year's summer. The first month of his H.I.T. novel. Beep, beep. Jane called him. He couldn't pick it up, though. The only voice that he had was a crying one. He kneeled and put his head down on the ground. His tears flowed quickly and dripped on his dad's study. Somi-ai, are you done? Let's go eat. Yes, Lee. Somi-ai turned off the monitor. She stood up, turned around, and shivered slightly. The editor was right in front of her. What did you say? I don't. What you called assistant manager Lee. He looked down at her. Somi-ai stayed silent awkwardly as she stood. Editor, it's because I told her to call her by my name. Is this work? Yes. Did you come here to work? You have to keep society rules in society. It's easy to break the workplace. You know. Somi-ai put his head down. Thinking that assistant manager Lee was getting chewed out as well, she didn't know what to do. I'll keep it in mind. She answered quietly. Kyunguk laughed slightly and added, looking at So-mi-ai. And also, are you not the bun girl today? So-mi-ai only stood quietly. As the nickname grew, Kyunguk mentioned it many times to make fun of it. It was probably Go who told him, So-mi-ai, and Lee thought, "Hey, let's go eat, Go." "Yes, editor. Let's go." Kyunguk stood up and left. And then when they couldn't be heard, Lee went over to So-mi-ai. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry for me. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't know he would be like that. An idiot," Lee said as she rubbed So-mi-ai's back. So-mi-ai forced a smile. If it weren't for Lee, she would have cried. "How's Albap?" "I'm fine." The two people went to a restaurant and ordered. Lee said as she poured water. "Men are idiots. Don't worry. It's hard, right? He's worse on you in particular. Maybe because of the hatred for Ryder Ha. He became quiet after he's gone towards me." So-mi-ai lightened up. The editor went for assistant Lee. "Call me Lee because we're outside." "Yeah, but he asked me to eat lunch with me a lot, and he got reprimanded." Lee continued. "There was a time when he called at 11. It's so hard being an editor, so I had a drink. He asked if I can come out. Am I crazy? I rejected him." So-mi-ai's phone rang from a message. So-mi-ai brightened as she looked at her phone. It was from Jae-gun. "Writer Jang Eun-young likes the picture. You're eating, right? Have a nice lunch. It's Ryder Ha, right?" Lee asked mischievously. So-mi-ai brightened red and asked, "Ow, look at you. You were dying of happiness." "Dying? What is it?" "Ah, just that he liked the picture." Lee was the only one in Starbucks who knew about So-mi-ai's other job. Also, So-mi-ai only knew that Lee worked at another place on the weekends. "Yeah, earn while you're earning. It's not like it's hurting you." The food came out. Lee quickly tried to mix the rice together. So-mi-ai, before eating, sent a reply to Jae-gun. She revised it many times because she was worried that it might be a bit too much. "It's all because of you. Ryder Ha. Happy face. You should eat lunch well and be careful of the cold. Contact me anytime you have anything going on. Fighting. It's all because of you. Ryder Ha. Happy face. You should eat lunch well and be careful of the cold. Contact me anytime you have anything going on. Fighting." Jae-gun checked the message and put his phone back in his pocket. It was the hospital. His sister went, and his mom had work, so he was here since morning. "It's time to eat." Jae-gun stood up. He was writing. His face was confused. He had way too many things he didn't know. "I don't know anything. Mystery. It might have been a mistake to write mystery. Crime and police." He didn't know anything in that section. It was hard to write about something he didn't know about. It was just so uninteresting even as he looked at it. "How do I fix this? I should ask the local police station or somewhere else." When he went back to the room, his dad was already eating. Jae-gun quickly went over. "I'm sorry, I was going to eat. Does it get any better if you bring it? Eat quickly before it cools." "What about you?" "I got a hamburger and ramen slash." Suk-jae wrinkled his face. "You should eat." "What is that?" "I've eaten too much. I'll come back quickly." Jae-gun quickly went over to the other room and poured hot water on the ramen. His dad hadn't eaten at all. "Why are you not eating?" "I going to." He finally picked up his spoon. Jae-gun realized that his dad wanted to eat with him. He smiled as he sat next to him. "Is it not going well?" his dad asked suddenly. Jae-gun lifted his head as he was eating. "How did he know?" "What is it?" "Ah, it's a mystery." "Mystery? Are you writing that?" "I'm challenging myself." Suk-ji's face was filled with respect for a split second, but Jae-gun didn't notice it because it was so quick. Suk-hage continued calmly. "What is it about?" "HM. It's about. One girl goes to MT and she was easily assault. And then she commits suicide." Jae-gun quickly said slash. Suk-hage was listening. It was a conversation as a reader, not as a father. "But there's so many things. I don't know about law, and it's weird to keep looking it up. And there's so many questions." Jae-gun swallowed. "I want to meet someone in this section, but there isn't anyone. I'm going to go to a local police station. Maybe the officers would help me a bit if I bought them something." Jae-gun said jokingly. Suk-jae smiled very slightly. "Wow, you're eating nicely together." Myanja came in the room, smiling. Suk-hage, embarked, said, waved Jae-gun off. "You should go. I can stay." Just leave. It's weird with you here." "Okay, then I'll come back." "Don't come back." Jae-gun left the room. Suk-jae quickly picked up his phone after his son left and looked at his contact list. "Where?" Somewhere. He wanted to help his son right. Even if he wanted to, there was no way to help. But now, Sukjae had an answer to that. Sukaj called when he found the number. And then after a ring, his college colleague picked up. Who is this? Isn't this Ha Sukaj? Are you comfortable now? Retired and all. Comfortable? I have to go work and stuff. It's so weird being stuck at home after I've worked for so long. It's so boring. Ah, haha, I see. That's weird. Whatever. When are we going to have a drink? Right? Sukaj coughed slightly, and ignoring the glance from Myunja, he said to his phone, Hey, can you hold my son? Jae-gun turned the handle as he was heading towards his one room. This fast? I thought it would have took at least a few weeks. I'll go. I'm coming. Jae-gun stopped the car and reinserted the directions in his navigation. The road didn't have much traffic, so it wouldn't take much time. Jae-gun turned on the new audio story that he had bought. It was a habit that he had recently gotten. Here, listening to the audio, he arrived faster than he expected. The office was in his eyes. Jae-guns flew into the parking lot. Yes, I'm here. 1601? I'm coming. Ah, Rider H.A. Eun-young shouted as she saw Jae-gun. And then Hyeon Jaeyoung and Miho looked as well. You're early, Rider Ha. There wasn't traffic. Wow, the office is really big and good. There won't be any difficulties in living here. Jae-gun's words weren't completely false. The office was definitely larger and bigger than he had thought of. Everything, including the refrigerator, washing machine, etc., were there. Jae-gun looked throughout the room simply. There were 3 rooms next to the kitchen. 1 bathroom in the middle and 1 in the small room. Eun-young should have to use the big room, Jae-gun said as he toured the big room. Eun-young tilted her head in wonder. Jae-gun replied back, You're a girl, so it would be best for you to use the room with the bathroom. No, Ryder. You don't have to give me female special deals. I'm uncomfortable. Miho jumped in as he was setting his laptop up. Hi, Ji-young, and I am used to using the bathroom messy, but you're too clean. It's too tiring when I have to clean it every time I take a shower. Wow, Appa, if someone heard that, they would think I'm a complete nagger. You know I don't care. Eun-young pouted. Everyone laughed at that. And then Hyeon Jaeyoung said as he pulled out a drink from the frig. We don't know if more female riders will be coming. So use it until someone comes at slash, right? Can I? Eun-young couldn't erase the feeling of sorriness in her face. Her 2 eyes were looking at the office. It was the first time she had seen something good like this. Her rider life wasn't as plentiful. Her life with her ex-husband was definitely not plentiful. So that's that. Jae-gun went to a balcony. He could see the far people below him. It was so tall. He picked well, he is that type of person. It was way different than the office that was in the BAS and E.T. It was like a 30-year-old bathroom changed into a 24-hour sauna. What would it feel like? Jae-gun smiled as he looked forward to writing. Then a hand came up on his shoulder. Ah, representative. To-win was standing right behind him. How is it? It is good. It's not just good. If I write here, I'm going to pull out bestsellers. It's good that you like it. Tell me if you need anything. And also, this is your office, remember? To-win lowered his voice and said jokingly. Jae-gun only nodded his head in Bara Hastat Sedley. Just then, wow, Rider Ha is on the top list of Naven again. Eun-young muttered. Her eyes were looking at her phone. What is it? Hyeon Jung went over with curious eyes. Eun-young answered as she showed her phone. Apple T. Chalin must have read Rider Ha's Storm and A Gale. She said it was good on Twitter. Wow, Chalin. Hyeon Jaeyoung couldn't close her eyes. Jae-gun was only standing there because he didn't know who Apple T was. Rider Ha, you don't know who Apple T is? Yes. Who is it? Jae-gun answered. He presumed it wasn't a drink name. How do you not know? Even if you don't watch TV. There's the hottest girl group around. Girl group? Yes. Chalin is the leader and her hobby is reading. She was a literary major, but is on hiatus because of her girl group activities. You should search her up. Hyeon Jaeyoung said. Jae-gun searched her up feeling he was out of this generation. 4. Chalin Storm and Gale. 5. Ha, Jae-gun. 6. Modern Teen Literary Contest Storm and Gale. 7. Apple T. Chalin Recommendations. It wasn't first, but 4 to 7 was filled with Jae-gun. Jae-gun was surprised, but happy as well. It was a weird coincidence. Out of all the writers and the projects, she picked his book. It increased again. Jae-gun looked on Twitter. His Twitter followers number, which was about 60,000, increased to over 70,000. And there were so many tweets. It was the people who came from the tweet link. Jae-gun searched up Chaelin on Naven. It was a face that he had seen before. Chaelin was pretty as all the girl celebrities. You must be happy, being recommended by a girl group leader. Toin smiled as he said. Jae-gun only shook his head. It's nice, but it's weird. Maybe she heard Writer's Night. It doesn't have to be that. It's the modern literary contest. If she reads, usually, she would have taken interest. This is going to help your sales. Toin continued. You should invite people over. Your office. All the writers are here. What do you feel like? I'm fine. I'll buy since I got recommended. Tell me if you want anything. But just then a call came. Jae-gun smiled as he looked at his phone. It was a call from Dassel. Legit, I completely have so much stuff going on. So don't expect any releases until next week or so. I've been having a tough time, and there's just a lot of stuff at once. And this chapter seems like my life as well. Chapter 86. Hello. Writer Appa, what are you doing? I had something to do, so I'm here at Buchuan. Why is it so hard to see you? Are you busy? Jae-gun went outside to the hallway. Dassel's calm voice was riding the wireless line. I had work. Writer, how is your dad? I told you. He's better. That's good. I prayed for him. You did? It must be because of you. Huh. Silence came after the laugh. Jae-gun said carefully. When are you open? Don't you want my first sign? Of course. That why I called. Is today okay? Today? Yeah. Jae-gun looked inside and made a quick decision. It was a strange feeling. A bad feeling that if it wasn't for today, he wouldn't be able to see Dassel anymore. Over a Hove karaoke? What time do you want? About 5. Okay, I get it. See you later. Jae-gun apologized to the writers and left the office. He turned on the engine and looked at the drawer on the singer seat. The storm and gale that he signed first was still there. Jae-gun started to drive. Before Jae-gun, Dassel was already drinking. It was the place that they had drunk the first time. It was a simple place. Jae-gun's Twitter was on her phone. It was Dassel who felt that Jae-gun was completely distant from her, as he had gotten a recommendation from a girl group leader. She sighed heavily. It was shameful for her to admit that she couldn't break off the temptation to see Jae-gun once more. She had already drunk half a bottle. Beep. Her phone vibrated. Dassel picked up. Yeah. No. I already sent my bags yesterday. Yeah. There really wasn't anything left. Yeah. I'll call later. Dassel quickly turned off her phone when she saw Jae-gun. There weren't many people, so Jae-gun saw Dassel and came forward. You were drinking already? I was bored. Did I tell you to come late? I'm late. It's 4:50. It's a joke. Get a drink. I didn't order because I wanted to eat with you. Jae-gun ordered something else. Dassel already drank another cup. There was no time to stop. What happened? Something happened. What? I just wanted a drink. You too. Dassel smiled and drank another cup. There was no confidence in her to say what she wanted to say. Her vision blurred from the drinks. Jae-gun's figure that she wanted to keep in her mind was losing focus. Finally, Dassel became drunk so quickly. Dassel. Jae-gun stood up quickly and took a hold of Dassel. Only 30 minutes said, and she was already like this. You should have stopped her. Stand up. Not today. I'll take you. Dassel lifted her head up. Drawing a circle on Jae-gun's cheeks, she smiled. Take me? Where? Home. I'll take you. Let's go. I don't have a home. Jae-gun stopped and looked at her. Her face was smiling, but it wasn't a happy one. As a writer who was good at telling these things, he could tell she was filled with sadness. I don't have a home, writer Appa. Dassel muttered and dropped her head. Jae-gun pulled her towards him and put her head on his chest. He couldn't feel any motion. This is bad. It was a long distance from where he put his car. Jae-gun sighed and looked outside. He could see a motel on the other side of the road. That might be better. I'll take her there. There was nothing better. He had no other place to take her. Jae-gun ordered and put Dassel on her back. She was lighter than he thought, and it was good that she didn't have a skirt. But people still looked at them. Jae-gun went in the motel. Hello. How much is it? If it's for once, it's $61. Jae-gun got a one-time pa s. He went towards the elevator to press the but and get on the second floor. But after a while, an employee told him, "This is the second floor. The first is on the parking lot." If he had told him earlier, it was tiring. Jae-gun said to himself that he was going to work out and turn around. Dassel's breath was tickling his ears. "Sai, is this right?" Jae-gun opened the door as he arrived. As he put his card in, he turned on the light. It was a small room, smaller than Jae-gun's one room. A bed and a table filled one half of the room. A TV and a refrigerator were there as well. Jae-gun sat on the bed and put Dassel on her back. And then she put a pillow on her head and put a blanket on her. Maybe I should get her a hot drink. Dassel was sighing like she was in pain. Jae-gun didn't know what to do. He couldn't leave her like this. "I'll buy her something to eat after she wakes up. It's going to hurt when she wakes up." There were only cold drinks in the refrigerator. But Jae-gun couldn't leave. Dassel had lifted herself up and was pulling him closer. Before Jae-gun could turn around, she whispered, "Don't go. I'm not. I'm just going to get something to eat. I don't need anything, so don't go." Dassel clasped her hands together like she wasn't going to let go. Jae-gun only swallowed. Dassel's breath was hot and wet. He could feel that it was her tears. He could tell something happened to her. "I get it." Jae-gun was going to stay until she slept. He was going to wait until tomorrow to ask. "I'm not going, so just lie down." Jae-gun turned around and looked at her. Her eyes were wet with tears. "Really?" "Yes. Don't you dare leave. And don't look at my face. It's embarrassed s.sing." Dassel covered her face and then started to shiver. Her tears were covering past her hands. All Jae-gun could do was listen to her cry. "My apologies. I just received a request and am unable to focus on the mod.n.u. script. When I have some time, I will contact you." "Okay. Have a good day." His cell phone went off again as soon as he hung up the call. He was about to share some ramen with Jong-jin. Due to constant phone interruptions, Jae-gun was not even able to touch his food. "Hello? Ah, yes. Lecture? I am really sorry, but delivering a lecture is very difficult at this time. Also, there's a lot to prepare for it." While Jae-gun was on the phone, Jong-jin had finished his ramen and placed the dirty dishes into the sink. Jae-gun's ramen has become cold and expanded like that of wudong noodles. "Sorry, Jong-jin. I can't believe I am being flooded with all these phone calls at once." Finally hanging up the phone, Jae-gun said with a sigh, "I really think that I need to change my cell phone number. Has your number been hacked somehow? That's the question I've been wanting to ask myself. Email is even worse." After the start of mod.s advertis NT campaign for summer of a 20-year-old, the incoming call volume has increased greatly. Most of the calls were mod.n.u. script requests for short and full-length novels, while many others were requests for lectures from business enterprises or government organizations. Certainly, it feels great to have many people recognize your abilities by asking to work on their projects. However, it is impossible to accept so many requests by only just a single person. Most of all, Jae-gun was fatigued. He had exhausted all his energy to the writing of Summer of a 20-year-old. He is still reeling from the pain around the neck and wrist areas along with physical and mental fatigue. Try to take on a few good lecturing opportunities if you can. Jong-jin said, returning to his seat. "They are offering several $1,000s for a few hours of lecture. Why would you turn it down? If I were you, I would do it in a heartbeat. It is my month's salary for a day's work." I found it challenging to deliver even an orientation lecture to incoming freshmen. My energy is fully depleted after writing Summer of a 20-year-old. I must take it easy for a while. Jae-gun picked up some ramen with chopsticks. Fully expanded, the noodles broke off and fell back into the bowl before even reaching his mouth. Jong-jin had away the bowl and dumped the entire content into the sink. "They're still good to eat. Why waste them? Don't be a poor, ridiculous man. You can always cook a fresh package of ramen noodles. Actually, the problem isn't the ramen." Before finishing his thoughts, Jong-jin clicked his tongue in disbelief while scanning the small one-room studio. "You have made so much money, yet why do you live in this tiny, one-room rat hole? Please move. This place is fine for me. You are one thing, But are you not concerned about how cramped Liko would feel? I don't have a big chunk of money for that at this time. Money is almost all spent on the single residency in Suwon. I was planning to save up royalties from now on. So, go tour the lecturing circuit. Wouldn't it be better to write again after a hiatus? Sure, do as you please. Anyway, I guess you're content being a popular author who is sharing a bowl of ramen noodles in a tiny studio. Today is the book signing day to celebrate the publishing of Summer of a 20-Year-Old. This was also the reason for Jeongjin's visit today. Coincidentally, today's book signing will occur at the main store of Bandy and Linnea, as it was for the signing of Raging Storm. Hey, just get dressed, Jeongjin said as he placed a pot of water on to the electric range. Unlike Jeongjin's formal attire, Jae-gun was still in his scruffy sweatpants and shirt. Jae-gun said casually as he looked on Jeongjin, who was unsealing a fresh package of ramen noodles. Thanks. You owe me $100. 00 for cooking your ramen. Besides that, thanks for coming by today. It was my day off, and I had nothing else to do. Stop jiving and get dressed. Okay. Jae-gun took off his sweats and put on fashionable formal wears that were on the hangers. They were Jane's presents. Jae-gun wanted to wear jeans and comfortable shirt, but he couldn't ignore Jane's kind gesture. That's not stylish at all. Jeongjin threw a light joke after watching Jae-gun sitting on the floor and attacking his ramen noodles in his formal wears. Taking a short pause from sucking up the ramen noodles off of the pot cover, Jae-gun broke out into a chuckling laughter. Chiron, stop reading and get some shut-eyes. I'm fine. I had over 5 hours of sleep yesterday. I'm off until tomorrow for personal reasons, so I'm okay. In a SPA-sized rear seat of a darting van, Chiron was in the most relaxed posture of all as she was reading Summer of a 20-Year-Old. After pre-ordering the book, she had already read beyond the halfway point. Wow, this author's writing is really entertaining, Chiron murmured with admiration. Even though she has become the leader of a top 3 girl group in the country, her love for reading has not been diminished. She loved to read and write to begin with. Majoring in Korean literature was also her own decision. I wonder how much writing one has to do to reach this mastery level of writing. The manager had never had any interests in books. Although he gave an apathetic look over his shoulders, he said nothing. OPPA, when you get a chance, you should try to read this book. This author's writing is amazing. I am in the same camp with Dejun. As soon as I open a book, I get sleepy. It will lead to an accident. Always excuses. Feeling some stiffness in her wrists, she put down the book and repositioned herself. Then she searched for Jae-gun Ha's name on her cell phone. She murmured while reading the profile that she had casually scanned over in prior times. Graduate of Myeong-kyung University of Arts. I wanted to go there in the past. She clicked on the profile, moving over her finger that was well manicured and colored in red. Up came on Jae-gun's Twitter page and filled the screen of her cell phone. Immediately, Sharon's eyes opened wide. OPPA, we are in Jamsil now, right? Well, there's some traffic, why? Let's briefly stop by Bandy and Linnea. Do you need to buy a book? Just order it over the internet. I want to get it right away. It will take some time to receive it over the internet. Understood. Let me park the car and I'll run over to get it. No, I will go by myself. What? The manager frowned as he looked back. Chiron was already prepared to leave. As if a mask and sunglasses SCS weren't enough, she had pulled down her hat to cover her face. This should help keep me anonymous, right? Chiron, even with all that, many fans will still recognize you. I will be very quick. It won't even take 5 minutes. At last, Chiron has won the argument. The manager has stopped the car in a parking lot as Chiron, scanning the surroundings, carefully stepped out. She even put on a long coat over her to cover up a see-through blouse and hot pants that she was wearing for a performance. Hee, I feel like I've become a spy. Her face covered with a mask, Chiron giggled as she hurriedly walked. And shortly, she entered Bandy and Linnea's main store. Wow, so many people. The book signing was being held in the middle of the bookstore, and it was going great. Chiron quickly moved to the end of a very long line. It is very fortunate that the signing hasn't been in progress for that long. Chiron counted the heads of everyone that was standing in the line ahead of her. Approximately 50 people. She felt nauseated. It seemed that it would take at least 30 minutes. She couldn't be delayed here for that long. Then she found a second line, which was formed to her left. It was a very short line with about 5 to 6 people. After thinking for a short while, she cautiously asked the man who was in front of her, "Pardon me, but what is that line for?" "Oh, that is the line for the people trying to get their summer of a 20-year-old book signed." "Ah, then what is this line for?" "This line is for those who want to get their books signed by the author going by the pen name Punkianuro. Summer of a 20-year-old has the priority, so that line is first, followed by over here." "Oh, okay. Thank you." Chiron bobbed her head slightly to say thank you, and yelling in delight, she moved over to the shorter line. The man seemed to recognize some familiarity about her, despite the sunglasses and the mask, as he stood there, tilting his head sideways and staring at the girl's back. "Yes, OPPA? No, I think just 3 more minutes." "Okay, stop rushing me. Really, I will get back in 3 minutes." Chiron waited nervously after talking to her manager. Fortunately, it didn't take long for her turn to come. "Welcome. Please sign my book." As she handed her Summer of a 20-year-old book, she had a sweet smile behind her mask. After taking the book from her, Jaegun looked up at her face and spoke to her with a gentle smile. "Have you caught a cold?" "Oh no, just too much fine dust." "Haha, yes. What is your name, please?" After a moment of silence, in a very quiet voice, Chiron told her birth name. "Chiron Lee." Jaegun showed no particular response as he opened the book and signed it. With non-stop signing, he appeared to be extremely preoccupied. It didn't occur to him that it is the Chiron, the leader of Apple Tea. He looked sharp for an author. From behind the sunglasses, Chiron's eyes were carefully examining Jaegun's face. What her boyfriend Dejun said about looking better in person than in pictures seemed to be true. One feature by feature, as she carefully studied his dark and thin hair, narrow chin and pointed nose, eyes that are dignifying and straight, closely shut lips in order, the signing has soon finished. "Here, thank you very much for coming." "Thank you very much. I always enjoy reading your book." "Great, thank you again." Chiron returned to the van, happily carrying the signed book. The manager set the phone down, short of making another call, as he found Chiron entering the vehicle. "It is finally done?" "Yes, OPPA. All set to go." Soon after the engine started, the van moved as if to be sliding down the parking lot. Chiron removed her sunglasses and the mask, then placed a call to Dejun. "What? That's cold, really. What do you mean, what as soon as you answer the phone? You know that you're supposed to be at a photo shoot. Where you at?" "I'm heading back to the studio." "OPPA, I just had Jaegun Ha to sign my book." "Jaegun Ha? Who is that? Kidding me?" "Raging Storm." "Oh, that author? So what?" "So, I called to brag about it. No one recognized me behind a mask. I got him to sign using my birth name." "Okay, you must find it refreshing to receive someone else sign your book after always signing for others." "I'm almost done with this Summer of a 20-year-old. I will give it to you when we get together later this evening, so be sure to read it too." OPPA. It's a total treat. I'm not even finished with that Raging Storm or something yet. Read faster. I would love to see you read more books. That way, we'll have more conversational topics. Also, if you read lots of good books, wouldn't it help with your acting as well? Okay, are you done? I need to run. Dejun responded bluntly, blowing both her cheeks like balloons. Chiron spoke after aimlessly scanning the outside through the window. "And like you said, he was good-looking. I think he's my type as well." "Okay, so, be sure to ask him out. Bye." OPPA. OPPA. Trying to make him jealous hasn't worked, as the phone went dead. Upset, Chiron threw her cell phone toward the back seat, pointing her closed out pointedly. The manager was giggling as he drove. "What's so funny? Sorry, by the way, are you meeting up with Dejun today?" "All of a sudden, I don't want to see him, so I don't know. If you are, let me know in advance. Don't set up unplanned dates just because you happen to find some time. I get in real trouble with the CEO." I got it. Chiron picked up the phone that she had thrown to the back. It was clear to her that she had something else that she needed to attend to. She opened up the page that Jaegun had signed and took a selfie along with it using her cell phone. This is for the evidential selfie. Jae-gun, the signing event is going very smoothly compared to the past ones. I think that's because they have prepared it very thoroughly. Jongjin and Jae-gun were talking during the breaks. Today's signing event was shaping out to be very similar to the past ones. Over 70% of the readers were looking to get their books signed by Punky and Uro. You have to be fully ready for the second half, Jongjin said after seeing the long line that had formed. Jae-gun gave a narrow smile and mocked as to sage both his hands interchangeably under the table. He was signing as fluently as possible without applying too much pressure in his hand, but was feeling the strain already. What is this? Jeongjin's countenance changed suddenly upon looking at his cell phone. Park Young-jin showed Jae-gun his phone screen. She came here earlier? You signed for her? He asked. The screen showed a photo of Applet Chirin, which was just uploaded around 10 minutes ago. She was grinning with Jae-gun's autograph on his latest novel, Summer of My 20s, shown next to her face. Kakik. A selfie with writer Jae-gun's autograph that I just got. Completed my mission successfully wearing a mask and sungla s.ses. Summer of My 20s is awesome. T.T.T.T.T.T. Jae-gun was astonished upon reading the caption. He recalled an individual that stuck out to him, but who could have guessed that she would be Applet Chirin? There were already over 1,000 comments and counting from her fans beneath her tweet, and it made Jae-gun realize just how popular she was as a celebrity. Wow, you really didn't know? Her face was covered, so how would I recognize her? And her name isn't that uncommon. Plus, I was busy. Park Young-jin couldn't conceal his excitement and repeated himself. Does this mean that you've just grown much more popular now? I thought it was still fine when Chirin just mentioned that she enjoyed your novel, but now that she came all the way down, wow. Chirin actually took time out from her busy schedule just to get your autograph personally? Quiet. She could have just dropped by since she was in the area. You really got yourself a great reader. She took a photo with your autograph this time, not just mentioning you in pa.s.sing. The ripple effect will hit really hard. Hey, that's one more person who will buy your book to read it. Stop it. Let's go grab a cup of coffee and take a break. Jae-gun and Park Young-jin enjoyed their break time leisurely. Even the pain in Jae-gun's wrist had diminished significantly, seemingly thanks to Chirin's support. During his short break, Jae-gun was busy replying to messages from his family, as well as Lee Soo-hee and Young So-mi, who were unable to come down to support him due to their busy work schedules. How did time pass so fast? You're just tired. Hang on for a while more. Yeah, let me just head to the washroom first before we head back. Jae-gun and Park Young-jin bade goodbye to their sweet break time. The pair of best friends stood frozen the moment they returned to the venue. The two glanced at each other, and Park Young-jin popped the question first. Jae-gun, what's all this? There were two long queues in front of them. The long line of readers waiting to receive autographs from Pongchenyu was already long, so they weren't surprised. However, the line for his new novel, Summer in My 20s, had grown significantly while they were away. Hey, looks like there are over 30 people in line. The queue for his mystery novel had grown by 5 to 6 times. Jae-gun stared at the long queue with a bewildered look. He noticed that the readers in the queue were mostly females ranging from their 20s to their 50s. Park Young-jin walked over and whispered to Jae-gun, I've heard that females prefer reading mystery genres more. It seems to be quite true. Wow, that lady over there is totally my cup of tea. Shut up. Jae-gun lowered his head slightly and headed back to his seat quickly, avoiding contact with his readers in the queue. There were already a few readers in line who could recognize him and were suppressing their excitement and screams by covering their mouths. Hello, I apologize for making you wait, Jae-gun said. He then pulled out his chair and sat down. A lady in her 40s who stood first in line smiled shyly and shook her head. No, it's my honor to meet you like this. I'm enjoying your novel a lot, Mr. Ha. 1. Thank you. What is your name? It's Lee Mi-ok. Jae-gun wrote his signature with sincerity for each of his readers who had been waiting in line. However, the line for his mystery novel only grew longer. Every time he signed an autograph for one reader, two new readers would join the queue. Darn, I think this will take a while. The faces of the readers in the fantasy novel queue were turning dark. They realized that they would have to wait longer for their turn to come since the mystery novel readers had the priority. Look, there are over 40 people in the queue now. It'll only be our turn when that queue is all settled. It'll be thankful if we could still get his autograph by the time that queue is done. Look, there are 3 more people joining. Should we just leave? Yeah, let's just get his autograph another day. The readers of Pengchenyu started leaving the queue. The tables had turned. The fantasy novel queue was getting shorter, while the mystery novel queue was getting longer by the minute. Mr. Ha, I think Summer of My 20s would become a huge hit if it became a movie. Can we take a photo together, please, Mr. Ha? Mr. Ha, you're too thin. I should have bought supplements with me. Ho ho ho. Ha Jae-gun greeted every one of them with bright smiles and gave out his autograph without rest. The astonishment that he felt earlier was still there. He never imagined that there would be so many readers coming to see him. He thought the total number of readers showing up would be almost the same as Storm and Gale, but it was a mistake. Soon, he found out the reason from the conversations he had with the readers. I've enjoyed Foolish Woman. It was extremely touching, Mr. Ha. I was half worried when I heard that you were working on a mystery novel after Storm and Gale, but my worries were all for naught. It's a great read, Mr. Ha. Most of them had read his previous novels as well. There were also some readers who handed him their copies of his other works, along with Summer in My 20s. They asked for his autograph on them. Whenever that happened, Ha Jae-gun would look at them momentarily, but he would eventually sign the books for them. Time quickly said, and there were only 5 minutes left until the end of Ha Jae-gun's autograph event. Oh Myung-suk approached Ha Jae-gun and asked earnestly, Mr. Ha, can we extend the event by another hour? There are more readers than we expected. Okay, I'm really sorry. I'll cut off the queue as best as I can, so please hang on for a bit more. It's all right. Please don't worry about me. Ha Jae-gun replied sincerely. The pain in his wrist was nothing compared to the effort his readers had put in to read his novels. In addition, they even came all the way here to see him. Ha Jae-gun continued giving out his autograph, while camera flashes from journalists inundated him. Thank you for sending me all the way home. No, I should at least do this much for you, Oh Myung-suk said as he looked into the rearview mirror, making eye contact with Ha Jae-gun. He had been smiling since they got into the car. The response we got was extremely positive. Today's event made me realize just how popular you've become. I'm delighted. How do you feel? The way your readers from the different genres address you is different, right? I'm not quite sure about that. You will be able to tell them apart in the future. Of course, they are still your precious readers. As they arrived in Ha Jae-gun's neighborhood, Oh Myung-suk's phone rang. He put on his Bluetooth earpiece and answered the call. Ichialoa, is that so? Just the first batch? Ha ha ha, thank you. I understand. I will call you again. I'm still driving, you see. Yes. Oh Myung-suk ended the call and smiled even brighter at Ha Jae-gun. Congratulations, Mr. Ha. Why are you suddenly? The first batch of 50,000 copies of Summer of My 20s are sold out. Ha Jae-gun was at a loss for words at the astonishing news. It had only been a few days since his novel was released, but all 50,000 physical copies had already been sold. Oh Myung-suk wasn't the type who would pull such a joke, so it would definitely be the truth, but Ha Jae-gun still couldn't believe his own ears. When they arrived at his house, Ha Jae-gun finally opened his mouth. It's sold out already, he said. Oh Myung-suk released his seatbelt, amused at Ha Jae-gun's late reaction. Yes, Mr. Ha. I'm surprised at the news myself as well. If this trend continues, we might be able to hit over 10,000. No, maybe even over 15,000 copies in a month. Ha Jae-gun was too shocked to even think of alighting from the car. He only came back to his senses after Oh Myung-suk alighted first. Oh Myung-suk continued, I guarantee that Summer of My 20s will be on Bandy and Lunia's top 10 bestsellers next week. Once your novel gets on that shelf, the sales performance will soar even more. I will definitely make that happen. Thank you so much. It should be me who should thank you. Mysterium's launch was successful, thanks to you. Oh Myung-suk bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Ha Jae-gun returned the bow in the same manner. Ha Jae-gun had received help from many people up until he completed the novel, and Oh Myung-suk was definitely one of them. Oh Myung-suk had seen the potential of his novel, gave him a chance, and he had even been giving constructive feedback to help Ha Jae-gun improve his work. Ha Jae-gun regarded his meeting and relationship with Oh Myung-suk as a blessing. BZZT. A call from Kwon Tae-won came in. Oh Myung-suk smiled and took a step back. I'll take my leave now. Have a good rest, Mr. Ha. Yes. Please drive safely, Editor-in-Chief. Oh Myung-suk hopped back into his car and started the engine. Ha Jae-gun watched as Oh Myung-suk drove away into the distance, and then he finally answered Kwon Tae-won's call. Heo Lo, President, your autograph event has ended, right? I saw some photos on the internet. It seems like you've made quite the uproar. Applet Chai-rin even got your autograph as well. Delight was coded all over Kwon Tae-won's words. Ha Jae-gun chuckled and replied, Yeah, I couldn't recognize her since she was covered from head to toe. I only knew what happened after I saw the photo she had uploaded. Wow, you're really amazing. A girl group member is even an avid fan of yours. Please stop it. I'm getting embarrassed, Esta said. Oh, writer, huh? I think the breath should hit over 100 million won next month as well. We don't have a drop in readership, either. It seems like you'll successfully turn into a wealthy man. That's great news. I'm actually quite tight this month because I just moved my family into a new house. Huh? Oh, and I should be telling you this in person, but there have been many people asking for your contact details recently, requesting you to hold lectures and write ma.n.u.scripts. Ah, I see. Ha Jae-gun nodded as he headed up the stairs. It was natural for people to contact Kwon Tae-won as well since the breath was still being serialized with laugh books. I've received over 6 or 7 inquiries alone today, so I think there'll be more going to Starbooks or even Haiti Media as well. Seems like it. I have quite a number of inquiries coming to me as well, with many requests coming from professors. However, I rejected them since I find it hard to cope. How should I reply to them? I told them that I would ask you first before giving them an answer. What do you think I should do, President? To be honest, I think there's no need for you to accept all of them. Perhaps you could just pick out some of the larger scale lectures or ma.n.u.script requests that would be helpful in building your portfolio and career. Shall I narrow down a list for you? How can I trouble you with that? You don't have to be apologetic. I'm the president of the management company managing you, and it's part of my job to help you. Plus, I've got a new employee on board recently. Haha, I see. Please put Laughbook's contact details on both your Twitter and blog, too. You could just direct all those inquiries to me and focus on your writing. I'm really thankful to you for always looking out for me. It's no problem. I'll contact you again soon. Okay. President, wait a minute. Ha Jae-gun hurriedly called out to Kwon Tae-won. Are the other writers doing well in the office? I haven't been able to drop by these days due to my busy schedule. Writer Kong Min-ho's Demon Lord Returns has gone viral. It hit over 2,500 unlocks per chapter. Meanwhile, writer Jang Eun-young's naughty roommate has started serializing with Lezen Comics. It's doing quite well. That's great. But writer Hyun-kyung seems to be an issue. Kwon Tae-won's voice suddenly changed, and a sigh even accompanied it. He hasn't been writing or releasing any chapters for 2 weeks now. What? Ha Jae-gun stopped taking off his shoes while standing on the porch of his studio. Due to the nature of the paid serialization business model, it was dangerous to stop releasing chapters for even a day because readers would most likely drop the novel. It was due to this very reason that some would say that it was better to upload poor quality chapters than to pause the serialization. He seems to be having a hard time, but he won't tell me about it when I asked. He even rejected my suggestion of taking a break for a while. He would say he'd send the ma.n.u.script the next day, but he's been delaying it for 2 weeks. Is he having a slump? It's not something that you should worry over, writer Ha. He'll probably get better on his own. All right, thank you for telling me these. Please rest well, President. You too, writer Ha. Ha Jae-gun looked at the wall clock after hanging up the call. It was still early for the writers in the office to have dinner. Ha Jae-gun pondered for a while before looking down at his phone once more. 1. The Ross used teacher/mentor here, but we really don't do that in English, so I've decided to change his address in these situations as Mr. Ha. 2. DMN. How long has it been since I've seen this word? Ha Jae-gun could only let out a sigh after listening to Yang Hyun-kyung's story. Ha Jae-gun, Kang Min-ho, Jang Eun-young, and Yang Hyun-kyung himself were gathered around the dining table in the office at Bucheon. There was a pizza that was meant to be their dinner laid out nicely on the table, but no one had touched it yet. So you're saying that you didn't write or release any chapters because of those stocks? Yes. I was too worried that the prices would plummet. I try not to think about it, but Yang Hyun-kyung muttered with his head lowered. He couldn't look at anyone directly. Yang Hyun-kyung had invested all the money he had received from his advance royalties into it, but the value of his portfolio dropped to minus 45%. The company's stock price had plummeted to the abyss, and news of its delisting was already spreading like wildfire. Moreover, there was another serious issue. As the average price he bought in was high, Yang Hyun-kyung decided to average down to lower his average price. However, Yang Hyun-kyung was too ashamed to admit that he had borrowed 1,000,000 won from his poor parents to average down, so he didn't mention any of that. You punk, the advanced royalties weren't that huge. Are you out of your mind? You should have just focused on your writing. Why did you dabble in stocks? Kang Min-ho raised his voice slightly higher. However, he didn't scream out of consideration for Ha Jae-gun. Kang Min-ho was also afraid of how Ha Jae-gun would react to this piece of news. Yang Hyun-kyung tried to create an excuse. My friend said that the stock price will increase exponentially when he introduced it to me, and my novel hasn't really been doing well recently. Ha Jae-gun scoffed silently. Yang Hyun-kyung's debut novel was earning 3 times more than Ha Jae-gun's own debut novel many years ago, but he actually dared to cry over his performance. My spending has also increased recently. I know that this sounds like an excuse to you, but I'm also sad about all this. I understand. Ha Jae-gun interrupted and nodded. He had no intention of listening to any more complaints from someone who wasn't doing anything in the office. I'm really sorry, writer Ha. No, don't apologize to me. You should instead apologize to your readers and President Kwon instead. Ha Jae-gun said coldly. The words coming out from Ha Jae-gun were icy cold. Ha Jae-gun smiled while looking at Yang Hyun-kyung. Your choice to dabble in stocks doesn't matter because it's your own choice. However, it's a huge problem if you allow it to affect your work. Let me remind you, you're not practicing here. You're currently contracted with Laugh Books. Yes. Ha Jae-gun pointed at the ground and said, this is an office for the writers who are contracted to Laugh Books to use. I've never allowed you to run your own finance business here. Yang Hyun-kyung's face turned pale. Even Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young did not dare to jump into the conversation upon seeing Ha Jae-gun's grim look. It was their first time seeing that side of Ha Jae-gun. Please give me 3 chapters worth of Ma. and .u. script by 9 tomorrow morning. Pardon? If you can't do it, I'm afraid I'll need you to move out of this office immediately. Yang Hyun-kyung's eyes grew wide in astonishment. Kang Min-ho could only close his eyes upon hearing Ha Jae-gun's words. He somehow knew that things would turn out like this. I've spoken with President Kwon before I came over. I heard that it's been 2 weeks since you've stopped releasing chapters, right? Show me your sincerity. Since I'm already here, I'll be working throughout the night here. Ha Jae-gun finished his piece and took off his coat. Yang Hyun-kyung trembled like a man who had been thrown out into the cold night. He was now fearful of Ha Jae-gun, whom he had always thought to be kind and friendly. His pounding heart showed no signs of slowing down. I'm getting chased out. Now that Yang Hyun-kyung was about to get chased out of the office, his grave mistake seemed to have become much clearer to him. Where on earth could he go when he was penniless? Write something out, punk. Yeah, Hyun-kyung. Take advantage of this opportunity. Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young encouraged him, knowing that they were out of earshot. Yang Hyun-kyung returned to his desk and opened a Word doc.u.met. He let out a sigh before putting his fingers on the keyboard. He had totally forgotten the details of his story after resting for 2 weeks. He had no idea what to do, and no idea would come to his mind. Tadadadak, tadadak, tadak. The keyboard noises from the others bothered Yang Hyunkyung. Everyone else was working hard on their own novels. However, Yang Hyunkyung kept on typing and deleting words. I should have given it my all when I still had inspiration. Now, I'm not inspired anymore. Morning eventually arrived, and it was finally 9 a.m. Hot Jae-gun finally stood up from his desk after silently working nonstop all night. He had been waiting for 9 a.m. Yang Hyunkyung was in his seat with his head drooping. How much have you written? Around 3,000 characters. I told you to write 3 chapters worth, but you've only written 3,000 characters? That's only half a chapter. Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young had stayed up the entire night out of worry for Yang Hyunkyung, but they could only stare at their own screens while thinking to themselves. Writer Ha wouldn't be so heartless and chase him out immediately, right? Yang Hyunkyung stood up, looking desperate. He approached Ha Jae-gun timidly and said hesitantly, "If you give me another day, I'll definitely produce 3 chapters worth of." The door is that way. What? Ha Jae-gun took a sip of his coffee and calmly pointed at the door. "Thank you for your work so far. I won't be seeing you off," Ha Jae-gun said and returned to his desk, ignoring Yang Hyunkyung. He was already typing on his keyboard to write his own fantasy piece. He didn't care about Yang Hyunkyung at all. Kang Min-ho approached him cautiously and asked, Writer Ha, it's still cold out there, and Yang Hyunkyung can't afford to go home. Sorry, but I'm currently working. I don't want to talk about something that has already been decided. Ha Jae-gun coldly interrupted. Truthfully speaking, Ha Jae-gun would have been lenient if Yang Hyunkyung had completed a full chapter. However, how come he only managed to write 3,000 characters after working overnight? Ha Jae-gun could only conclude that Yang Hyunkyung was no longer focused on his novel. "Thank you for your time," said Ha Jae-gun. Yang Hyunkyung was ready to leave because he didn't really have that much luggage with him. Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young could only send him off, and Ha Jae-gun didn't even glance in his direction until the end. "You reap what you sow." It was a meaningful saying to the writers in the office. Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young gradually became financially independent after working hard and not losing their focus. Now, they could afford to go out and watch movies whenever they were stuck, and they had even started thinking about purchasing their own computers. Look, Min-ho Hyung, there's another article about Writer Ha. He's got a bestseller. Really? Wow, it's on Bandy and Lunia's bestseller, which means that his sales are still going to increase. By far, this was Ha Jae-gun's greatest achievement. Oh Myung-suk also kept his promise. It had just been 6 days since he made the verbal guarantee that Summer in My 20s would enter Bandy and Lunia's bestseller list, but it was already ranked 9th. Oh Myung-suk actively utilized the power that Eung-sung Publication Group had by implementing an aggressive and diverse marketing campaign. However, Oh Myung-suk wasn't satisfied just yet. Oh Myung-suk couldn't be satisfied at all because he knew that writer Ha Jae-gun still hadn't reached his limits. Monstrous rookie Ha Jae-gun is actually not a rookie. Unusual praise coming from readers of Summer in My 20s. Spring rain has arrived in the domestic, drought-stricken mystery genre market. Summer in My 20s ranked 9th on Bandy and Lunia's bestseller corner. Something unprecedented for a rookie writer. News about Hot Jae-gun spread like wildfire through various media channels like news portals, social media, and even radio broadcasts. The first edition of the physical copy quickly sold out, and the following batches also sold out in a flash. The netizens, who couldn't grab a physical copy for themselves, started complaining. Fortunately, a new batch of Summer in My 20s was quickly pushed out. The sales performance graph climbed sharply, and there was even a joke spreading on the internet that the book's sales were growing significantly faster than the rate of printing. It was the last cold spell in early spring. As always, Ha Jae-gun was holed up in his studio, working away on another novel. It was tough for him to rest without writing. The longing to write something was a bit too difficult for him to endure. Meow. Rika jumped down from the windowsill and came to Ha Jae-gun. She tapped on the back of his moving hand with her front paw. When Ha Jae-gun did not respond, she licked his cheek. "Don't do that. What's wrong now?" Meow, meow. You want to go out? You're a cat, but why do you love the outdoors so much? Ha Jae-gun asked. He stopped working to gently stroke Rika. He then recalled that it had been a while since he visited him. He was the sole reason why he didn't want to leave this neighborhood. All right, it's been a while since we visited him. Let's pack some stuff and head out. Ha Jae-gun took the weed cutter and other tools with him before putting on his shoes in the foyer. He stepped out of his studio, and a call came from Oh Myung-suk. HELO, Editor-in-Chief. HELO, Mr. Ha. Have you had lunch? I'm going to eat after running an errand. Ha ha, I see. Oh Myung-suk laughed, even though there wasn't anything funny. However, Ha Jae-gun had long gotten used to his personality and guessed that Oh Myung-suk had some good news for him. Mr. Ha, I have some good news for you. I see that my foresight has improved. Pardon? Your foresight? I thought you sounded quite happy today, so I guess that something good must have happened. Ha ha, yes, that's right. It's really great news. Please don't be surprised, Mr. Ha. Summer of My 20s has sold over 200,000 copies in a month. What? 200,000 copies? Ha Jae-gun stopped in the middle of descending the stairs. Ha Jae-gun knew that printing of the novel had been ongoing, but he had only expected to sell up to 100,000 copies at most. He finally realized that he still hadn't fully grasped Sung Publication Group's power. That's right. If we hit 200,000 copies in the first month, we can easily expect it to hit 1,000,000 copies. It's all thanks to your excellent writing. I wanted to congratulate you and thank you as well. No, this is... Ha Jae-gun's heart fluttered excitedly, and his face blossomed brightly, similar to the weather of a beautiful spring day. He was at a loss for words. It's all thanks to the full support you showed me, Editor-in-Chief. I should thank you instead. There will be a lot more surprises coming in the future. I'm afraid of bringing your hopes up, so I won't share too much with you. But just a hint, it's about the sales of copyright for an adaptation. Ah, I see. Ha Jae-gun smiled. He immediately understood Oh Myung-suk's words. Up until now, Ha Jae-gun only had records of the Modern Master, which was adapted into a webtoon. He couldn't help but wonder about which media form would Summer in My 20s get adapted into. Would it get adapted into a TV series or a movie that he would get to enjoy with his family? I'll contact you again soon. Please enjoy your lunch, Mr. Ha. Yes, Editor-in-Chief. Please enjoy your meal as well. Ha Jae-gun hung up after their short conversation. Ha Jae-gun soon arrived at Co. Gun-woo's grave. Ha Jae-gun started to down the overgrown vegetation around the grave. Spring is here, Elder. It's getting warmer, isn't it? Ha Jae-gun put Rika down next to him. The warmth of sunlight struck their heads. Park Do-jun was sitting in a corner of a cafe in Gyeongdam-dong, where he had agreed to meet a movie director. His eyes were fixated on a book in front of him, and he had been reading that book for over an hour he had spent waiting in the cafe. Arg, this BSDARD was really the culprit? Is he a FU-seeking human or a beast? I could never have imagined that crazy. Park Do-jun flipped the page of the novel while clicking his tongue amidst the series of plot twists that came up during his reading. Having put himself a distance from books for his entire life, he was now fully immersed in novels, so much so that he was getting all worked up at the antagonist in the story. The title of the novel was Summer in My 20s. He received this novel from Chai-rin after finishing Storm and Gale. Park Do-jun's Band-Aid-wrapped finger, which had gotten hurt during filming, was already flipping over to the last page of the book. What? Is it already the end? Park Do-jun was devastated and was at a loss. He couldn't calm his mind and heart from the emptiness he was feeling after reading the novel with the coffee sitting before him. His empty eyes stared at the flower pot in the corner of the cafe. He wrote it really well. Park Do-jun suddenly recalled the time he met Ha Jae-gun at the broadcasting station. However, he hated to acknowledge the fact that he had ended up reading a book until its last page when he hated reading so much before he met Chai-rin. He was an egoist, but even he thought that Ha Jae-gun was quite a phenomenal person. BZZT. It was a call from Chai-rin. Park Do-jun collected himself and picked up the call. Yeah. Why'd you take so long? Have you met the director already? Not yet. You're at Cafe Mano, right? There's nothing for you to do there. You should be bored. So how are you killing time? Nothing much. I just finished reading the book you gave me, Park Do-jun replied as his finger ran along the surface of the book cover. Chiron's voice immediately got louder. Somewhere in my 20s? Did you really finish reading it all? It's really, really interesting, right? Well, it's just SOSO. Good enough for me to kill some time. You're funny. You obviously enjoyed it a lot. You just want to act all cool and aloof about it. Appa, when did you find out that the man was the culprit? I didn't even know until the end. I've been guessing it was him right from the start when he appeared. Really? Well, the plot twists were quite simple, so it was easy to guess. Park Do-jun just had to brag before his own girlfriend when he actually learned about the culprit's identity when it was revealed. Just then, the entrance to the cafe opened, and a pot-bellied man in his 40s strode into the cafe. The pot-bellied man was the movie director he had been waiting for. Park Do-jun uncrossed his legs and straightened himself before speaking into the phone. Let's talk later. The director is here. All right, I hope it goes well. Park Do-jun hung up the phone and stood awkwardly from his seat. The director gestured for Park Do-jun to take his seat and pulled out his chair. Sorry, Do-jun. My meeting with the production team took too long. The director started. It's all right. I was actually doing some reading while waiting. Reading? The director asked with a chuckle. He was doubtful. They had known each other since Park Do-jun's debut, and he knew very well that the latter never liked books. Is this it? The director picked up the copy of Summer in My 20s on the table. He only looked at the front and back cover instead of opening the book. Park Do-jun said, the writer did very well despite the difficulty of the mystery genre. Is that so? The movie director didn't seem very interested in the book. The man had been hearing words like, the story was great. It would be a great hit if it were adapted into a movie, all his life. I haven't been able to read any books for a while. 20 hours isn't even enough for me to review scenarios. All the scenarios coming in from the publishers and production companies had already filled an entire large bedroom. Did you just start reading as a hobby? Hire a truck and pick up all the scripts from my house then. I'll do that next time. The movie director ordered a drink for himself. After some small talk, the movie director finally got down to business. I've heard that you didn't want to film dramas? Yes. They were referring to Park Do-jun's next casting. The drama was Tia Tled Her Sweet Room. It was based on the original novel with the same title, written by writer Oh Mi-young-hoon. The script so far could only cover 3 episodes. Why don't you want to do it? Park Do-jun sighed and explained, to be honest, it wasn't interesting at all. The personality of the male lead doesn't sit with me, and it doesn't really appeal to me as well. Did I mention that it was written personally by writer Oh Mi-young-hoon? The scenario? We offered to adapt it by hiring another writer, but he was so stubborn about it and insisted on writing it himself. However, novel and scenario writing is totally different. The director touched his own belly and continued. The results are obvious. None of the top 3 broadcasting stations are putting the drama on their schedules, and everyone is anxious. He refuses to broadcast on Mondays to Thursdays at 10 p.m., and there's no appropriate actor if it becomes a morning drama. Who can they cast? A smile was seen beneath the director's bearded face. He gestured at Park Do-jun with his chin. If you do it, you'll be able to Serpa.S golden time, and the sponsors will definitely open their wallets up to us easily. The great Park Do-jun was cast as the lead of the drama. How can a sloppy scenario stop them from investing? Park Do-jun retrieved his wry smile, and his eyes turned serious. 2 women, who were seated a couple of tables away from them, put away their phones at once when they realized that they had been caught filming him. Park Do-jun looked at them and said firmly, please don't take photos of me in secret. Sorry. The ladies bowed down apologetically. If it were the old Park Do-jun, he would have stopped there. However, he actually started receiving criticism about how his personality had gone on a nosedive once he started dating Chiron. Come over here and take photos with me. Oh, really? The faces of the ladies brightened, and they quickly approached their table. With a gentle smile, Park Do-jun took a picture together with the ladies and sent them back to their table. Your personality has gotten much gentler. Is it because of your naggy lover? The director remarked. It's not because of that. I have to be careful of my reputation. Anyway, where do we stop? Oh, right. What are you planning to do for your next project? Are you going to keep resting? I heard that there's not a single movie script that you like. Park Do-jun fidgeted with his cup for a while. He thought before replying, they're all action or romance movies, but nothing interests me. They all sound boring and cliched. I want to try a new genre. A new genre? For example, something like this. Park Do-jun pushed the copy of Summer in My 20s toward the director. As I've mentioned before, this author writes really well, and the characters are quite distinct. If we amend the composition slightly, it shouldn't be too tough to adapt it into a scenario. You seem to like this novel a lot, huh? I understand that you're busy, but please read it. Its words are capable of bringing a story to life. All right, I get it. Hey, I'm hungry. Let's go find some food. You're changing the topic again. They stood up and headed for the door. Meanwhile, the customers in the cafe whipped out their phones to try sneaking a few more photos of the pair leaving the cafe. Oh, no wonder he looks familiar. The director returned home after his meeting with Park Do-jun. He clicked his tongue as he stared at the copy of Summer in My 20s that lay on his table. The book cover was covered with hideous marks. Those were a result of the director making ramyun in the middle of the night and using the book as a pot stand. The director would receive dozens of books on a weekly basis, so it wasn't strange that he was starting to become practical with using the... Ow, I feel sore. Am I down with something? The director picked up the book and lay on his bed. He made 3 yawns during the time he read through 10 pages of the book, and he turned his body twice when he reached page 50. When he reached page 100. What? Who was the culprit? The director had already sat up on his bed and was leaning against the wall. He had already forgotten about his fatigue and was fully immersed in the book, flipping the pages in a hurry. The tip of his fingers seemed to be trembling ever so slightly whenever he flipped a page. He soon reached the end of the book, and he exclaimed in amazement and acknowledgement. He finally understood why Park Do-jun had highly recommended this novel. Ah, this is published by Eung Sung. After making a decision, he didn't hesitate anymore. The director checked the time and saw that it was just before 7 p.m., so he picked up his phone. When his call was answered, the director started, "I'd like to speak to the brand manager of Mysterium." Asterisk. Wow, really? Director Woo Jae-hoon. That's what the editor-in-chief said. Park Young-jin had come over to Ha Jae-gun's place to hang out. The news he had just heard made his jaws drop, and his face became filled with admiration and astonishment. Ha Jae-gun looked up the director's name on the internet. Gyeongpo Bridge, Yuk, and Jigu, Duwar. I've seen all of those. Oh, so they were all directed by him. He's a director that usually produces blockbusters. Some have awesome reviews, and there are some with really bad reviews. However, Gyeongpo Bridge wasn't bad, said Park Young-jin. The light in his eyes shone brightly as he continued. This director is hailed as the Uva Bowl of Korea. Uva Bowl. He's a German director, and he's famous for turning original games into movies. I heard that the German government had a bill that subsidized half the production cost to their local filmmakers for their overseas productions. But the government had to retract the bill because of him. But not all of director Woo Jae-hoon's movies are trash. Most reviews were harsh, but he has had several successful TI-tlees. Of course, there's another reason behind why people call him Korea's Uva Bowl. Uva Bowl was famous for sending out a sparring request to a critic who had cussed him out and eventually knocked the guy out. Woo Jae-hoon did that last year, too. He ped into a critic at a bar and got into a fight. It was even on the news for quite some time. Really? Ha Jae-gun burst into laughter. Park Young-jin didn't digress. He continued earnestly with a straight face. You have to be careful about selling your copyright, Jae-gun. It's great that it'll be adapted into a movie, but I'm feeling kind of iffy about it. Plus, your novel is in the mystery genre. Ha Jae-gun nodded and said, I'll have to meet with the editor-in-chief to discuss the matter with him. With that, Ha Jae-gun stood up and changed into a shirt. I think I'll have to leave soon. Sorry that I can't stay for too long, he said. Don't worry about it. I'm only dropping by as well. I've got another appointment in the evening, anyway. With whom? Instead of answering, Park Young-jin only raised a thumbs up at him. Ha Jae-gun grabbed his thumb and laughed. You should take it slow. Hyo-jin is interested in you as well, and that is why she's been meeting you so often. We'll see for a while more. Ha Jae-gun drove Park Young-jin and dropped him off at his house. Then, he headed to a cafe near Giro Station. Upon entering the cafe, Ha Jae-gun found the entire group present. Oh Myung-suk, director Woo Jae-hoon, and a few other employees from the production company were there. Ha Jae-gun checked the time on his watch, which showed that he was still 5 minutes earlier than the agreed meeting time before heading over to the table. Everyone stood up to greet him. Hello, I'm Ha Jae-gun. You guys are here early. I'm Woo Jae-hoon. It's nice to meet you. After exchanging some greetings and handshakes, Ha Jae-gun took his seat next to Oh Myung-suk. Ha Jae-gun frowned slightly instantly. He noticed that Woo Jae-hoon had come in slippers. Your writing is incredible. I've enjoyed your novel a lot. Woo Jae-hoon began. Thank you. Ha Jae-gun's reply was short. He didn't seem to like Jae-hoon's somewhat frivolous tone. Woo Jae-hoon soothed the side of his neck awkwardly and continued arrogantly. I understand that both of you must be busy as well, so I'll cut to the chase. I like this novel a lot, and I would like to buy the license to adapt it. Oh Myung-suk smiled and was the first to give a reply. Thank you for reviewing it so positively. This is exactly the reason why Mysterium has been aggressive with its launch and promotions. Ah yes, it is definitely worth the effort. After their short exchange, Oh Myung-suk and Woo Jae-hoon both looked at Ha Jae-gun. However, Ha Jae-gun remained silent, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Well, shall we go ahead with drafting the contract? We will need to decide on the fees for the copyright license. Woo Jae-hoon trailed off because Ha Jae-gun had looked up. Ha Jae-gun glanced with a serious gaze at Oh Myung-suk before turning to look at Woo Jae-hoon and saying, I have a question. Please speak. I'm planning to leave everything about the contract for Mysterium to handle, but what I'm curious about is the scenario. The scenario? Can I write the scenario myself? This was the exact reason why Ha Jae-gun had been concerned over all this time. Being able to write the scenario personally was a much more important issue to him than the copyright fees. On top of that, Ha Jae-gun had watched all of the movies directed by Jae-hoon. There were quite a few of them that performed badly due to bad scenario writing, and he wanted to prevent his own novel's movie adaptation from ending up that way. I'm sorry, but I think that will be tough. Woo Jae-hoon shook his head and gave a firm rejection. We will leave the scenario for someone else who'll do a great job at it. Someone else will do a great job at it? I'm not saying that you can't write well. It's just that writing scenarios is quite different from writing novels. Have you actually written scenarios before? I've written some back in university. The ones you wrote for school aren't good enough. Woo Jae-hoon looked away and snorted. His reaction made Ha Jae-gun upset. Had Woo Jae-hoon's personality always been like this? His words and actions had been all but nice. Woo Jae-hoon turned to look at Ha Jae-gun and smirked, seemingly in an effort to provoke the latter. So, what's your decision? He asked. In Ha Jae-gun's ears, Woo Jae-hoon's tone seemed like he was saying, What? Do you dare reject my offer? Ha Jae-gun was already upset, and Woo Jae-hoon's condescending tone only served as fuel to the fire. Mr. Ha. Woo Jae-hoon urged once more. Ha Jae-gun remained silent as his gaze moved downward slightly. This is getting messy. Oh Myung-suk inwardly sighed. It wasn't obvious, but the atmosphere was turning sour. Oh Myung-suk knew that Ha Jae-gun was a prideful writer, and he viewed basic manners to be highly important. If he left things as they were now, there was a high possibility that the contract negotiations would break down. After all, the contract didn't really matter to Ha Jae-gun. I think it's time for a mediator to step in. Oh Myung-suk had been looking for an opportunity to cut in on the conversation, as he could not side with Ha Jae-gun blindly. The other party was a famous figurehead in Korea's movie industry. Woo Jae-hoon received harsh criticisms from audiences and critics, but he still had movies with over 10 million viewers under his belt. Therefore, he had high credibility with investors. Oh Myung-suk didn't want to miss out on this opportunity, and the endeavor would definitely add value to Ha Jae-gun's portfolio as well. In addition, Summer in My 20s would be under the spotlight as well. I'm feeling kind of peckish. Do they sell finger food here? Woo Jae-hoon muttered casually as he rubbed his pot belly. After a while of pondering, Ha Jae-gun looked up at Woo Jae-hoon. Will you be writing it personally? He asked. Pardon? The scenario, HM, not yet confirmed, but there's a possibility. It'll be difficult then, Ha Jae-gun said almost immediately. Ha Jae-gun's firm response astonished both Woo Jae-hoon and Oh Myung-suk. What do you mean? You wrote the scenario for Yuk and Jigu, right? Woo Jae-hoon choked upon hearing that. He could already see what was coming. And he was right. Ha Jae-gun cut straight to the topic. I'm one of the extremely disappointed audiences after watching that movie. Unfortunately, if you're the one writing the scenario, I have no confidence in leaving my own work in your hands. Woo Jae-hoon's face turned beet red. The young man actually poked him in his Achilles heel. If he could, he would have immediately covered the young man's mouth. However, Ha Jae-gun continued. It's fine even if I'm not allowed to write the scenario personally. However, please get a writer I could agree with and acknowledge to work on the scenario. That would be my compromise. Are you sure that's a compromise and not a ridicule? Woo Jae-hoon raised his voice. He looked ready to fight. Ha Jae-gun put on a faint smile and shook his head. It is definitely a compromise. I could have stood up and left right away, but I decided to suggest an alternative. What? I hope you won't misunderstand me. I'm not compromising because I don't want to miss out on this opportunity, but just out of consideration for our editor-in-chief here, who has kindly arranged for this meeting. Look here. Woo Jae-hoon slammed his thick hands on the table. How dare a greenhorn writer in his 20s dare to discipline someone of Woo Jae-hoon's caliber? Woo Jae-hoon's simple and straightforward reaction didn't allow him to look over the current situation. Ha Jae-gun stood up and straightened his clothes. It seems that we will have a hard time continuing the discussions of the contract. I'll be taking my leave first. Huh? Hey. Woo Jae-hoon was flued teared when Ha Jae-gun announced his departure and waved frantically in the air. Following Ha Jae-gun, Oh Myung-suk stood up as well. Furious, Woo Jae-hoon changed his target to Oh Myung-suk. Hey, editor-in-chief, where are your manners? How can you be so dense? How dare you allow this mockery? How are you managing your own writer? Oh Myung-suk stopped and let out a long sigh. He looked at Woo Jae-hoon and said, I think you're in the wrong as well. What? Oh, Myung-suk glanced at Woo Jae-hoon's feet and said, You came here wearing slippers, and it shows that you have no qualms about everything and that you're a free-spirited person. I'm not sure if it's a fashion trend in Cheonggyeuro or if it's because of your reputation in the industry, but Mr. Ha doesn't seem like that attitude at all. Oh Myung-suk sounded quite polite, but his words were jarring to the ears. Woo Jae-hoon slammed the table once more and stood up, trembling in anger. His labored breathing echoed loudly, and he looked like an active volcano that was about to erupt. You said your name was Oh Myung-suk, right? I'll make sure to drop a call at your headquarters. Woo Jae-hoon had just made a frivolous threat without knowing that Oh Myung-suk was the eldest son of the president of Eungsung Publication Group. Oh Myung-suk smiled and nodded. Please do. I'll be waiting for your call regarding the copyright. What? Fine. Get ready for a pay cut. I don't need your stinky copyright. Did you think that novel is the only one in the world? Oh Myung-suk ignored the yelling Woo Jae-hoon and left the cafe. Oh Myung-suk was about to pull out his phone and make a call when he spotted Ha Jae-gun at the entrance of the parking lot. Oh Myung-suk smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, editor-in-chief. Ha Jae-gun apologized to the approaching Oh Myung-suk. However, Oh Myung-suk smiled and shook his head, asking, You haven't had lunch, right? Shall we have a quick meal nearby? Sure. They headed to a nearby Korean restaurant. There was still some stuff left for them to discuss things, even if Woo Jae-hoon wasn't around. I'll have a hot stone mixed rice bowl. I'll have the same. Please give us 2 hot stone mixed rice bowls. Oh Myung-suk ordered for them. As Ha Jae-gun poured water into each of their cups, Ha Jae-gun started, I apologize for wrecking the situation earlier. I hope you're not between a rock and a hard place, because of me. It's all right, Mr. Ha. Oh Myung-suk said as he picked up his spoon. I'm fine, so please don't worry about me. However, I am hoping that you won't pass up on this opportunity. This is really a great opportunity for you. I understand why you're upset, but I really hope we can go through with this contract. It can't be helped that the other party is the best director in the Korean film industry. Ha Jae-gun looked away with a complicated expression. Oh Myung-suk pulled his chair closer to the table and continued. I'll do my best to resolve the scenario issue. I'll surely satisfy you. So please leave the rest to me. Their eyes met, but Oh Myung-suk didn't continue speaking. Ha Jae-gun had never been the kind of person who would get persuaded against his decision. So Oh Myung-suk tried to win Ha Jae-gun's trust through his unwavering gaze. However, Ha Jae-gun shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind words." But that director seemed to be the type who holds on to grudges. Would they go ahead with the copyright contract before the scenario issue is resolved? Please don't worry about that. Oh Myung-suk pushed up his GLA.S.SES and said, "It is my job to make it happen." There was no hint of bluff in his words. He was confident and believed that he had the ability to make the contract happen without any hiccups. Ha Jae-gun's bitter face lasted only for a while longer. He soon nodded with a smile. Oh Myung-suk had never once disappointed Ha Jae-gun, and he once again decided to trust and leave things in his hands. Just then, the food they had ordered was served, and the two started digging in. Back in the production team's office, Woo Jae-hoon was puffing hard on a cigarette with a distorted expression. An employee was timidly reporting and was being extra careful about triggering the man in front of him. Summer in My 20s just went up to third place in Bandy and Lunia's bestsellers corner. It has sold over 550,000 copies so far, and we believe that it will hit first place with over 1 million copies sold. This novel is the best for investors who value issue marketing the most, as the novel is still selling out at an alarming rate. Ooh! Woo Jae-hoon stubbed the puffed cigarette in the ashtray. White smoke came out through his nose and mouth at the same time. Woo Jae-hoon had thought of abandoning the project, but there was strong opposition coming from their investors. The investors had unanimously agreed that they had to somehow get the copyright to Summer in My 20s. Oh, and director, I've looked up Mysterium's editor-in-chief, Oh Myung-suk, as well. Woo Jae-hoon was drinking his coffee when he shouted with his blood pressure shooting off the roof. You really investigated him. I only instructed it out of anger. Do I look like a despicable man who'll use such tricks? Well, you instructed me first, so? Anyway, director, that's beside the point. Oh Myung-suk is he's actually the eldest son of the president of Sung Publication Group. What? Woo Jae-hoon felt like he was about to go crazy. Is that true? Yes, I know someone in the company, so I called them to verify. It seemed like an open secret. Why is the eldest son not in management and working as an editor-in-chief? I'm not sure of the details. Woo Jae-hoon covered his mouth and was lost in thought. He recalled when Oh Myung-suk mentioned that Sung Publication Group was also willing to invest in the production. Director, what about dinner? Get out. I'll settle it myself. Woo Jae-hoon dismissed his staffer and rapped his throbbing head. His pride would not allow it, but he had to admit defeat. His recent 2 productions hadn't really performed well, and Woo Jae-hoon acknowledged that things wouldn't go his way if he were to remain stubborn. Call me. Woo Jae-hoon glared at his phone, growling. His final ounce of pride didn't allow him to initiate a call, and he was resolved to wait for a day or two. However, the call never came. It's best to write when you're feeling bored. Isn't that right? Meow. The one I'm working on now is a fantasy story. I've been working nights at the Buchan office, and it's been taking shape quite well. Ha Jae-gun added a period to the last sentence of the doc. U. Mint before stretching. He had started this piece as practice, but he ended up completing 3 volumes worth of Ma.N.U. script. His lax schedule these days had also contributed to his speed. I should get some feedback on it, right? Ha Jae-gun then sent the doc.U. Mint as an attachment to Kwante 1. It was just past 7 a.m. Ha Jae-gun had worked through the night, and he recovered from his fatigue by drinking coffee from Seo Gunwoo's cup. Rika, I think the movie adaptation has gone down the drain. Ha Jae-gun hadn't heard from Oh Myung-suk about it. However, Ha Jae-gun didn't really care about it. He was sure that a better opportunity would come in the future. Now I'm feeling hungry. Shall we have breakfast? Just as Ha Jae-gun headed to the kitchen, his phone rang. He looked down at the phone and saw that it was a call from Kwante 1. He was surprised because it hadn't even been 15 minutes since Ha Jae-gun sent the mail. Ha Jae-gun answered the phone. President, you're up early. Writer Ha, you worked through the night again, right? I called as soon as I received your email. I briefly read through the synopsis, and it looks like it's another medieval fantasy. Yes, The Breath was successful, and I'm enjoying the genre as well. However, it's more lighthearted this time. Anyway, please read it when you have time. Of course, I'll read it while having breakfast. Thank you so much, Writer Ha. You even submitted a ma.in.u. script with the synopsis. I thought I have to work my share for the office, Ha Jae-gun joked. Please enjoy your breakfast. Oh, right. You haven't heard that writer Yang Hyun-kyung has started submitting chapters again, right? Really? Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened at the unexpected news. Yes. He told me to keep it secret, but I thought I should let you know. It seems like he is currently working part-time near the office while writing them. He has been submitting chapters for 6 days in a row and even sent over 3 advanced chapters. Ha Jae-gun suddenly recalled the moment Yang Hyun-kyung left the office without much luggage. He had been harsh on the young man with the aim of bringing him back to his senses, but he had been quite worried as well. Where is he working? Ha Jae-gun noted down the name and address of Yang Hyun-kyung's workplace. After a while, Ha Jae-gun's call with Kwon Tae-won ended, and he decided to take a shower before going outside. The world outside got brighter as the dazzling sun rose. There was a long line of vehicles waiting to enter a gas station located near the main streets of Bucheon. It was so busy to the point where there was no time for its employees to go on a toilet break. Welcome. How much? Yang Hyun-kyung was one of the gas station's 5 employees. He greeted a customer who had just driven into the gas station. His gloves and uniform were covered in grease, and even his name tag was covered in grease as well. Yang Hyun-kyung wanted to get them laundered, but he didn't have the time to do so due to the overlapping off days of his colleagues. He had requested to get an extra set of uniforms, but the branch manager and general manager only asked him to hold out for a few more days until the budget was released from the headquarters. Ego, I'm tired. Yang Hyun-kyung inserted the gas nozzle into the car before letting out a long sigh. His shifts had been a repeat of working from 8 to 6, resting for 2 hours, and continuing with another 8 to 6 shift, which had already gone on for 4 days. It was to be expected because he was a new recruit, and he could only go through the unfair treatment. How am I going to last until 6 in the evening? Yang Hyun-kyung was about to lose his mind. He could have gotten a good night's sleep yesterday, but he couldn't because he had to work on writing his novel. The sun was setting, and his world was spinning slightly from exhaustion. Who can I blame? It's all my fault. Yang Hyun-kyung looked down at all 10 of his fingertips that had popped out of his worn-out gloves and scolded himself. It was the very same gloves that Kong Min-ho had given him back at the Bucheon office. The gloves that he was supposed to use while writing were now being used to pump gas. I'll sleep for 4 hours after this shift, and then I'll work on my novel since those darn roommates of mine seem to be coming home late tonight. Yang Hyun-kyung was currently staying on level 2 of the building adjacent to the gas station. He was occupying a small room located at the end of the hallway. He took up this job because meals and accommodation were free, but sharing the room with 2 other people who had visitors frequently dropping by had inevitably affected his sleep and focus on his novel. He realized it late, but the Bucheon office was the best haven he had. He thought of himself as pathetic for ever taking for granted the food and comfortable food he had back there. If I ever touch stocks again, I'll be dog Hyun-kyung. Yang Hyun-kyung was determined, and he subconsciously bit on his fingernails. He decided to sell all the stocks he had, but he only got 300,000 won back from the total of 2 million won he had invested after borrowing money from his parents. Uncle, I think we're done here, so what are you standing there for? The customer in the driver's seat yelled angrily. Yang Hyun-kyung flinched. He snapped back to reality and rounded off the amount to the hundreds and pulled out the gas nozzle. He was about to hang the nozzle back in its slot, but his eyes widened in shock. Writer Ha. The extremely familiar back profile of a certain someone was right across the street. However, he couldn't be certain due to the distance and his bad eyesight. Ajusi, coming. The total is 68,301. Yang Hyun-kyung hurried to serve his customer. After sending them off, he looked across the street again, but he could no longer spot the familiar silhouette. Nah, I must be mistaken. This isn't that near the office, and why would he come all the way here? Yang Hyun-kyung soon forgot about the familiar-looking back profile as a swam of customers inundated him. Midday soon arrived, and Yang Hyun-kyung headed back to the dormitory to have lunch. However, a package had been waiting for him. Mr. Hyun-kyung, someone asked me to give this to you. What's this? Health supplements. It's expensive stuff. Yang Hyun-kyung took the paper bag from the vice branch manager and looked inside. He saw large bottles of multivitamins in the paper bag. Who would give this to me? Yang Hyun-kyung checked out the bottle in a daze. Just then, he recalled something that had happened earlier in the day and looked at his vice branch manager. Sir, how did the person you gave you this look like? He looks kind of normal? Mid to late 20s, maybe? Is this him? Yang Hyun-kyung hurriedly searched the internet and showed him a picture. The man took off his GLA.S.SES and observed the picture for a bit before nodding. Yeah, that's him. Wow, he's a popular writer at Naven too? Are you guys related? How do you know him? Yang Hyun-kyung choked, unable to reply. He felt overwhelmed, like having swallowed a huge block of steamed tofu. Tears filled his eyes, and he could only stare at the photo of hot Jae-gun on his phone. Mr. Hyun-kyung, have some of your lunch. It's getting cold. Yes, I'll eat now. Yang Hyun-kyung started stuffing food down his throat. His energy, which seemed to have been bottoming out, was revitalized. His appetite was even returning to him as well. He chewed his food with vigor after deciding that he had to get out of his HL-lish place as soon as possible. I feel more productive when Writer Ha is around. It's great. Same goes for me. Ha Jae-gun replied while typing away on his keyboard. He came to the office after taking a look at how Yang Hyun-kyung was doing, and he decided to work on his novel while he was in the office. Kong Min-ho wasn't around as he had an appointment with his friend, so it was just Jang Eun-young and Ha Jae-gun in the office. You're writing a new fantasy novel and publishing with Laugh Books this time, right? What is it about? It starts with the appearance of a dungeon on the continent. Killing the monsters in the dungeons drops items, so warriors from all over the world gather for the wealth and fame it could bring them. Is the main character a warrior as well? No, he is the son of a bankrupt merchant. He purchased a barren land near the dungeon and conducts business with the warriors. That sounds interesting. Can you please let me take a peek once you're done with the first chapter? Sure, Ha Jae-gun replied and picked up his phone. He saw that it was already past noon. It would be better to give her a call before she goes for lunch. Ha Jae-gun wanted to call Young So-mi to commission her to work on his new fantasy novel's book cover and illustrations. However, Oh Myung-suk's name appeared on his phone before he could call Young So-mi. Hello, Editor-in-Chief. Hello, Mr. Ha. Have you had lunch? I was just about to. Thank goodness. If you haven't eaten yet, can we have lunch together? Ha Jae-gun trailed off. He looked at Jang Eun-young's back. He had already agreed to have lunch with her. Ha Jae-gun was about to reject it when Oh Myung-suk continued. Director Woo Jae-hoon said that he would like to treat you to a meal. The director? Yes. He would like to apologize for the reckless behavior and would like to continue discussions about the copyright contract. Ha Jae-gun was bewildered and at a loss for words. He knew that Oh Myung-suk would not lie. But how and why did that high and mighty director choose to bow down? I'm sorry for asking you out at the last minute. If you can't do it today, how about tomorrow or the day after? No, let's meet today, Ha Jae-gun said and stood up from his seat. He didn't want to push it further since he knew how much effort Oh Myung-suk had put into this. Thank you, Mr. Ha. Where are you now? I will send my staff over to fetch you. I drove today. Please tell me where to go, and I will make my way over. We'll be meeting at a Korean restaurant near Sihanoung Station. Will you be able to arrive by 2 p.m.? Definitely. Okay, I've sent you the address via text. I'll see you in a bit, Mr. Ha. Ha Jae-gun hung up. Then, he decided to inform Jang Eun-young that she would have to eat lunch by herself before leaving the office. Traffic was smooth today, so he managed to arrive at the destination 10 minutes before 2 p.m. Ha Jae-gun arrived at the Korean restaurant that had occupied an entire 3-story building. He parked at the parking lot and alighted to find Oh Myung-suk and Woo Jae-hoon approaching him. You're here early, Mr. Ha. Oh Myung-suk smiled as he greeted Ha Jae-gun first. Woo Jae-hoon bowed and said, "It's an honor to meet you again, Mr. Ha. I apologize for my recklessness before." It's all right. I was rude as well." Ha Jae-gun was perplexed at the sudden change in attitude. Why was Woo Jae-hoon suddenly addressing him as Mr. Ha? What happened to writer Ha? Shall we head in then? Editor-in-chief and Mr. Ha. Sure. The three held their conversation over a luxurious table of traditional Korean food. There was a period of time when only Woo Jae-hoon did the talking to apologize for his mistakes and previous attitude. His attitude took a 180-degree turn. I've made the mistake of treating both the editor-in-chief and Mr. Ha so recklessly after working in such a chaotic field for a long period of time. I hope you'll understand. It's all good now, director. We understand. Oh Myung-suk cut the man off. He was growing tired of listening to the long-winded apology, thinking that their lunch would soon turn into dinner if he were to allow him to continue on apologizing. Since we're busy men, let's cut straight to the chase. About that, Oh Myung-suk glanced at Ha Jae-gun. I think we should resolve the issue about the scenario writer first. Director, are you able to hire a scenario writer who can satisfy Mr. Ha? I was about to raise that issue myself as well. Woo Jae-hoon scratched the back of his head with a perplexed look and let out a sigh first before starting his piece. There's a scenario that suits me on site. There's also a group of scenario writers who knows my working style very well. These are things that you will need to take into consideration and know of, Mr. Ha. There is no perfect scenario. There are times when we have to amend the scenario several times for a certain scene. It's not some excuse, because this is how film productions usually work. Ha Jae-gun listened and nodded in response. Woo Jae-hoon looked at Ha Jae-gun and Oh Myung-suk for a moment before continuing earnestly. I won't be working on the scenario myself. However, I have a few writers whom I look favorably upon. Can you choose someone among them? Ha Jae-gun looked at Oh Myung-suk, seemingly asking about his opinion. Oh Myung-suk nodded lightly, showing that it would be best to accept that offer at this point. Ha Jae-gun looked back at Jae-hoon and asked, "Can we know more about the writers?" Woo Jae-hoon introduced their names and the movies that were made with their scenarios. Ha Jae-gun didn't know their names, but the movie titles that Woo Jae-hoon had listed were all familiar to him. "What do you think?" Woo Jae-hoon asked after his introduction had ended. He drank from his GLA.S to quench his parched throat while waiting for an answer. Ha Jae-gun soon came to a decision. "It would be best if we could have writer Baek Dong-il on the team," he said. "Really? Yes. I didn't know his name until now, but I've watched all the movies made with his scenarios. I would be sure that my novel is in good hands if we could get him on board." Woo Jae-hoon smiled brightly, delighted at the news. I see. I'll make sure to get him on the team." "Wow, Mr. Ha, I'm really thankful that you made such a quick decision." Ahem. I apologize for my loud voice. The discussion about the copyright contract ended on a good note. They had agreed that the publisher would draft the entire contract with its details listed out clearly. Ha Jae-gun didn't probe any further about the contract because he knew that Oh Myung-suk would do a good job on it. After their lunch, the three of them bid goodbye at the parking lot before going on their own way. Oh Myung-suk bowed to the director first and said, "Please return safely, director. Thank you once again for taking time out of your busy schedule." Agu. No. I should be thankful that both of you have decided to join me at this meeting." Woo Jae-hoon's face turned red, and he started bowing lower than Myung-suk. Ha Jae-gun so sicked his head at the strange sight. Why is he treating the editor-in-chief in this manner? He was such a haughty person before. Woo Jae-hoon was one of the top film directors in the local film industry, but what made him act this way toward a mere editor-in-chief of a publishing company? The man had acted politely to Ha Jae-gun as well, but Woo Jae-hoon's attitude was much more exaggerated today. Woo Jae-hoon had been bowing and clasping his hands as if he were an apostle worshipping their god. "I'll be leaving first, then," Woo Jae-hoon exclaimed and pulled out of the parking lot first. Oh Myung-suk then turned to Ha Jae-gun with a grin. Mr. Ha, I haven't shared the copyright fees with you yet. I'm thinking of getting up to 200 million won. Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened. Oh Myung-suk had just told him a few days ago that the copyright fees of the local original novels in the mystery genre would cost around 10 million won without additional provisions. Of course, he did mention that Ha Jae-gun would be able to expect a significantly higher amount since Summer of My 20s had turned into a bestseller. Still, Ha Jae-gun hadn't been expecting to receive more than 100 million won for the copyright contract. Oh Myung-suk's asking price was double the ceiling of his expectation. Ha Jae-gun had to ask. It was true that Summer of My 20s had become a bestseller, and it was true that he had been receiving a lot of attention from the public despite being a rookie writer. However, Ha Jae-gun thought that it was an astronomical amount compared to the market rate that had been long-standing in the industry. Oh Myung-suk chuckled and replied with confidence, "Definitely." It wasn't the amount that got Ha Jae-gun concerned, since he had earned that same point through other channels as well. The breadth, amongst other fantasy novels that Ha Jae-gun had written under the pseudonym Pung Chen-yu, was already bringing him over 100 million won in royalties every month. I must make sure we sell the copyright at 200 million won. This will become another talking point for a while. This will also become a symbolic accolade in your career as well, Mr. Ha. Oh Myung-suk said with confidence once more. He was aware of what Ha Jae-gun was talking about. Oh Myung-suk had never once made a promise in his life that he couldn't keep, aside from the promise he had made to his brother. Ha Jae-gun looked up at the sky and sighed. I can't even thank you now, Editor-in-Chief. I think you've heard it too much, and it's starting to trouble you. Seems like we're the same. I was quite concerned about it, actually. The men burst out into laughter. The two of them headed off to grab a coffee, and the spring sun beat down on them, casting a long shadow on their trail. Can I do it? What's up with the sudden inferiority complex? I thought you wanted to do this. Are you pulling my leg? I've already bought the copyright. Woo Jae-hoon downed a shot of whiskey neat. Sitting across him on the cushy sofa was Park Do-jun, and the two men were accompanied by ladies in captivating dresses on both sides. They were in a private room frequented by people in the entertainment industry, and its business required no form of advertising or promotions, as its only channel to obtain new guests was through word of mouth through their regulars. Do-jun Appa, why are you on such low energy today? Do you want to make a toast with me? One of the ladies stuck next to Park Do-jun and held her GLA.S up to him. Park Do-jun shot her an annoyed glare and rejected her advances. Isn't there anyone else asking for your company? What? Are you asking me to leave? Yeah, it'll be great if you could, Park Do-jun replied nonchalantly and brought the GLA.S in hand to his mouth. The lady snorted and glared at him coldly before leaving the room. Pouring a GLA.S for Woo Jae-hoon, Park Do-jun asked, have you already decided on the actors for the other characters? I've decided on most of the characters, except for the female lead and a few others. Han Joo-hee, right? Yeah, we need someone intelligent with a fresh image, but two-faced as well. She's got to be good at acting, too. I don't think it's easy to look for someone like that through auditions. Park Do-jun lowered his gaze to his GLA.S and thought for a moment. Park Do-jun was definitely interested in acting in Summer of My 20s since he personally enjoyed the original novel, and it was also a new genre for him to challenge. On top of that, he was familiar with Woo Jae-hoon's working style since they had worked together for a couple of productions before. However, his worries felt as heavy as the burden he felt since the original novel was such a huge hit. It would be expected that everyone who had read the novel before would want to watch the movie adaptation. Will my image fit with the main character? Yes, it's a perfect fit, but I'm tall. The main character's height in the novel wasn't mentioned. Hey, Park Do-jun, stop with all the nonsense and just make your decision. The distributor is hoping to premiere the movie before summer ends, so Dong Il is anxiously working on the scenario right now. Of course he would. We'll be doing a site visit in Osaka to clear the scenes where Han Joo-hee and Lee Yi-ji went on their trip. Have you been to Tempizan before? I haven't been to anywhere else in Japan except for Tokyo. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the door opened. A waiter poked his head in. It was someone Park Do-jun knew well. What is it? We've got a new girl, so I wanted to introduce her to you. Park Do-joon didn't look too interested, as his mind was currently occupied with matters about the movie, and it was on the verge of exploding. If it hadn't been for Woo Jae-hoon, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Just send her in. Why bother asking that every time? Unlike Park Do-joon, Woo Jae-hoon welcomed the girls with open arms. At the sight, the woman next to him sulked and moved away from him. The waiter sn.I.G.G.E.read and signaled to the lady outside to come in. A lady in a wine-colored dress walked in with her head slightly lowered. HH.E.L.low. Look up for a bit. I can't see your face properly. The lady bowed slightly and looked up as instructed. Woo Jae-hoon's eyes widened in admiration when he saw her flushed face. Hey, you'll look even prettier without makeup on. What's your name? My name is Kim Na-yeon. It's my first day today. I see. Go take a seat there. Kim Na-yeon hesitated, but she eventually sat down a short distance away from Park Do-joon. Park Do-joon had yet to take a proper look at Kim Na-yeon's face. Shall I fill your GLA-S? Kim Na-yeon asked, and slowly reached out for the bottle on the table. Just as her fingers touched the GLA-S in Park Do-joon's hand, Park Do-joon frowned and looked at her, annoyed. I will pour it myself. Park Do-joon stopped mid-sentence, and his gaze met with Kim Na-yeon's gaze, who was taken aback by a sudden outburst and was leaning away out of fear. What is your name? Kim Na-yeon. Park Do-joon went agape, stunned by her beauty. The ladies working in this establishment had outstanding beauty like her, but she had a strange appeal that he couldn't quite describe. She's really pretty. Park Do-joon had to acknowledge Woo Jae-hoon's keen eye. He agreed with Woo Jae-hoon. She would look much prettier without makeup. Park Do-joon signaled to the waiter. Tae-sung. Yes, Hyung. The waiter walked up to Park Do-joon with his hands gathered in front of him in the shape of a bowl. Park Do-joon took out his wallet and pulled out a cashier's check worth $1,000,000. However, he didn't just pull out one cashier's check, but 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The waiter, Tae-sung, gulped as he watched Park Do-joon pull so many checks out one by one. Bring me a royal 38 years, and I'm keeping her here tonight. You can keep the rest. These ladies could jump to other rooms, unless a guest specifically wanted to keep them in their room. And keeping a lady in a room tonight meant that she wasn't allowed to entertain other guests and could only stay in this room. You're okay with it, right? Kim Na-yeon nodded silently. Park Do-joon put out his GLA.S, and Kim Na-yeon added ice and alcohol into it before handing it back to him with both hands. Director, where did we stop? Park Do-joon asked, sounding energetic. He chuckled to himself upon realizing that he was still a man. After all, his confidence was coming back to him with a beautiful woman accompanying him. Movie adaptation of the best-selling novel, Summer in My 20s, scheduled to premiere this summer. Popular actor Park Do-joon cast as the male lead for Summer in My 20s, working title. Who will be the female lead? Sales of the original novel, Summer in My 20s, confirmed for a movie adaptation, are soaring, soon hitting 1 million copies sold. New Dawn, the distribution investor. Production fee expected to be over 50 billion won. Writer Ha Jae-gun's copyright fee is a whopping 200 million won. Park Do-joon. All signs of drowsiness disappeared on Ha Jae-gun's face. After working all night on his novel, he ended up waking to a lazy afternoon. Ha Jae-gun was enjoying a cup of coffee and was catching up on the news related to Summer in My 20s online. Amidst the many headlines was the name Park Do-joon, and it was a name that caught his attention. I remember seeing him somewhere before. Ha Jae-gun snapped his fingers upon recalling the night when he did the radio broadcast for Writer's Night at the broadcasting station. He recalled picking up the phone that Park Do-joon had left in the washroom. He was even offered a can of beverage as thanks. Seems like he's quite popular, so he's going to be the male lead. Ha Jae-gun had already moved on from everything related to Summer in My 20s. The issue with the scenario writer had been resolved, and Oh Myung-suk had also transferred him the 200 million won copyright fee as promised. In other words, whatever happened afterward was no longer Ha Jae-gun's concern. Oh, he has been in the industry for quite some time, and he's the same age as I am. Ha Jae-gun started reading Park Do-joon's profile. It was natural for him to be interested in the actor since Park Do-joon was cast as the male lead of his novel. He even wanted to watch the movies and dramas that Park Do-joon was cast. BZZT. Just then, Ha Jae-gun's phone rang. It was from Oh Myung-suk. Ha Jae-gun stopped reading and answered the call. Hello, Editor-in-Chief. Hello, Mr. Ha. Have you read the news today? Yes, I was just reading them. I heard that Park Oh-joon. He's a great actor, and he's popular as well. His height is on the taller side, but I think he will still be able to do a good job portraying the male lead in the novel. That would be great. I have some things to tell you today. Firstly, director Woo Jae-hoon is requesting your attendance at the movie press conference. Movie press conference? Isn't that focusing more on the director and actors? Well, Summer of My 20s is still quite popular as a book, so it's not uncommon for the authors of a popular original novel to appear in its movie premiere press conference. Are you okay with that? Sure, I can do that. Another thing, there's a request from EBC Channel inviting you to appear in the show, A Writer's Study. You know that show, right? Ah, yes. I've watched it a couple of times. Ha Jae-gun nodded. He had watched the show a few times before when the writers he liked appeared in the show. If Ha Jae-gun's memories were serving him correctly, then the host would go to the writer's house to look around the place and talk with them briefly. Afterward, the show would be held in a filming studio where there would be a talk segment with a panel. The impact of this invitation is incomparable with any radio show. It's fine if you don't attend the movie press conference, but I hope you'll take up the TV show. Oh Myung-suk pushed ahead even before he could hear Ha Jae-gun's reply. Ha Jae-gun looked around at his studio, which still looked the same as it had been last year. He then asked carefully, I'm still living in a studio, though. There's nothing much in my so-called study except for a table. Is there anything to talk about in such a shabby place like this? Oh Myung-suk burst out into laughter. I like how it is right now. Really? How? Imagine what the viewers would say. They'll think, why is an author who had written so many hit novels living in a cramped studio? Wow. So the environment doesn't affect him at all. He's really a hard-working, humble, an incredible person, etc. I think it would be great. I see. All right. Since you said so, then I'll do it. Ha Jae-gun talked for a while more with Oh Myung-suk before finally hanging up. He prepared Rika's meal and was about to make a pot of ramyun for himself when another call came in. The call was from Kwon Tae-won. Hello, President Kwon. I saw the news. Park Do-joon is going to be the male lead of your novel. Your novel's popularity is already soaring sky high, and your movie is going to be a huge hit as well. We'll have to see how it goes. And I've just contacted Ms. Somi. She said you'd be paying her for the ill.u.s.trations out of your own pocket. That's right. There are quite a number of ill.u.s.trations, actually. Don't do that. If others hear that a writer of your caliber is actually paying for the ill.u.s.trations out of your own pocket, I'm going to get cursed out. Laugh Books will be handling all of that. I've talked it out with her. We'll be commissioning her 300,000 won for the cover, and her black and white ill.u.s.trations will be at 100,000 won each. I'm sorry, it's my dream to insert many ill.u.s.trations for my novel. You don't have to be sorry. We will be printing physical copies of the novel as well since we've already rented a warehouse. I'm planning to print it together with the breath, so I'll let you know again. Sure. Oh, right. I almost forgot. But have you decided on a title for your novel? About that. Ha Jae-gun trailed off and looked at his bowl of ramyun, which was turning cold. It was a first-world problem that he would always encounter whenever he had a new novel. What do you think of Dungeons Trader King? Do you have anything else? What about I'm running a business in a dungeon? It'll sound like a light novel if the title is a sentence. Do you have something else? My customers are warriors. Writer, I think I'll brainstorm a few titles and come back to you again. Okay. Thank you for your help. After hanging up, Ha Jae-gun sighed deeply and picked up his chopsticks. Once again, he realized that he had zero talent for naming his novels. He started eating his soggy ramyun as if he were a lifeless robot. What? Really? Yes, I received the final volume in script and found it strange. This is a mistake, right? Deputy Lee was in shock while on a call with a warehouse employee. She flinched and looked around the office, but she was relieved to see that no one else was around. Okay. I'll give you a call back soon. Deputy Lee ended the call in a hurry and looked for Young So-mi. She finally found Young So-mi, who had just stepped out of the washroom. Miss So-mi, let's talk for a bit. Sure, sis. Let's go somewhere else. Deputy Lee pulled Young So-mi along to the deserted emergency exit stairway, and Young So-mi found the former's actions quite out of the norm. After checking that there was no one around them, Deputy Lee started. You're in charge of football round, right? Yes, what about it? I received a call that the final volume wasn't marked with that mark. Young So-mi's face turned pale instantly in horror. Was it partly due to the continued mental attacks that she had been receiving from her editor-in-chief that he couldn't enjoy her work these days? In addition, it was her first time making such a huge mistake. I'm sorry, sis. I must have been out of my mind. What should I do? The solution is to recall the entire batch, but since we're going to suffer a huge loss if we were to do that, we would have to do something about it. Leave it to me. W, what are you going to do? I'll have to add a gilt. Remove the cover and don't print the mark. Just emboss the gilt on it. Our loss probably won't hit 1,000,001 if we do that. Deputy Lee patted the shoulder of the fear-stricken Young So-mi. Thankfully, we found out before the books were delivered because we can still find a solution for it. Don't worry too much. It might just end with us writing an apology report on it at the most. Young So-mi was at a loss for words and buried her head in her hands, nodding silently. If it hadn't been for Deputy Lee, she would have already left her HL-ish days in this office. She had been crying more frequently and had been finding herself more pathetic recently. Deputy Lee skillfully resolved the issue at hand for her, as she had been in the industry for quite a while now and had experienced such things several times before. However, Deputy Lee's help didn't mean that Young So-mi was saved. She was still in pain, and she fidgeted in her seat as if her seat had become a needle cushion. On that fateful afternoon, the editor-in-chief, Park Kyung-wook, returned to the office with a straight face from a business trip. Young So-mi trembled at the sound of his footsteps alone. A sense of foreboding enveloped her as she felt Park Kyung-wook's presence towering over her from behind. Where did you leave your brain at? Park Kyung-wook threw a book onto Young So-mi's desk. The book had the words, Final Volume, printed in gilt on its cover. Young So-mi stood up and turned around. Her lips were trembling as she said, I'm really sorry. I'll make sure not to make the same mistake again. No, you don't have to do that anymore. Sorry. Young So-mi's eyes widened in shock. Park Kyung-wook snorted and loosened his necktie in frustration. He glared at her and said, Miss So-mi, shouldn't you just leave? Young So-mi's heart sank. She barely managed to endure the endless mocking from Park Kyung-wook since the bun-hair girl situation. But the words she heard just now from Park Kyung-wook were different. Park Kyung-wook was blatantly asking her to resign. Can't you see that the company is in a mess because of you? The writers are leaving us one by one. Our sales are dropping, and you're just spending company money on entertaining the writers when there's nothing else going on. Now you're spending money just to add gilt to the final volume mark on the book covers? How dare you? Young So-mi's head drooped as she trembled. Indeed, she had committed a mistake, and she was extremely apologetic for it. However, everything else that Park Kyung-wook had mentioned wasn't her fault. Angry tears threatened to roll down her face as all the blame was pushed onto her. She would never boast that she was the best, but she had definitely worked hard. The continuous overtime had pushed the limits of her stamina, and she had been doing her best to clear the enormous workload assigned to her. As for the company money she had spent to meet writers, it was a measly 14,000 won. That brat. Deputy Lee was trembling in fury while cursing Park Kyung-wook. She couldn't bear seeing Young So-mi shaking like an aspen tree. Sigh, who else can I trust to lead the editing team? Park Kyung-wook returned to his seat, shaking his head, expressing his disappointment. Young So-mi wasn't moving, so Park Kyung-wook glared at her and said, Edit Rooftop Necromancer Volumes 1 and 2 by tomorrow. Young So-mi remained silent. Deputy Lee turned pale. The TI that Park Kyung-wook had just mentioned had never been edited. Assigning 4 editors to a single volume wouldn't even guarantee that it would be completed in a day. Park Kyung-wook's impossible instruction meant that he really wanted to fire her. Ms. Young So-mi, did you not hear me? I understand. You understand? Ha, seriously. Park Kyung-wook picked up his coat and left the office. He decided to leave because his father, Park Jae-gook, the president of Starbucks, wasn't around. What was he doing these days that he wasn't in the office for most of the day? Ms. So-mi, what are you going to do? Deputy Lee scooted over to Young So-mi when Park Kyung-wook finally left. Young So-mi squeezed a smile and replied, I'll have to work overtime, of course. My home computer isn't fast enough to handle a lot of things, so I have to stay here and work overtime. How will you be able to complete this alone? Asked Deputy Ko while scratching his head. He had always been bootlicking the editor-in-chief and neglecting Young So-mi as well as the other employees, but it seemed he still had a bottom line, seeing how he couldn't bear to overlook the current situation. Miss So-mi, should I help you out for a bit? Oh my, what brings you here? We can help each other out since we're on the same team. I've also been receiving lots of help from Ms. So-mi for quite a while. Her colleagues peeked their heads up from behind their part at I.Tines as well. I'll help too. Deputy Yoon too? Did you finish Vampire Maid? I'll be done in 2 hours. Ms. So-mi, just treat me to a meal next time, all right? Young So-mi started crying buckets while facing the floor. She was filled with overwhelming gratitude toward her colleagues. What a crybaby. Are you not going to stop crying? Deputy Lee patted Young So-mi's head, consoling the young girl. Young So-mi looked up after a while with her tear-stained face. She smiled brightly and shook her head before saying, I'll just do it on my own. Ms. So-mi, it'll be finished by tomorrow morning if everyone helps me, but it's just a stopgap. I think I have to complete this on my own regardless of the result. I'm really thankful to everyone for the offer, but I have to do this on my own. Young So-mi's words pulled everyone back to reality. They realized that there was nothing they could do to help her. The ensuing silence seemed to depict the true colors of the working society. Tadadak, Tadadadak, Tadak. Young So-mi stayed back alone in the dark office, struggling with her work. It was already 8 p.m., and everyone else had already gone home. The only noise that could be heard in the office was the sound of her keyboard. Miss So-mi, stop working and come with me. Young So-mi was caught off guard and looked up. She saw a gloomy Park Kyung-wook staring at her. Grab your bag with you. Let's go have dinner. I'm fine, I'm not hungry. I overreacted earlier. Let's have a meal and talk about the things that have been happening in the team. Young So-mi was perplexed by the sudden change in Park Kyung-wook's attitude. It's going to be quick. To be honest, she didn't want to eat with him. She had long heard of the encounters Deputy Lee had with the editor-in-chief, but this was a job she valued, and he was still her boss. Young So-mi was new to the working society, and she ended up following his instructions. Park Kyung-wook brought Young So-mi to a fusion Japanese restaurant located at the building arcade. He didn't bother asking for Young So-mi's preference and ordered a tuna platter as an accompaniment to some steak. Have a GLA.S. No, I won't be able to work if I drink. How are you going to complete all of that by tomorrow? I said it out of anger, so just forget about it. Here. Young So-mi could not refute and ended up accepting the offer. Young So-mi glanced at Park Kyung-wook and realized that he was already drunk because his face was flushed red. She didn't see it earlier since it was dark in the office. Ms. So-mi, you should be more flexible at work, Park Kyung-wook said as he poured sake into an empty cup. Flexibility and working smart are important. I know that you're a diligent worker, Ms. So-mi, but you aren't flexible enough. Well, it's just your first year in the working society, so let's close one eye on that. I know that. Park Kyung-wook suddenly reached over and grabbed Young So-mi's hand. Young So-mi froze at his sudden action. Why are your hands so cold? You should wear gloves while working in the office. If you're uncomfortable with anything, just let me know, okay? Young So-mi felt a shiver down her spine, and she finally realized that Park Kyung-wook's change of attitude earlier was just a facade. Young So-mi trembled, and she felt as if there were ants crawling all over her. Park Kyung-wook reached out with his other hand and sage your hands. Shall we finish up here and go for a second round? I know of a bar with good vibes. Now that I thought about it, I don't really know much about you aside from work. Ha ha. Just then, her phone left on the table started vibrating. The name on the screen caught Young So-mi's attention. The words Ha Jae-gun were reflected into her eyes, and was engraved on her mind. What are you doing now? You're an editor. Please turn me into canned food. That's doable. It's slightly small, but let's go. You draw quite well. So why do you say that you have no talent in it? Aren't you too harsh on yourself? Writer, huh? Like stars in the sky, Ha Jae-gun's face and voice shone brightly in her mind. The ants that had been crawling all over her disappeared as her courage grew stronger upon being reminded that Ha Jae-gun was on her side. Young Somi immediately regained strength in her fingers. Crack! Ow! Park Hyung-wook screamed in pain and looked up. Customers looked at them in shock, and Young Somi stood up after twisting his fingers. Ow, Ms. Somi, why did you suddenly? Park Hyung-wook quickly wrapped his fingers and staggered up. Young Somi bit her lips and glared at him before slapping him across the face. Slap! Ick! Park Hyung-wook saw stars as his head was forcibly turned to one side. However, Young Somi wasn't done just yet. She wasn't wearing her usual sneakers, so her pointy heels did additional damage when she kicked Park Hyung-wook in the shin. Puck! Air! Park Hyung-wook collapsed on her knees. The customers weren't just watching them anymore. They had already stood up at their tables to watch Young Somi's counterattack. Do you have nothing else to do at your age? You don't even do anything at work, yet you dare to act condescendingly just because you're the president's son. You're so incompetent that I'm ashamed to call you editor-in-chief. Do you have any idea how much I've been struggling to call you that T.I.T.L.Y. W. What are you? Park Hyung-wook rubbed his cheek and shin. He was stunned by the sudden outrage, and he looked up at Young So-mi with an incredulous look. It seemed that he felt as if he were in a dream. Young So-mi had always been obedient and a pushover, so he didn't expect that she would fight back. Oh, there's something you do. You're always flirting with the female employees at the office. Thank you for letting me resign with peace of mind, and please get a grip. Please work on editing your character first rather than the novels. Clap, clap, clap. Someone stood up to give her a round of applause. He was a fellow office worker wearing a long necktie. The nearby drunk office workers also cheered and clapped for her. It seemed that Young Somi had just popped a stress cider for them. Good luck at work, and enjoy the rest of your tuna. Young Somi picked up her bag and left the restaurant. A drunk diner stumbled over to Park Hyung-wook, who was still lying on the floor. They slapped Park Hyung-wook's lips and cursed at him for a while before finally pouring alcohol over his head. Beleg, what are you? Park Hyung-wook yelled and grabbed the other party by their collar. Meanwhile, Young So-mi was already walking down the streets of Seoul with confident strides. She decided that she wouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. Young So-mi's pace didn't slow down as she imagined Ha Jae-gun waiting for her at the end of this road. The filming of a writer's study from EBC channel started in Ha Jae-gun's one-room apartment. His room was tiny, so it was exceptionally crowded today. EBC's announcer and show host, Park Hae-sang, and her producer, as well as their staffers, were in the room, along with Oh Myung-suk. There were also Pa S. Sursby gathering around the entourage of vehicles parked outside the building. As the face of EBC channel, Park Hae-sang's intellectual beauty permeated with her elegant dress and charming voice. Park Hae-sang was the face of EBC channel, and she was an intellectual beauty sporting an elegant dress. Her voice was charming as well as she asked, "When did you start writing?" Ha Jae-gun was sitting across from her. Ha Jae-gun felt a bit overwhelmed because of Park Hae-sang's beauty and the surrounding cameras, but he still managed to answer her question. Aside from schoolwork, my first work was probably back in middle school year one. What was it about? It was a novel as well. You could say that. It was a martial arts novel featuring some of my CLA.S. mates from back then. It was set in a modern-day school, unlike in the Central Plains like the typical martial arts stories. I liked the movie Volcano High a lot back then. Do you know that movie? Park Hae-sang smiled and nodded. Yes, it was quite an innovative movie at the time. Yes, my novel was a parody of that movie, but it should actually be called a copy of it. I was excited about writing it when my seat partner asked me to read it one day. They said it was interesting and kept laughing while reading it. Soon, all of my CLA.S. mates ended up reading it as well. Park Hae-sang and everyone else in the room chuckled. I was happy to see my friends enjoying it. They were also my first readers, so I continued writing. Most people would draw cartoon characters and est them around. But since I'm not good at drawing, I chose to write instead. Ha Jae-gun's nervousness disappeared as time went on. To be honest, the interview didn't feel that different compared to his interview with Naven last year for Foolish Woman. Let's take a 15-minute break. Oh Myung-suk and Ha Jae-gun stepped outside for a while during the break. With a cup of coffee in each of their hands, they started talking while hanging out behind the quiet building. It's just a 20-minute segment, but there are a lot of questions. The questions are getting longer as well. This is normal. However, it'll still end in an hour, so please hang in there for a while more, Mr. Ha. However, the interview wasn't the end of it. Ha Jae-gun still had to do a recording for the remaining 30-minute segment of the show on another day. The recording will probably take even longer than today's session. Oh, Mr. Ha, have you already heard of the panelists? Yes. Have they been decided? Asked Ha Jae-gun as he brought the cup to his mouth. However, Oh Myung-suk's answer almost made him spit his coffee. Ha Jae-gun wiped his wet lips. He stared incredulously at Oh Myung-suk. Why her? They must have thought it was appropriate to get her on the show. After all, she had mentioned a few of your novels on her own social media and even came to get your autograph from you personally. On top of that, her reputation as a literature-loving idol is exceptionally strong as well. They must have thought that getting her on board would bring about lots of discussions. Ha Jae-gun tilted his head, unable to understand Oh Myung-suk's explanation. Even if Chai-rin liked literature, she was still a member of a popular idol group. There were heaps of TV programs that she could partake in to increase her popularity, so why would she choose to appear in an educational program? Plus, the viewership of a writer's study was not that great. To be honest, Ha Jae-gun couldn't help but feel that something was off. Oh Myung-suk continued. I'm not sure who the writer was, but there was another time when a member of Girls' Era became a panelist. Oh really? That's right. Wouldn't it be natural for her to agree to go on the show when she likes your novels? Since she had recommended your novels and even went to get your autograph. Just then, a staff member appeared from the other side of the building and said, Mr. Ha, we're about to resume recording. Yes, I'll be there soon. The recording resumed immediately upon Ha Jae-gun's return. By the time they were done with the recording, the sky was already dyed a brilliant orange. Ha Jae-gun sighed as he wiped the sweat off of his forehead. You've worked hard, Mr. Ha. This is the script for the studio recording. Thank you. Ha Jae-gun accepted the thick file of paper from the staffer. Please prepare to recommend a novel from another writer, which is to be brought up at the end of the segment. It doesn't matter if it's your favorite novel or a novel that you found impressive recently. Okay, I'll make sure to prepare one. The staff then hurried to clear the mess in Ha Jae-gun's apartment. Park Hae-sang, who was talking with the producer a distance away, stole glances at Ha Jae-gun. When their eyes met, Park Hae-sang smiled sheepishly and bowed lightly. The place got quiet relatively quickly. Oh Myung-suk started. The staffers had already departed. What are your plans now, Mr. Ha? I'll be heading to the office in Bucheon. I'll have to finish the new fantasy novel I'm currently writing. Oh Myung-suk nodded in surprise and admiration. Ha Jae-gun hesitated at Oh Myung-suk's reaction. By now, Ha Jae-gun had learned more about Oh Myung-suk, and, as a writer, he had a question for him. However, Oh Myung-suk was a step quicker. I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned this to you in Pa S.Sing before. You're an incredible writer, Mr. Ha. It's not easy for anyone to be able to grasp both the exciting fantasy world and the literary world so well. Do you like fantasy novels, too? Oh Myung-suk shrugged, as if Ha Jae-gun had asked a weird question. Well, it's just a genre, so how could I like or dislike any genre? Of course, I can always point out the good and bad areas of each novel. But just because they're fantasy novels doesn't mean that I should be narrow-minded and ignore the entire genre altogether. It's great to hear that from you. We should agree in different aspects and not fight over which is superior to the other. In fact, I personally enjoy martial art novels a lot. Really? Oh Myung-suk looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. Did you really think that I'll only read literary novels? I love writer Young Dae-won's novels. Plus, the rate of his serialization had increased as well. Oh Myung-suk then winked at Ha Jae-gun. I enjoyed writer Pong Chun-yu's records of the Mirror Master a lot. I even bought the book and want to get your autograph on it later as well. You're close to him, right? Please help me get his autograph. Oh Myung-suk teased. Ha Jae-gun looked down at his feet and laughed. He felt weird to have discovered a new side to Oh Myung-suk, but he also felt that they had grown closer together. Oh, right, I should take my leave now. I'm afraid I'll take up more of your time. I'll see you at the broadcasting station next time. Please drive safely. After sending Oh Myung-suk away, Ha Jae-gun left for the office in Bucheon with Rika. Kang Min-ho was struggling at his desk as Demon Lord Returns was almost coming to an end. His level of concentration was so high that he didn't even realize Ha Jae-gun had arrived. Ha Jae-gun quietly went to his desk, not wanting to disturb him. It was only when Rika appeared in the corner of his eyes that Kang Min-ho finally looked up. When did you arrive? Writer Ha. Just a while ago. You were very focused on your novel. Do you not have any stockpile? No. It's just strange that things are coming to me smoother as I reach the end of the novel. I'm planning on completing it as soon as possible and start working on my next novel. That's awesome. It's all thanks to you, Writer Ha. Where is Writer Eun-young? She went out to buy side dishes. She said Naughty Roommate was performing well, and since both Writer Ha and President Kwon were coming, she wanted to treat everyone to a good dinner. Kang Min-ho and Ha Jae-gun enjoyed a cuppa while talking to each other. Beep, beep, beep. The door lock chime interrupted them, and the door opened shortly. Kwon Tae-won's face appeared from behind the door. Ha Jae-gun smiled and greeted him. Why you look so happy? You seem to have struck the lottery. Yes, I struck the lottery. Huh, we have a very pretty, cute, and diligent new employee. I brought her along with me. Can I introduce them to all of you? Ha Jae-gun was stunned. Kang Min-ho quickly looked at the mirror and started tidying up his messy hair. Kwon Tae-won opened the door wide, revealing the new employee standing at the door. Ms. Somi, Ha Jae-gun blurted out in surprise. The new employee was none other than Young Somi. Like any other day, Young Somi was wearing a checkered top, jeans and sneakers, and a backpack. She smiled shyly at them. Hello. I'm Deputy Young Somi from Laugh Books. I'm looking forward to working with you too. Young Somi introduced herself with vigor and bowed at a deep 90-degree angle. She turned to look at the stunned Ha Jae-gun and chuckled. I got promoted to deputy. Did you resign from Starbucks? Young Somi nodded. There was no further explanation from Kwon Tae-won either. Sensing that the silence meant that he would hear more from either of them in the future, Ha Jae-gun decided not to probe any further. Oh my, Miss Somi is here too? Jang Eun-young asked in surprise as she appeared from behind Kwon Tae-won and Young Somi. Young Somi took some of the bags from Jang Eun-young and said, hello, Writer Jang. I'm a Laugh Books employee from now on. I'll be handling romance novels, including your novel. I'm looking forward to working with you. I'm happy to hear that you'll be the editor in charge of my novel. Don't be too happy just yet. I'll be dropping by the office often, and I'll king you guys often as well. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you, so please go easy on me. Clever of me to buy extra food back. Please wait for a while more, everyone. Kim Min-ho rolled up his sleeves and went to help Jang Eun-young. How many did you buy? OMG 5. Are you going to cook them all? Of course, and they aren't really that huge. Wait, do we even have a pot that can them all? While the pair was preparing dinner, Ha Jae-gun and Kwon Tae-won headed to the end of the corridor. Kwon Tae-won explained what happened while Ha Jae-gun was busy. The expression on Ha Jae-gun's stiffened as he listened. I only found out after receiving a call from Deputy Lee as well. She said Ms. Somi walked over on her own after getting struck with fear. She even added that the editor-in-chief from Starbucks had threatened that he wouldn't let her off so easily. So how did it get resolved? I contacted the owner of the restaurant, of course. I've been a regular there since my days with Starbucks, and I know them quite well, so it was easy to communicate with them. I called Starbucks, saying that I got the CCTV recordings, and they yielded immediately. The guy would have been in bigger trouble if it were escalated into a usual hard cement case. Kwon Tae-won sighed as he looked at the darkening sky outside. I had no idea that something like that was happening to her, and she hasn't told me about it. If I knew, I would have asked her to join Laugh Books much earlier. However, it's great to hear that everything has already been resolved. Yeah, Jae-gun agreed softly as he grew more apologetic toward Young So-mi. Even if Ha Jae-gun didn't know since Young So-mi had never brought it up, it didn't mean that she wasn't feeling quite depressed. He felt pity for Young So-mi, who had never lost her smile despite the adversity. Oh, I haven't told you about Ryder Yang yet. Kwon Ta-won snapped his fingers, changing the topic of their conversation and the atmosphere. He has sent over all the chapters up until the end of the novel. Really? Then what is he doing right now? He's drafting a new novel. He said he'd send the draft over to me once he's written about 50,000 characters. He said he wants to continue working at the gas station, and he's gotten quite used to it as well. Did you not ask him to return to the office? Kwon Ta-won leaned back as he broke into a laugh. This is your office, Ryder, huh? Why do I have to do something like that? Anyway, I have to go to the washroom, so please excuse me. All left alone, Ha Jae-gun whipped out his phone. He was about to send a message, but he decided against it and pressed the dial button instead. Yang Hyun-kyung answered the call a few seconds later. W. Ryder, huh? How are you doing? Only silence returned from Hyun-kyung's end. Ha Jae-gun waited patiently for his reply. He could hear people talking and moving around busily in the background. I've been taking the health supplements you sent. Thanks to you, I'm doing pretty well. Ha Jae-gun looked around the corridor to see if there was anyone else around and scratched the back of his head. The scent of delicious food was already wafting in the air through the ajar door. Are you done with your shift? Yes, I worked the morning shift today. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Ryder Jang is making a large pot of boiled duck with rice, so come here. Let's eat. I'm too ashamed to. If you don't come here in 30 minutes, I'll go on your novel and start leaving bad comments on it. Goodbye. W. Ryder, huh? Ha Jae-gun ended the call and started helping the others set the table for dinner. After roughly 15 minutes, Yang Hyun-kyung appeared in the office with a flushed face. He was panting heavily, and it was obvious that he ran all the way here. Kang Min-ho was the first to greet him with a surprised smile. Oh my, who is this? Our resident financier is back, he teased. Ryder Ha threatened to put bad comments on my novel if I didn't come for dinner. Everyone burst into laughter at Yang Hyun-kyung's explanation, but no one really asked any questions. There was no need for any more words either. Their dinner preparations had sped up with Yang Hyun-kyung's help. He should be able to relax now. It was all water under the bridge. What was most important was tomorrow. Ha Jae-gun had a lot to say to Young So-mi, but he decided to bury his questions for now, afraid that he would affect the friendly atmosphere at the dinner table. The out-of-place gears finally found their places one by one. The writer's office had become livelier than ever. Yang Hyun-kyung had left his HL-ish dormitory at the gas station and returned to the office, while Young So-mi, who was now a Laugh Books employee, would appear at the office once every 2 days. Ryder Ha, would you like to take a look at the draft of the il.u.s.tration for the 3rd volume of Oscar's Dungeon? This looks good. Nothing looks off. Please go ahead with this. Oscar's Dungeon. The title for Ha Jae-gun's latest fantasy novel had been decided. Everyone had been brainstorming on the title for a while, but they couldn't find a fitting title. Somehow, Young So-mi suggested using the main character's name as part of the title, and Ha Jae-gun immediately agreed because he was getting tired of thinking of a good title for his new novel. The progress afterward was rather quick, and the one who played the largest role was definitely Young So-mi. Young So-mi meticulously edited the 5 volumes that Ha Jae-gun had submitted and quickly drew the covers for each of those volumes, including 5 to 6 black and white il.u.s.trations per volume. Tomorrow, they would publish up to volume 2. This novel is better as a physical book, Ha Jae-gun commented as he looked through the il.u.s.trations. The services provided for each platform are different, so there are times when the il.u.s.trations would look distorted or couldn't be inserted midway through the chapters. This is a dream of mine, so I wish to publish this as a physical book instead of focusing on maximizing profits. Understand. I will let the president know. Young So-mi pulled out her phone and returned to her desk. Ha Jae-gun returned to his monitor and sighed. He got stuck on the story's development from the 6th volume. He had some ideas in mind, but he still had some doubts. Let's take it slow. It's not like I'm working on another novel currently. Plus, I still have a lot of time. At around 3 p.m., Ha Jae-gun picked up his coat and stood up. He had to be at the broadcast station for the studio recording of a writer's study. He had agreed to meet Oh Mi-eung-suk there as well. Good luck with your recording, writer Ha. Young So-mi followed Ha Jae-gun down to the parking lot to send him off. Ha Jae-gun opened the door to the driver's seat, but he turned around to look at her before entering the car. If I manage to get back early, would you like to have dinner together? He asked. Please let me know after you're done with the recording. Okay. Please wait. Young So-mi reached out and fixed his necktie. Their eyes met at that moment, and Young So-mi hurriedly stepped backward and put her hands behind her as her face turned red. Please have a safe trip, she said shyly. Thank you. Thank you for your work, and I'll leave Rika in your hands. Before heading to the broadcast station, Ha Jae-gun decided to drop by a large bookstore nearby. He had to grab the book that he had to recommend in the closing segment for a writer's study. He bought a copy of the book, which he had already read once at the library before driving away toward his next destination.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.